My name is Jiang Ling, an ordinary person from the 21st century. In the time it took me to take a nap, I was shoved into a cryopod and dumped onto a broken planet on the far edge of the Milky Way in the year 5500 AD. When consciousness returned, I felt ice-cold all over, my limbs numb. Shoo! The cryopod's lid opened, warm air flooded in, and the glaring sunlight forced me to squint instinctively. "Ah, you're awake?" A soft, gentle voice entered my ears. I blinked a few times as my vision gradually cleared. A little girl stood before me. Messy white hair, dirty and oversized clothes, golden yellow eyes, and on top of her head, a pair of round mouse ears. My head buzzed loudly, my stomach roiled violently, and I hunched over the edge of the pod, vomiting a large mouthful of sour liquid. Immediately after, my stomach growled loudly. "Are you hungry?" The mouse-eared girl pulled out a few purple berries from her wabak, freshly picked. "Here, eat these." Thank you." I grabbed them and shoved them into my mouth. The sweet and sour juice exploded in my mouth, and I felt like I came back to life. I forced myself to stand and glanced at myself. Blue shirt and shorts. My arms were as skinny as skin and bones. Then I looked at the cryopod, silver coffin-shaped and full of futuristic technology. What the hell? I clearly went to sleep in a rented room. "Are you human?" I asked. The little girl shook her head. "I'm from the mouse tribe." Well, that was obvious. I stepped out of the cryopod and almost fell. She hurriedly caught me. "Where is this place?" "The Edge World." She tilted her head and looked at me. "You don't seem to know anything. How did you fall here?" "I don't know either. I just fell here after a sleep." Sympathy flickered in her eyes. It seemed once you came to the Edge World, you couldn't leave. "My name is Jiang Ling. What about you?" "I'm Clover." Host has encountered the first colonist. Edge World Colony Construction System activated. A cold female voice suddenly sounded in my mind, and a blue transparent panel appeared, showing a real-time map outlining the surrounding terrain. A jungle at the center, plains to the east, and a dilapidated wooden hut by a small creek. In the map's center were two small figures, one white-haired mouse tribe, the other black-haired human. A system? I felt a lot more at ease. I tapped on Clover's icon on the map, and a panel popped up. Evergreen Ivy, Clover. Race, Mouse Tribe. Shooting, level 16. Hand-to-hand combat, level 12. Medical, level 11. Intellect, level 4. I looked up at this skinny little girl. Shooting and combat this strong? Then I opened my own. Jiang Ling. Shooting, level 0. Hand-to-hand combat, level 3. Construction, level 10. Social, level 12. Intellect, level 0. My combat was only level 3, shooting 0, and intellect still 0. Intellect depends on knowledge accumulated about this world. The host has no knowledge of the Edge World, so it is 0. All right then. Clover saw me staring blankly at the air with a silly smile and thought I'd lost my mind. Her small hand waved in front of my eyes. "Are you okay? Do you want to pick more berries?" I came back to my senses. "Yeah, my reserves are finished. The freshly picked ones are all yours." She thought for a moment. "You don't understand anything. One person alone won't last 2 days. If you don't mind, you can stay with me for a while." "Then thank you for your trouble." I smiled. "I'll pick with you. I can see where the berry bushes are. That's the technology from our planet." Clover's golden eyes instantly lit up. Along the way, I learned about this world from her. Edge World, an anarchical planet on the far edge of the universe, sparsely populated and with scattered settlements. Colonists came from various planets, pioneers, drifters, refugees, scientists, so technology varied, and all kinds of races were here. It was now the 7th day of Jade Elephant, the year 5500 AD. This world's year only had 60 days, divided into 4 phases: Jade, Crimson, Tea, and White, corresponding to spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Following the system map, I quickly helped Clover find a berry patch. We actually found it. Clover's little face lit up with surprise as she rushed forward picking, her fine tail wagging beneath her clothes. I stepped forward, silently thinking. Activate decomposition function. Decomposition function. Break down nearby objects into usable materials. The berry bushes were shrouded in a layer of white light. Clover immediately became alert and pulled out a dagger, blocking in front of me. I couldn't help but laugh and patted her on the head. "Don't be tense, it's also my technology." The white light dissipated, and the bush disappeared, leaving only piles of berries on the ground. Clover blushed, put her dagger away, and whispered, "Don't touch my head. It's rude." Sorry. After picking several patches of berries, we carried our full loads back. Clover, why did you accept a stranger like me? Because you don't look like a bad person. She flicked her tail. And you're unarmed. You can't threaten me. Looking at her level 12 fight skills and comparing to my level 3, I had no comeback. The main thing is, life is lonely for a person. The abandoned wooden shack appeared before us, dilapidated like an outhouse, barely enough space for two people to lie pressed together. Are we going to squeeze together to sleep? I was already prepared to sleep outside. Right. Clover slapped her head. Two people's straw isn't enough. I'll go get some more. Seems like she misunderstood, but as long as she didn't mind, it was fine. While she went out, I started digging through the system. Obtain basic workbench blueprint, skill trainer, hand-to-hand combat, ×1. Obtain basic furniture blueprint, skill trainer, shooting, ×1. Damn you, system, wouldn't give anything unless pushed. The blueprint was imprinted directly into my brain, and my intelligence rose by 1 level. I knew how to make it, but would have to find materials myself. Skill trainer, consumable item. Using it increases experience points in the corresponding ability. I stuck the hand-to-hand combat trainer to the back of my head. Mechanical claws fixed it at 4 points. After a sharp sting, a flood of memories poured into my mind. Moves, dodges, counters, flowing like water. Combat level rose to 5. Of course, my body was still so weak. To forge iron, you must be strong yourself. I dismantled the used trainers casually, obtaining iron, silver, and a few parts. The shooting trainer was handled the same way. Shooting rose to level 3. A person who had never touched a gun now had level 3 shooting. Ridiculous if I thought about it. Clover returned carrying a big bundle of straw. She spread the straw, and night had already fallen. What's your plan for tomorrow? If I'm missing something, I'll find it. Want to build a new house? Her eyes lit up, then dimmed. I've thought about it, but I don't know how to build one. I do, I said seriously. Can't promise it'll be luxurious, but it'll be better than this. Before I traveled here, I worked in construction. If you're free tomorrow, come with me. She nodded vigorously. After lying down, I couldn't sleep no matter what. I had inexplicably traveled over 3,000 years into the future, been saved by a mouse tribe lowly, and was bound to a system. My arm suddenly felt warm. Looking down, Clover was asleep, cuddling my arm and nuzzling close, a faint smile on the corner of her lips. Truly defenseless. She saved my life, and I had nothing. I naturally trusted her. But what did I have to deserve her trust? Looking at her peaceful, sleeping face, the stray thoughts in my mind vanished, and I unknowingly fell asleep. At dawn, I woke up. As I intended to slip out quietly, Clover's ears twitched, and she opened her eyes. Morning already. You can sleep a little more. No need. Aren't we supposed to build the house today? Stepping outside, the cold wind made me shiver. I was still wearing that thin shirt. Clover munched on berries, following behind me. How do we build it? I walked to a tree, laid my hand down. Dismantle. Only wood obtained from logging can be dismantled, just as expected. Do we need to cut down trees? Clover asked. I have an axe. In a flash, she disappeared, soon returning carrying a broken axe. Is this okay? I usually use it for chopping firewood. I waited, turned to the trunk, and swung hard. VHHHNN. The recoil sent numbness through my entire arm. The axe nearly slipped from my grasp. Looking at my skinny, bony arm, I couldn't help but sigh resignedly. All right, I definitely overestimated myself. I'll cut it. Clover couldn't stand it any longer and snatched the axe away. I silently stepped aside, watching. Once my body was better, I had to train seriously, too embarrassing. Although small, Clover's strength was much greater than mine. Soon, a tall tree thunderously toppled. I immediately moved forward and pressed my hand against the trunk. Dismantle. A flash of white light, and the whole trunk turned into a pile of lumber. Whoa. I casually picked up a piece, said dismantle again. The lumber instantly turned into a round sphere. My eyes lit up. Isn't this processing it well? Building a house just got way easier. Clover was stunned too, then excitedly ran to chop more trees. I gathered the wood and began assembling the house. using the system to craft some iron nails and stones as hammers. In no time, the prototype of the wooden shack emerged. I plopped down, gasping for breath. Clover handed me 2 berries, her tail wagging like an afterimage. Clearly, she liked the new house. Boom! Suddenly a loud crash in the sky. I looked up and saw a white comet falling from the explosion of fireworks, crashing into the nearby woods. Warning, broken-winged angel. The system alarm sounded. I opened the map and saw a strange little figure in the forest. Something fell down. Clover said, "It happens often in the Edge world. Might be supplies. Want to check it out?" I nodded, and the 2 of us followed the map to the crash site. In a deep crater still steaming with heat lay an incredibly beautiful young girl. Her ice blue long hair spread out, wearing a tattered white coat, with a pair of enormous white wings stained with fresh blood behind her, and a faintly glowing yellow halo above her head. So this was what they meant by a fallen angel. Clover jumped down into the pit to check, her face solemn. "The injuries are severe, multiple fractures, possibly damaged internal organs." She looked up at me. "Jiangling, save her." I glanced at the system panel. Lucia, Electra, Race, Malira, Shooting level 6, Combat level 3, Intelligence level 20. Intelligence level 20. Clover was only level 4. This was a walking encyclopedia. Save her. Clover, with her medical skills at level 11, immediately set to work bandaging the wounds. The angel's white coat wasn't enough to stop the bleeding, so I tore 2 strips from my own shirt sleeves. At last, the bleeding was controlled. I picked her up and ran toward the base. Her body felt incredibly light, but her wings were ridiculously heavy. Back at the base, I shoved the angel into a dilapidated wooden cabin. Once the wings spread out, the space inside resembled a coffin. Clover went to fetch some herbs while I stared at this work of art for a while. Out of impudence, I plucked a feather and toyed with it. Soft and resilient, definitely comfortable as a blanket. A cold breeze swept through, making me shiver. I had torn off all my shirt sleeves. If this continued, I might catch a cold. Clover returned with the herbs and saw me shivering. Tilting her head, she came over and said, "Crouch down." I froze for a moment, then crouched. She rose onto her tiptoes and wrapped the scarf around her neck several times onto mine, then stepped back and smiled. "This scarf is very warm." The scarf still carried a faint scent of the herbs from her body. My heart warmed too. So far, the only woman who ever put a scarf on me had been my mother. "Aren't you cold?" "I have a windproof coat. No sharing. I'm very sensitive to cold." "Don't worry, I can't wear it anyway." I asked her again what kind of race Malira was. She shook her head. "There are too many races in the border world. I don't really know." No point probing further. She wouldn't harm me, and that was enough. The sun hadn't set, so I carried on repairing the cabin. The broken house had been taken over by the angel, and there was no way I'd squeeze in tonight. Working until the sun dipped west, I finally finished building a lakeside-style wooden cabin, reusing glass from the broken house for the windows. I also made a bedboard. No fabric, but good enough to sleep on. Clover peeked out to see it, the little mouse frozen in place. She rubbed her eyes and her eyes lit up. "Already finished?" I gestured a polite invitation. She rushed inside, spotted the bed, and immediately rolled on it like a girl who'd been homeless for years. "The cabin's pretty bare. I'll make some furniture another day." Clover, but she was already sleeping with steady breathing. Truly no guard up at all. I stared at the bedboard and suddenly hesitated. Why had I made a double bed from the start? It was like sleeping with her was just natural. Oh well, I wasn't losing out. I lay down. Clover sensed the warmth and immediately snuggled into my arms, a smile on her rosy cheeks. I stroked her soft white hair as sleepiness rose. Sleep. The next morning, I woke up. Clover was sleeping soundly, and I couldn't help but rub her head twice more. Addictive, no matter how much I touched her. In her dream, she even nuzzled my hand. The new day was filled with a sense of healing. Quietly, I got up, washed my face by the creek, then returned to the cabin to nibble on some wild berries. I pondered the day's tasks, find some stone to make a stove, see if I could dismantle that hibernation pod, and also prepare some weapons. According to Clover, the border world was full of pillaging and slaughter. Plenty of things to do. I glanced at the angel. She still lay quietly, like a piece of art. She hadn't woken yet. Surviving such severe injuries was already fortunate. I stepped closer to get a better look at her features. My gaze swept over her long legs wrapped in white stockings, her prominent chest, finally resting on her delicate face, an elegant nose, and beautiful ice blue eyes. Wait, ice blue eyes. I froze in place. She had opened her eyes without me noticing, silently staring back at me. Lucia Electra. In a daze, it felt as if she again heard that gentle voice. Congratulations, you have mastered all knowledge of a qualified Malira. Next, you will conduct a 10-year scientific research expedition on the surface. The surface environment is harsh. The tribes are brutal. One slip could cost you your life. During these 10 years, we provide no assistance. You can request help from other Malira, and you may still back out now. The scene shattered, and Lucia suddenly recalled. Right? I'm supposed to be on a surface research mission, but I should have already landed. Fragmented memories flooded in, attacked while breaking through the stratosphere. A shell hit her precisely. She plummeted in midair, her organs shattered, blood and life rapidly draining away. Before sinking into unconsciousness, she felt an unprecedented warmth in the cold, as if she had returned to the embrace of her ancestors. So I'm already dead? It's only the first day, and the scientific expedition is already over. I must be the most embarrassing Malira in history. But instead of fading away, her consciousness grew clearer. She struggled to open her eyelids, to see a moss-covered wooden ceiling, a cramped space narrow enough to be a toilet. Could it be she was abducted by the attackers? She tried to move, only to realize there was no sensation below her neck. Her heart sank. At that moment, noises came from outside the room. She held her breath and saw a figure enter. A pale, handsome sapien, raggedly dressed, shirt sleeves torn, but oddly wearing a scarf around his neck. If he didn't have wings, she might have thought he was a Malira. He looked nothing like the locals from the marginal world. I noticed her gaze and froze, awkwardly speaking. Ah, you woke up? Seeing her only opening her eyes without moving, I immediately calmed down. The wound hadn't healed, so she couldn't move. Who are you? Her voice was cool and melodious, full of vigilance. I backed away a bit. Just an ordinary colonist. I saw you fall from the sky and saved you. She clearly assessed my shabby appearance, relaxing her guard somewhat. Then Clover poked his head in. Ah, the bird person woke up. I'm not a bird person, I'm Malira. She was slightly annoyed. Malira? Clover looked at me. I shrugged. You guys don't even know the sky elf Malira? She was stunned. The two of us shook our heads honestly. Her eyes showed both caution and slight relief. Seemed like truly new colonists. Clover asked, "What's your name? How did you fall?" "My name is Anura." "Fake name," I interrupted bluntly. Her real name was clearly displayed on the system panel, Lucia Electra. Clover's face stiffened. A flicker of movement in his hand, and a dagger was poised. I patted his head, and only then did he sheath it. The angel sighed helplessly. "I didn't expect you to be so cautious." "Not cautious? You wouldn't survive here otherwise." I looked at the angel with a smile. "Don't worry, we mean no harm. We saved you. There's no need to hide these things, right?" After a moment of silence, she sighed. "Lucia Electra. Just call me Lucia." Clover tilted his head and asked, "Is Electra the surname?" Lucia twitched the corner of her mouth. "It's Electra." I could tell she was quite impatient with Clover, but spoke more politely to me. By the way, Clover's full system name was Ivy Clover, Ivy being the surname. Looks like different races have different naming orders too. I was shot down by a cannon shell in the stratosphere. Lucia said this briefly. I raised an eyebrow. You took a cannon shell and fell from the stratosphere, then woke up in one day? Of course, I'm a noble Malira. She looked proudly arrogant. I thought to myself, this angel's body is ridiculously tough. If she turns hostile after recovering, neither Clover nor I can stop her. Or should we take care of her while she can't move? Clover quietly drew his dagger, just waiting for my word. Lucia seemed to see through me and spoke immediately. Even in our worst state, Malira would never harm their saviors. Besides, there's nothing worth taking in your shabby colony. But you tried to fool us with a fake name from the start. I stroked my chin. She smiled faintly. I'm completely numb all over now. Killing me would be like killing a chicken. Probably paralysis. Takes 6 months to a year to recover by itself. Then you're just like a chicken right now. Clover's dagger appeared again. I hurriedly stopped him. Turns out this girl's distrust of strangers was stronger than I imagined. It actually touched me quite a bit. What do you want to say? I asked Lucia. You probably don't have decent technology, right? I have a large amount of tech blueprints in my mind. Help me get through the paralysis, and I'll give you the blueprints. If you find it troublesome, just leave me outside to fend for myself. Tech blueprints. Now it's the year 5500 AD. It's hard not to be tempted. The dog system is lazy and unreliable. I nodded. Good terms. But I have an additional condition. You join our colony. Then it's only natural we take care of you. Lucia probably sneered inwardly but had no choice. Fine. I'll join. The system in my mind did not respond. Seems words aren't enough. It needs genuine sincerity. But this was expected. All right then, let's talk about the blueprints. What's your terminal code? I'll send it through the terminal. Clover and I looked at each other blankly. What's a terminal? Lucia's face twitched. The chip implanted in your brain for communication. You guys don't even have that. Oh, so it's just a phone. But I really don't have one. This system can be used as a terminal. Terminal code at 251106. The dog system that had been playing dead finally spoke. I was momentarily speechless. How many functions does this thing really have? When I ask it, it doesn't respond, but it has to pop up by itself. I gave the terminal code to Lucia. She closed her eyes, and after a moment, my head buzzed as a bunch of new information appeared. Electricity blueprint obtained. Geothermal power generator blueprint obtained. Detected host unlocking electrical technology early. Obtained artificial seed blueprint. Corn seed ×1. Skill trainer. Planting ×1. Electricity blueprint. My eyes lit up. Looks like you got it. How do you feel? Lucia smiled. This is a huge help. Thank you. Trifolium came over. What blueprint is it? I excitedly rubbed her head. Electricity. We can use electricity now. Trifolium's eyes widened. She understood how important this was, completely unaware that I'd already rubbed her head several times. I glanced over the blueprints. The construction was ridiculously simple. Cables only require processed iron, and there were several iron ore deposits nearby. But the generator required a large number of parts, and productivity was the biggest problem. Lucia was useless, and Trifolium's manual construction skill was low. The only one who could actually work was me. To improve productivity, we needed to recruit help. But who would want to join a colony where even basic food security was a problem? Food security. A sudden idea struck me. Lucia, do colonists in the fringe worlds worry about food security? Except for a few technologically advanced colonies, most live day to day, especially during the drought season. Artificial seeds can't even grow, and every year, many die. Exactly. That's it. I looked at the corn seed given by the system. It adapts to fringe world soil. First harvest in 3 days, then once every 12 days. Are there no natural vegetables in the fringe worlds? Of course not. The only wild edibles are berries. Lucia's expression was strange. Why do you suddenly care about other people's food security? Just asking. I picked up a berry. Are you hungry? Want me to feed you? She was about to say no, but her stomach growled loudly. After a moment of silence, she turned red and looked away. Let that rat over there feed me. Trifolium brought over a few berries. Lucia obediently closed her eyes and opened her mouth, but after waiting a while, a berry smacked her forehead. Why are you holding your hand so far away? Trifolium said seriously. I've only taken care of people who were unconscious or dead, never someone who's awake. I'm nervous. Why don't you just treat me like a corpse? A corpse's mouth doesn't open and close like this. You close your mouth first. I can pry it open, put the berry in, then hold your chin and help you chew. Stop talking. Lucia shivered and quickly looked at me. You do it. I smiled and took over. Trifolium nodded. Then I'll go gather more. Wait. I took the bag of corn seeds from the storage and handed it to her. Try planting these in that abandoned field nearby. I checked her planting skill. Planting, level 3. It should be fine. Corn. Trifolium's tail wagged excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she hugged the seeds and dashed off. I looked back at Lucia. Lie down nicely, I'll feed you. What else can I do but lie here? She rolled her eyes. I placed some dry grass under her head and casually touched the golden halo above her head. My hand passed right through it. Interested in my halo? Born with it. What use is it? Born with it. No use, just a mark. Looking at her white wings, I thought the mark was already quite obvious. Squatting beside her in the tight space, I had to stay close. She obediently opened her mouth, and I fed her one berry at a time. Why are you suddenly so obedient? You're noisy. Are you the type who gets excited when scolded? Unfortunately, no. After feeding her, I stood up. Call me directly via the terminal if you need anything. Just as I was about to leave, she said with eyes closed, if you have no cloth, use leather to sew warm clothes. Homo sapiens are too fragile. Don't freeze to death. If you die, I won't do well either. I smiled. By the way, my name's Jiangling. That rat over there is called Trifolium. Not interested. Let's go. I stepped out of the shabby little hut. Behind me, she murmured softly, Jiangling. That's a strange name. Looking at my tattered shirt, I sighed. Time to hunt. If I couldn't do it myself, I'd have to rely on Trifolium. Plus, we could get some meat to add variety. By the edge of the field, Trifolium was lying flat, staring intently at the seeds just planted, waiting for them to sprout. I chuckled. Yeah, I want to eat corn soon. She wiped drool from the corner of her mouth. Staring won't make them grow faster. Come with me to the hibernation chamber. I'll see if I can dismantle it. Okay. She didn't hesitate. Along the way, we ran into some small animals. Nearing the hibernation chamber, I glanced at the real-time map and frowned. I raised my hand to stop her. Wait, someone's here. At the other end of the map, two figures were walking straight toward us. An alarm bell rang loudly in my heart. Hide first. We slipped into the bushes beside the cryopod. After a moment, two dark-skinned, burly men arrived in front of the pod. One of them was even bigger than me, like a humanoid beast. I immediately checked my skills. Abalago Naba, Darrow Race. Fighting, level 9. Shooting, level 2. Level 9 fighting. Considering that physique and little Clover's delicate frame, a chill ran down my spine. Nyaka's Frog, Darrow Race. Fighting, level 6. Shooting, level 9. Level 9 shooting. He most likely carried a gun. I just hoped these two were passing through, not bandits marauding colonies. Naba, look, a cryopod. Frog shouted excitedly. If we dismantle it, we can trade for silver and food. Naba stared silently at the pod. My heart ached. I glanced at Clover. My pupils suddenly contracted. In her hand, somehow, she was already holding a silvery weapon. Not a knife, but a revolver. Clover noticed my gaze, turned her head with golden eyes, as if asking, shall we act? I lowered my voice. You decide. Honestly, without knowing if they were friend or foe, I wanted to observe first. If they only wanted the pod, giving it didn't matter. Clover held the gun steady but didn't move. Her eyes were as cold as a predator's. The cryopod is empty, Naba suddenly said. Frog nodded. Yes, so? The people are gone. Naba showed a grim smile. They might be nearby. We can find them, tear them into strips, dry them into jerky, and store the food. Tear into strips? Make jerky? I froze for a few seconds before realizing the colonists were cannibals. A chill surged from the soles of my feet straight to my skull. No need to judge friend or foe anymore. Clover gripped the revolver tightly, ready to strike. I took a deep breath. How sure are you? 100%. Let's hit the skinny one first. He might have a gun. Clover nodded and slowly stood up. The bushes rustled. Frog suddenly looked over. Who's there? His hand already moved toward his waist. We'd been spotted. But Clover was faster, standing up and firing a shot. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the jungle. Birds scattered. The moment Frog's hand touched his gun's handle, a bullet punched through his forehead, blood gushing out. His entire face suddenly drenched scarlet, and he collapsed stiffly. Frog. Naba was snapping out of shock, trying to find cover. Clover had already appeared behind him like a phantom. She stepped on his back, leapt gracefully, and slashed his throat with a dagger like lightning. Puffed. Blood poured out. Naba clutched his neck desperately, unable to speak. His eyes wild. Then he tried to turn and see who had ambushed him. Clover plunged another blade into the back of his head, blood splattering onto her cold, pale face. Before falling, Naba only saw me stepping out of the bushes, but never saw who truly killed him. Looking at the two corpses and the blood-covered ground, my stomach convulsed. Although scenes like this were common in the fringe world, I still had to slowly get used to it. Clover wiped the blood from her dagger and walked over. You don't feel well? To be honest, it's my first time seeing a corpse with my own eyes. I forced a smile, crouched down, and wiped the blood off her face. You're not hurt, right? She flushed a little, but didn't pull away while I touched her face. No. One level 12 fighting, one level 9 fighting. Just 3 levels difference, yet she handled them both easily. Seems the skill level system doesn't properly reflect actual combat power. After cleaning up, my heart softened, and I gently hugged her. Clover lifted her head. What's wrong? Nothing. Just feeling really lucky to have met you first. If she hadn't opened my cryopod, if I had come 2 days later, those two would have opened it first, and I would have been torn into strips and made into jerky. At that time, no system could save me. Thinking this, I held her tighter. She let me hold her, and after a long moment, whispered softly, "Actually, I feel lucky to have met you too. If not for me, she'd still be living alone in a dilapidated shack, eating berries, and lonely until one day exposed as a corpse in the wilds." She had already been indifferent to death, but now, hearing my heartbeat, she suddenly no longer wanted to die. She wanted to live in this world. Why? After holding her for a long time, we finally separated. Looking at the two bodies again, I no longer felt as uneasy. Clover, however, fell silent and followed me blankly. Suddenly recalling something, she ran over to the corpses. I stepped to the cryopod, pressed my hand on it, and focused my mind. Disassemble. A flash of white light, and the hibernation pod transformed into a pile of materials, processed iron, an unknown kind of steel, silver, and some components. The structure was simpler than I had imagined. I picked up the steel piece and held it under the sunlight. Once broken down, it became a prism-shaped strip, pale blue, like cloudy glass but opaque, and surprisingly light in my hand. "This is fiberglass steel." Clover's voice came from behind me. "It's a very hard metal, very sharp when made into weapons." "Weapons, huh? Too bad I don't have a forging table yet. The system can only shape things, but without forging, the strength is questionable. I'll hold on to it for now." I put the fiberglass steel back and was just thinking about how to carry it back when I suddenly remembered. "Dog system, can your space be used? Currently provides 1 cubic meter of storage space. Please actively expand your colony for more capacity. Food stored inside does not rot, but living creatures cannot be stored." Damn, you wouldn't tell me unless I asked. Felt like I was playing some cruel game without a tutorial, and every so often it's a matter of life and death. But 1 cubic meter is enough. I waved my hand. White light enveloped us, and the pile of materials vanished. Clover's ears twitched. "What's that?" "A kind of storage tech, my technology. Why didn't you use it before?" I coughed awkwardly twice. "I'm not very familiar with this tech yet. Just discovered this function." "Oh." Clover trusted me as always and didn't press further. She handed me something. "Jiangling, this is for you." It was a pistol holster with the grip still sticking out. I'd taken it off the frog. My first time holding a gun, I pulled it out and looked at it. Pitch black, couldn't tell the model, but the structure was about what I imagined. Even in the 56th century, guns still looked like these classics. "And here are the bullets," she added, handing over a small handful of round-nosed rounds. "Ammo is limited, use sparingly." Thinking of my level 3 marksmanship and 0 combat experience, I nodded. Unless it's life or death, pulling the trigger is just wasting bullets. Clover really did trust me like always. Even though I'm thin and weak, with a gun I could actually pose a threat to her, she didn't hesitate to give it to me. I didn't shove the gun back in the pack, but stored it along with the bullets in the system space. Clover adapted quickly to technology. I've searched those two people, nothing else. Should we head back? I stared at the live map at the animals and thought for a moment. "Clover, do me a favor. Hunt an animal and bring it back. I need the hide for clothes." She sized up my tattered clothes and suddenly understood. "Right. Jiangling, you go back first, I'll hunt." "Thanks for the trouble." "No problem." Although she said that, she still escorted me out of the jungle before heading off to hunt. I returned to the colony alone and first took the materials out of the space storage and piled them neatly. Keeping the 1 cubic meter free for food storage seemed better. No time to waste. I searched for stones, broke them down, and processed them into stone bricks, made an iron pot from iron, and built a simple outdoor stove. The unforged iron pot wasn't durable, but good enough for cooking. The stove had to stay outdoors. I wasn't brave enough to put it inside. Then I gathered wood and iron and started building a sewing table based on the blueprint in my mind. Glancing at the map, Clover was lurking beside a blue-furred bovine, a snow ox. Just by the name, it was cold-resistant, so she had definitely picked her prey carefully. I couldn't slack off either. After a few hours, the sewing table was finished. I wiped the sweat off my brow, feeling quite satisfied. Checking the map again, the snow ox was down, and Clover was dragging it back, dragging a whole cow. I tapped my head and hurried over. Not far off, I saw her dragging the snow ox and caught up to help haul it back to the colony. Her face was flushed and she was panting heavily. Is this enough meat? More than enough. I rubbed her head apologetically. Thanks for the hard work. Take a break. That cow must weigh over 300 kilograms, at least. No idea how she dragged it back alone. My bad. I was so focused on her hunting, I forgot about the transport issue. Clover nodded and went inside to get 2 berries, sitting beside me, eating and curiously eyeing the new stove and sewing table. I circled the snow ox. Only 1 bullet hole in its face, a clean kill. Placing my hand on it, I silently ordered decomposition. A flash of white light, and the hide, flesh, and bones separated neatly. It could be directly decomposed? I breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I'd have to make a slaughtering table. But the blood hadn't drained yet. It was a messy, bloody sight. And having just seen a corpse, I felt uneasy again. The hide was stained with blood and needed cleaning and sun-drying before sewing. Until then, looking at the pile of beef, I smiled. Clover, want to eat some meat? Meat? She suddenly stood up, eyes shining. Yes, I want some. All right. Today we eat beef. There were no seasonings. I mashed the berries into jam and spread it on the steaks, hoping it would add some flavor. Lighting the stove, I dropped the beef in the pan, and with a sizzle, a rich aroma filled the air. Clover sat beside me, swallowing constantly. Lucia in the dilapidated shack also caught a whiff of the aroma. She swallowed hard and closed her eyes helplessly. These two, surely they haven't forgotten there's a patient here, right? While grilling, I asked, Mitsuba, have you ever grilled meat by yourself before? Given her skills, she should definitely be able to hunt alone, but seeing her like this, it seemed she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. The system panel mentioned she couldn't engage in cooking. Surely she couldn't have failed even at grilling meat, right? I've tried, she pouted. It either blazed into charcoal or was undercooked and wasted a lot of bullets. Me. All right then, people really do differ. After finishing grilling, I slathered some jam on the meat and handed it to her. There were no utensils, but she didn't mind. She grabbed it with her bare hands and devoured it heartily. I threaded a few pieces of beef on a wooden skewer, moving the iron pan aside to grill carefully. This was specially prepared for the patient inside the shack. Since Lucia couldn't gnaw like Mitsuba, I made it into skewers for her. Once ready, I knocked on the door of the shack. Come in. No need to knock, Lucia said helplessly. All I do is sleep or zone out. I can't do anything else. Got used to it. Thirsty. If I get thirsty, I'll use the terminal to call you. She felt inwardly amused. Knocking on doors had become a habit. What kind of civilized society had this guy lived in before? Surviving in this fringe world was a miracle. Look what I brought you. I pulled out the meat skewer. You're lucky. On your first day joining, you're getting meat. If that counts as luck, I'd rather not have it. Look on the bright side. It's at least not the worst case, right? I held the skewer to her lips, open wide. I even took the trouble to skewer it nicely. This guy was surprisingly considerate. Lucia bit into it, chewing carefully, her eyes widening slightly. What did you put on this? I gave a thumbs up. Jam. I added jam. Are you seriously playing on a joke from thousands of years ago? Me. Joking with no one getting it. This must be the curse of a time traveler. Feeling a little down, I fed her the meat skewer and water. Before leaving, I showed her the fiberglass. Fiberglass. Nice material. What do you want to do with it? Weapons. I don't know. Wanted to hear your opinion. She looked at it for a moment. Keep it for now. You don't need it yet. Collect more, and when my body's better, I can make some good stuff for you. She left me with a cliffhanger. I didn't ask further and put the fiberglass away safely. Good stuff? I was quite looking forward to it. It should be something from the 56th century. I'm heading out now. Let me know if you need anything else. Anything else, huh? This time, Lucia didn't decline outright. Her cheeks flushed as she hesitated. That. What is it? She closed her eyes, seeming a bit embarrassed. You go out first and let that rat tribe come in. Oh, okay. Stepping outside, Mitsuba had already finished the entire steak. lying comfortably on the ground rubbing her belly. How was it? Delicious. She squinted happily. I've never eaten anything this good before. Seems she'd lived a truly miserable life before. Can you get up? Lucia is looking for you. Oh, okay. Mitsuba got up and went inside. A moment later, she came out carrying a bunch of things, a handful of dry grass, a skirt, a pair of white stockings, and a pair of white panties. She turned and explained, the dry grass was wet and needed replacing. The clothes are quick dry material, dry in an hour and can be worn again. Me. No, you actually don't need to explain that to me. Now I understood why Lucia insisted on finding Mitsuba. She needed to eat too. There was no avoiding it. But why hadn't I caught any smell when I fed her earlier? Moreover, since she'd taken off her underwear, then what was Lucia doing inside the shack right now? Ahem. I coughed lightly and rubbed my nose to dispel the impure thoughts. Mitsuba looked puzzled. Got a cold? Nothing. I have to deal with the snow cowhide too. Let's do it together. By the riverside, she washed the clothes while I cleaned the hide. Looking upstream, I suddenly said, since there's a river, could there be other colonies up there? I once explored far around while gathering food, including upstream. No sign of humans. So those two colonists we met today, their colony isn't nearby? She nodded. Not nearby, but they should be close enough. They probably came after hearing the commotion in the sky yesterday. The commotion yesterday, that was when Lucia was bombed out of the sky. I fell silent, knowing the colony they came from would surely send people once they noticed the two missing. Luckily, before leaving, we buried the bodies. But as the colony grows, discovery is just a matter of time. Once the clothes are sewn, we'll need to hurry and forge weapons and tools. She finished the laundry. I cleaned the cowhide and hung it to dry overnight. Tomorrow it could be sewn. The remaining beef went into the system storage. It's prone to spoiling, so this was perfect. With everything done, I stretched, watching the sunset, thinking I could sleep now. Suddenly, an alarm blared in my mind. Warning, unknown colonist entering the colony territory. I was stunned for a moment, opened the map, and indeed saw a strange little figure, located to the west, the same place where I had encountered those two people during the daytime. A shiver ran down my spine as I tapped open the other party's information. Devin Gonsar. Race, Homo sapiens. Shooting, none. Incapable of violent actions. Melee, none. Incapable of violent actions. Me? What is this guy doing here? Although his stats posed no threat, I decided to take the initiative. Clover, there's an unfamiliar colonist approaching. Her originally lazy expression instantly sharpened. She pulled out her pistol, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Where? West side, let's go. In the jungle, a thin brown-haired man wearing a pristine monk's robe wandered around without any weapons. Traveling alone like this in the frontier world was tantamount to courting death, so he looked especially suspicious. After searching for a long time, he finally found a pit caused by a recent fall, still containing some dried bloodstains. The pit is recent, it should be here, but where is the sky elf? Taken by a beast? Or picked up by nearby colonists? Suddenly, a sound came from behind. He quickly turned around. A black-haired man wearing a thin shirt appeared behind him without him noticing. A black muzzle of a gun pointed at him. Don't move. Who are you? I demanded coldly. Hey, I mean no harm. He quickly raised his hands. I'm a missionary from the Celestial Feather Church, Devin Gonsar, here searching for a possibly injured sky elf. It was clear he didn't want conflict. In just 2 sentences, he fully disclosed his identity and purpose. I slightly relaxed my brow and lowered my gun. Celestial Feather Church. Searching for an injured sky elf must mean Lucia. Was this church related to Malira? But I thought Malira didn't have good relations with the surface races. Clover stayed hidden in the shadows, her revolver aimed at his head. This was my plan. I would negotiate openly. She would watch silently, ready to shoot if he made any sudden moves. Although I didn't raise my gun again, Devin kept both hands up in peace. Friend, you're new to the frontier world, aren't you? I said nothing, staring coldly at him. Yet his face showed a friendly smile, with no trace of disdain for my tattered clothes. Let me introduce ourselves. Our Celestial Feather Church reveres the Sky Elves. Many years ago, we maintained close contact with them, gaining supreme knowledge and power, leading to great glory. Later, they cut off communication with us. But we have continued to search for signs of the Sky Elves. earnestly hoping to be noticed by them again. His expression grew fervent. Friend, join the Celestial Feather Church, and when we regain their favor, you shall obtain knowledge beyond lifelong reach. Stop, I quickly interrupted. The sky elves you mention, do they really exist? Or are you just repeating rumors, never having seen them with your own eyes? Up. His expression froze awkwardly, then quickly responded, absolutely real. I'm here because the church detected traces of her. He suddenly remembered the main issue. Friend, have you seen any sky elves nearby? According to the files, they live in the Sky City Kaleidо, bear pure white wings on their backs, halos shining above their heads. Their beauty eclipses all on the surface. Sky City Kaleidо? Lucia had never mentioned that. I shook my head expressionlessly. Never seen one. How could such a race even exist? The world is vast and full of wonders, friend. Devin smiled again. What's your name? Jiangling. Jiangling? Is that your surname or given name? Jiang is the surname. Ling is the given name. I see. Ling, shall we exchange terminal codes? True to a missionary's nature, his knack for schmoozing and climbing the social ladder was impressive. I glanced at his stats again. Social, level 10. Devin had already given his terminal code. Sorry for invading your colony territory. We at the Celestial Feather Church cherish peace. Ling, please don't bear any grudges because of this. I inwardly scoffed. In such a chaotic frontier world, could there really exist a faction that loves peace? Before he left, Devin still wasn't giving up. Ling, have you really thought about joining the Celestial Feather Church? I shook my head, not interested. Then keep in touch when you have time. He said this and turned to leave, as if he wasn't afraid of me shooting him in the back. Once his figure disappeared, Clover snuck out from hiding. He's here looking for that bird person? I nodded. Lucia is very important to them, and he's already starting to suspect she's with us. Then why didn't you just get rid of him earlier? Clover made a throat-cutting gesture. I smiled and patted her head. Now's not the time to make enemies. Let's go back. Back at the colony, I told Lucia about the Celestial Feather Church. She frowned slightly. Jiangling, trust me, don't get too close to the Celestial Feather Church. Of course I trust you, which is why I kept your existence a secret just now. Rukia said faintly. If they really had a way to track Malira, how come they could only find where I fell, but not this rundown shack? That shell was probably their doing, and my paralysis must be related to that shell. A chill ran through me. I had done the right thing hiding her existence. So in that case, I should be thanking you, Rukia said, her icy blue eyes fixed on me. Otherwise, even if I didn't die of blood loss, I'd have already been taken by the church. I was stunned. Isn't this situation basically the same as when I first landed in this marginal world? Except I met Clover. I smiled and said, you're now part of the colony. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Rukia's eyes trembled slightly, then she closed them. It's getting dark. I need to rest. I closed the door and left. Inside, Rukia opened her eyes again, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep for a long time. Year 5500 AD, day 10 of Emerald Elephant, early morning. Spring was more than half gone, and the weather was warmer. I got up early, washed my face, ate a few berries, and took down the snow cowhide that had been drying overnight. Today, I could finally make a decent set of clothes. I wanted to make a snow cowhide coat. While I was busy, Clover woke up too. She couldn't help much, but sat quietly beside me, watching silently. Watching me so earnest, Clover was somewhat dazed. This man was weak, so weak she didn't feel the slightest threat from him and even thought he wouldn't survive more than 2 days. That was why she brought him back to the colony. At first, she was quite helpless. He knew nothing, ate a lot, couldn't even chop down a tree, and his hands were restless, always reaching out to touch her head. But after spending a day together, she began to feel this man was reliable, smart, good at cooking, good at negotiating, and brought direction to the colony. Optimistic to a fault. Clover originally thought she would protect him, but now, being with him made her feel unusually safe. Her empty heart seemed to be filled with something. She didn't even mind being touched on the head anymore. Deep down, she felt a small bit of joy. This feeling was like truly being alive. Clover? Clover. My voice pulled her back to reality. I looked at her, puzzled. Daydreaming in broad daylight. Didn't sleep well. She shook her head. Just thinking. I smiled and took out a blue scarf. Look, I made this with snow cow hair. It's for you as a gift. I squatted down and looped the scarf repeatedly around her neck. She obediently stayed still, staring into my eyes. How is it? Clover buried half her face in the scarf and whispered, so warm, warmer than my old one. As long as you like it. I rose to leave. Suddenly, Clover grabbed my right hand and silently placed it on her head. Feeling the warmth in my palm, her eyes curved into crescent moons, and she smiled. That smile was as bright as sunlight, something I'd never forget. She whispered, being alive feels really good. I was stunned, didn't ask what she meant, just ruffled her hair. Yeah, it does. So let's live together, okay? Clover pressed her lips together and nodded firmly. By noon, the cowhide coat and pants were finally done, solving most of the cold problem. Though the sewing was rough and had a few patches, they were wearable. After changing into the new clothes, I stretched, feeling radiant. I checked the real-time map. Clover was wandering near the colony, probably picking up stuff. Looking up at the sun, oh no, I forgot to feed Rukia. I hurried to the shack and awkwardly knocked on the door. No reply. Knocked again, still no answer. I pushed the door open. A pair of icy blue eyes quietly stared at me. I thought you were planning to starve me here. So she was sulking. I scratched my head. I was busy sewing this morning and lost track of time. You could have used the terminal to remind me. Rukia's expression was blank. Do I look like someone who would actively ask for help? Don't treat this personality flaw like a virtue. I grabbed some berries and sat beside her. All right, my fault. Open your mouth. Someone said yesterday they'd protect me, and today they leave me hungry. I quickly stuffed berries into her mouth. Honestly, when Rukia threw little fits at me, I was rather happy. It meant our relationship was closer. After eating the berries, her anger faded. The cold solved. What's the next step? I pinched my chin. Make production tools, then figure out a way to build a geothermal generator. With electricity, weapons forging and clothing making would become much more efficient. But just one geothermal generator required more parts and materials than we had. The biggest problem was still productivity. Rukia nodded in agreement, then cut straight to the point. You're seriously short on manpower, right? I nodded helplessly. There are quite a few refugees and wanderers from the border worlds. Keep an eye out. As long as they can get a full meal, most of them are willing to join. As I stood up to leave, I glanced at the cramped space where Rukia was staying. Shall we change to a more spacious spot? Just thinking about lying here from morning till night in a place like this almost gave me claustrophobia. But Rukia refused outright. This place is fine, quiet, not easily disturbed. And judging by your momentum, sooner or later visitors from other colonies will come by. I don't recommend revealing my information to them. I was taken aback. Visitors from other colonies? Yeah, not all colonies are mortal enemies. Many send trade caravans to conduct business. If you run into them, try to establish contacts. It'll help a lot in the long run. So even in chaotic times, there are caravans. But any force capable of organizing caravans in a place like this has to be formidable. In the afternoon, I made a handmade forging table, intending to craft a mining pick. Hand forging meant traditional methods, smelting iron into molds. But the smelting alone nearly killed me. By sunset, Clover came back holding some berries, and I had finally managed to finish the iron pick. Sweating profusely, I collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. No way. I need to get an electric forging table done quickly, or this will always be a nightmare. Clover ran over and handed me the berries. Good job. I finished them in a few bites, then sat up and asked, Clover, do you have anything that can dismantle parts? Parts? Wait a sec. She thought for a moment, then ran behind the broken house. Not long after, she emerged carrying something about half her size. Will this work? I looked, an air conditioning outdoor unit. She dropped it on the ground and ran back to fetch more. Discarded prosthetics, various mechanical parts, even a small robot? Clover, wait. Looking at the towering pile of junk, I felt a bit embarrassed. Where did you find all these broken things? When gathering food, I picked up what I thought might be useful and brought them all back. I pointed behind the house. How do you store them? Tilting her head, she said matter-of-factly, buried in the soil. I was speechless. Opening the real-time map, the once flat ground behind the house was now full of pits and bumps. Looking at Clover's fingernails, they were still caked with dirt. No wonder she's a rat. Even the habit of scavenging trash is the same. But to me now, this pile wasn't rubbish. I patted her little head. Thank you, Clover. I'm glad to help. I sorted through this mountain of treasures. Useless stuff I dismantled, useful ones picked out. After dismantling, the headache of parts for the geothermal generator was finally solved, thanks entirely to Clover. Now, only the iron was missing. Checking the map, there was a natural iron ore-rich area to the east, and not far from it, an intermittent geothermal spring, perfect for placing the generator. But it was already dark. Mining would have to wait until tomorrow. Carrying the little robot, I excitedly ran to the broken house. Rukia, look at this. She only glanced at it. Transport machine, scrapped. Dismantle it. I felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped on me. Can it be repaired? The core is ruined. It's just an empty shell. Repairing it would take as long as building a new one. Besides, you haven't even got power sorted yet. Don't think about mechanical units. All right then. I tossed the transport machine aside. Actually, I hadn't expected it to work. It was just that it was the first time I saw such a tech artifact from this era, so I was a bit excited. Rukia happened to have something on her mind. From the noises outside, do you have all the materials for the geothermal generator? The parts are enough. Just missing iron. I'll go mine it tomorrow. Her tone suddenly grew serious. Finish the power setup as soon as possible, then put weapons on the agenda. It was the first time I heard her so serious. What's wrong? I just intercepted a message. A tribe of flame demon species has been rampaging everywhere, burning and killing. They've already raised 2 colonies. Their activity range is right south of you. My expression also turned stern. What kind of race are the flame demons? They're violent, can spit fire, and only have primitive technology. The 2 colonies they destroyed were poorly defended. Similar to us? Even worse, but still stronger than you. Just their numbers alone are on a different scale. I awkwardly scratched my head. All right then. But if you speed up development, it's not impossible to resist them. Rukia suddenly grinned mischievously. Of course, you could also abandon the outpost immediately and find another place to settle. I flat out ignored the second half. I have a chance to resist. Their weapon level is only basic firearms. Basic firearms aren't something I can handle right now, either. Don't rush. The biggest feature of the marginal world is that danger and opportunity coexist, Lucia smiled. You stay here. As the flame demon species burn and kill, refugees will flee here, giving you the chance to expand your manpower. As long as productivity keeps up, I can provide you with blueprints for weapons that will crush them. Or, you could try to establish relations with powerful factions and borrow their firepower to wipe out the flame demons. I dare not think about making political ties right now. But powerful weapon blueprints? That's something to look forward to. The weather in the marginal world is unpredictable. The day was fine, but suddenly heavy rain poured at midnight. I lay on the wooden planks, staring at the ceiling. The pure wooden ceiling was indeed leaking, occasionally a drop falling on my face. Pure torture. This house won't do. I turned my head toward Clover. She was sleeping soundly, curled up even tighter than usual. I wondered how Lucia was doing. The leaking would certainly be worse in her broken hut, especially since I had taken off the window. I took off my cowhide coat and covered Clover with it, then took out another piece of fur and stepped outside into the rain. Pushing open the broken door, just as I thought, the leaking was far worse here. Rainwater poured in through the ceiling and window frames, drenching Lucia's clothes. But she lay still, as if she couldn't do anything else, eyes closed, breathing steadily. My gaze reluctantly drifted downward. Even without moonlight, I vaguely saw her fair legs beneath the soaked white silk stockings. I looked away and silently muttered an apology, covering her with the fur. The snow cowhide fur was soft and warm, perfect as a blanket. I'll have to take the time to use leather to block the window frame. Between leaks and wind, I was causing her too much trouble. Just as I finished covering her and stood up, 2 icy blue beams of light suddenly lit up inside the house. I froze. Did I wake you? No, I overslept during the day. Lucia said coolly. Your concern is unnecessary. Malira is not afraid of cold or heat. A little rain means nothing. You could even leave me outside. Truly an amazing species. That being rained on must be annoying, though. On the contrary, after being cooped up inside so long, the natural outdoor atmosphere actually calms me. Then should I take the fur away? No, leave it like this. I accept your kindness. She closed her eyes. I said goodnight and shut the door. Good night. Only after a long silence did her voice respond from inside the hut, but I couldn't hear it anymore. Though my body felt numb, looking at the fur covering her, an inexplicable warmth filled Lucia's heart. She was always optimistic and had quickly accepted the situation, even somewhat enjoying it. And the main reason she could be happy was Jiangling. Every time this man came barging and asking all sorts of questions or chatting with her when there was nothing to do, her heart filled with genuine joy, never a trace of impatience. She even teased him occasionally. She didn't know when she started unconsciously focusing her attention on the door, hoping it would open the next moment. That man would appear, ask questions, chat, or do something extra for her. Was she just too bored? No, it didn't seem entirely so. Lucia, always clear-headed, was now completely overwhelmed, stuck by some invisible force. She stared at the leaking ceiling and listened to the rain and wind, sleepless all night. The next morning I woke up. The rain had stopped, but the cooling made me shiver and shrug my shoulders. I turned to get my cowhide coat, only to see it clutched tightly in Clover's arms, her little face buried in it. I covered you with this so you wouldn't freeze, not to be your pillow. I tried to pull the coat from her embrace, but the little one scrunched her face in her sleep and hugged it tighter. Fine, the coat's yours. I rubbed her furry ears and got up to leave. After washing up, I headed straight to the field to check the corn. The system said these seeds would mature in 3 days. Today was the second day. When the lush green corn stalks came into view, I was stunned. Far taller than me. The husks were green, the cobs full. Crops in the marginal world didn't have pests yet. Stable food supply secured. I was so excited I wanted to pan-fry some beef to celebrate. But the rain had ruined the outdoor stove, and I couldn't light any wood. Forget it. I'd just keep eating berries. After stuffing a few berries into my mouth, I walked to Lucia's broken hut to feed her. At the moment I pushed the door, my eyes met with Lucia's eyes, which were wide open. The next second, she quickly looked away. Me? Did I do something wrong? Why do you ask? You just looked like you didn't want to look at me. No, nothing. It's just, she hesitated, then said bluntly, yes, I just didn't want to look at you. I sighed. This is the first time in my life I work like a beast of burden and still get disliked. Enough. I plopped down beside her, lifted her bangs, and touched her forehead. You seem distracted. You're not actually catching a cold, are you? Cool to the touch, no fever. Her skin was pretty smooth too. A pinch would definitely be springy. Lucia stared at me with dead fish eyes. Enough poking. I quickly withdrew my hand and forced a dry laugh. Haha, no fever, that's good. I told you, Malira isn't afraid of hot or cold. All right. The Honorable Lady Malira is immune to all illnesses. Let me serve you breakfast then. I picked up a berry. Open your mouth. Surprisingly, Lucia puffed out her cheeks, clearly annoyed by my childish coaxing. The sudden contrast left me momentarily stunned. Why stop feeding me? She urged. Oh, okay. I snapped back to my senses and started feeding her again. After finishing, we headed out. Clover had also woken up, clutching my coat outside with a flushed face. It looked like she was fully aware of what she had done. I smiled without mentioning the coat, took it from her, and put it on. Let's go mining. Clover nodded emphatically. Let's go. We set off eastward from the colony. After some walking, a massive rock wall loomed ahead. The map showed it was a huge, regular-shaped boulder, like a meteorite that had crashed down, packed with iron or inside. I swung my pickaxe fiercely and started digging. Half an hour later, I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Before crossing, I worked daily at construction sites as a civil engineer, so I was in much better shape than most. Now, my limbs were thin as sticks. I was out of breath after a few steps. Did I really sleep for over 3,000 years in the sleep pod? Clover silently stepped forward and picked up the pickaxe. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as a chunk of iron or hit the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The pickaxe swung so fast she left after images, or chunks kept rolling to her feet. I watched dumbfounded. Right, her mining skill was level 5. I glanced at my own level 10 construction skill, but it didn't feel that impressive. Still, with her help, I could focus on other tasks. I grabbed a piece of ore and tried saying, disassemble. A white light flashed, transforming the iron ore into raw iron and stone slag. Useful. This saves the step of refining the ore. Next up was the geothermal generator. The map indicated a nearby intermittent geothermal spring. After greeting Clover, I quickly located the spot. Calling it a spring was generous. It was just an opening slightly larger than a sewer grate. As I approached, a burst of white steam jetted out, hot air slapping my face. It was dangerous. Too close, and I'd be roasted. I sat down a safe distance away and started assembling parts according to the blueprint in my head. This was way harder than building a wooden house. Having zero experience, I had to proceed step by step. The entire morning passed like that, testing and correcting the fit between parts, wasting quite a bit of iron. Finally, my head throbbed too much, so I lay on the ground rubbing my temples. If only the damn system had a one-click building function. No response from the system. It seemed that feature didn't exist. Looking up, the sun was already at its zenith. I wondered how Clover was doing. I hurried back. She was sitting nearby resting, sweat beads on her face, with iron ore piled like a small mountain beside her. The pit she'd mined out was big enough to hold a person. Her efficiency was terrifying. I quickened my pace. Thanks for your hard work. She shook her head with a smile. Glad to be useful. Still panting a bit. I gently rubbed her head in sympathy. Hungry? How about grilled meat for lunch? Grilled meat. Clover's eyes immediately sparkled. Yes. I quickly gathered wood for a campfire, took out beef and berries from storage, and started roasting. Since Clover didn't know how to cook, she just sat beside me, watching eagerly. Meanwhile, about a kilometer south in the forest, a 4-member rat clan merchant caravan was struggling forward. They were all wounded. One blonde rat was covered in blood and unconscious, carried on a companion's back. I didn't know about them yet. Done roasting here. I handed a skewer of beef to Clover. She took it and bit into it eagerly, her face full of bliss. Just as I watched her, I suddenly frowned and stood up. Clover, wait. A group of colonists just appeared nearby. Her expression tightened instantly, standing up with murderous intent. Where? South. Let me check for rats. What kind of rats? I opened the info panel. Snow rats. Shooting skill 5, melee 10, not weaklings. Snow rats? Are they a branch of your rat clan? Clover nodded. Most of them live in cold regions and have built an Edelweiss kingdom in the Northern Territory. Looking at the map, those rats seem to have spotted our cooking smoke and were heading straight here. One of them was injured too. I recalled what Lucia said yesterday. Demon raids cause refugees to appear. This might be a chance to expand our numbers. Clover, how do rats generally view unfamiliar colonists? They're relatively friendly unless attacked. They usually don't initiate conflict. The rat clan has a large population and territory and isn't interested in invasion. I nodded. I want to make contact with them. All right. She didn't hesitate and pulled out her revolver. I'll protect you. Her trust warmed my heart. I'm not planning to make contact recklessly yet. Let's be cautious and wait. I stopped mid-sentence. The 4 rat people stopped too, and one with flaxen long hair walked towards me alone. I smiled. No need to approach them. They came to us. When Clover saw the approaching figure, she immediately raised her revolver to aim. The other party hurriedly raised both hands to show no hostility. I gestured for her to lower the gun and stepped forward. Clover hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. As I got closer, I sized up the other, about the same height as Clover, with flaxen long hair, fluffy and furry. What's wrong? I asked as she stared blankly at me. She snapped out of it. Nothing. I'm Amin. Her voice was hoarse, like she hadn't rested in a long time. My name's Jiangling. What do you want from me? We need help. She recognized me as the leader, folding her hands together and pleading. We're a merchant caravan from the Edelweiss kingdom. We were attacked by flame demons while heading south. One companion is badly injured, could die any time. So it was related to the flame demons after all. I silently thanked those flame demons I encountered earlier. You need treatment for the injured? Yes. She nodded vigorously. We hope to recuperate in your colony for a few days and leave once healed. We will pay. Though we don't have money now, we'll do anything, please. Just a few days to recuperate, huh? That's a pity. But maybe if I try to entice them, there's a chance? And willing to do anything. The geothermal generator immediately popped into my mind. Perfect timing. Hand over your weapons first, then bring the injured over. Amin didn't object, turning to rejoin her companions. Moments later, the rat group came forward and put 2 crossbows, 3 small knives, and some bolts on the ground. All the weapons are here. Want to frisk them? I put the weapons into my space. No need. Bring the injured over. A rat with the same hair color as Almond but much sharper brows stepped forward and carefully laid down a golden-haired rat covered in blood on her back. Please help. At first, I thought this was a delicate-looking rat male, but hearing the voice I realized she was a girl too. What do rat males even look like? I haven't seen a single one. Her name was Woodbine, sharing Almond's surname. They were sisters. Woodbine noticed me scrutinizing her and glared back. Hey, what are you looking at? Curious if you two are sisters. I'm the seventh child at home. Elder sister Almond is 2 years older and the eldest. Huh, seventh child? 7 born in 2 years. No wonder they're rats. Goor. A rumble from her stomach made Woodbine blush as she lowered her head. We've only been able to gather berries on the way. Everyone's starving. I took a few berries out of my space and handed them over. Eat first. Thanks. She blushed as she took them and immediately started eating. I smiled and ruffled her short hair. It wasn't as soft as Clover's, but still nice, fluffy. Just then, someone tugged my clothes. Looking down, a smaller rat than the others was pulling on my jacket corner. A dusty little face lifted up, so tender like a child, with long black hair and a leaf stuck on it. A loli among lolas? The little one summoned courage and whispered, I'm hungry too. Without hesitation, I handed her a few more berries. She uttered thanks and devoured them with big bites, obviously starved badly. I crouched down. What's your name? Raspberry. While I was building rapport here, Clover was checking the injured. After treating Walnut's wound, she said to Almond, the infection is serious. She needs to be taken back to the base for treatment and rest immediately. I stepped over. Back to the colony immediately. Rat lives are precious. Carrying Walnut on my back, the group headed to the base. She was so light, almost weightless. When we arrived, Almond and her group looked a bit stunned. A decent wooden house, a shabby hut that looked like a toilet, and a cornfield. That's it. And in the whole colony, only me and Clover? But the rat people were always friendly to those who helped them, with no ill intent. We placed Walnut on the only wooden bed. Clover soon looked for herbal medicine to treat her. We squatted outside the house so as not to disturb. After over an hour, Clover came out. The wounds are basically treated. Thank you so much. Almond clasped her hands and bowed. Please, you have to cure Walnut. I can't guarantee it. Whether she survives depends on herself. It's okay. Walnut is very strong. Almond was surprisingly confident. Clover nodded and looked at me. The talkative part was mine. I stepped forward. Under the conditions, you must stay and help in the next few days. We won't leave before Walnut recovers. What do you want us to do? There's plenty to do. First, I pointed to the wooden hut behind us. If you want to stay overnight, you have to build your own house. Woodbine looked at the shabby little hut. Actually, we can squeeze into that tiny room. That room is off limits. I immediately vetoed. Don't be curious about what's inside, and definitely don't peek. Seeing my seriousness, the 3 mice nodded repeatedly, even feeling a bit chilled. Could there be something terrifying in that room? Almond said, no problem building the house. If it's just a place to live, 1 day is enough. Good, come to me for materials. I can provide both stone and wood. The 3 mice obediently sat down and listened to my arrangements. After the house is built, I still have other tasks, but before that, I took out a big chunk of beef from my space and said, everyone must be hungry, right? Today we're having beef. Meat. The 3 mice's eyes instantly lit up, their mouths almost watering. Ever since the flame demon assault, they hadn't had a proper meal in days. Almond wiped her mouth and looked embarrassed. Actually, a little bit to keep our stomachs filled is enough. No need to be so extravagant. In the frontier world, labor is cheapest, but food is the rarest. Wanderers work themselves to death for just a mouthful of nutrient paste. I accept them, heal their wounds, and treat them to meat. From their perspective, it's a very unequal transaction. I didn't know that, and even if I did, I wouldn't care. You need to eat well to have the strength to work. Come on, lend a hand with fire and cooking. After a few bites of beef, Almond seemed drunk, pulling along musk grass and Clover to sing by the campfire in broad daylight. Her voice was hoarse but strangely charming, though honestly, she sang terribly. Clover didn't show impatience, but her expression was helpless enough. I laughed while roasting meat, watching them make a ruckus. It was the first time the colony had been this lively. At that moment, I noticed Raspberry sitting alone by the fire, not eating meat. hugging a few berries and nibbling quietly. Not eating meat. Raspberry shrank back as if startled, then whispered when she recognized me. Meat is very precious. For a small colony like ours, we have so much beef it's impossible to finish. Not eating it is the real waste. I handed her a skewer of roasted beef. Eat up, kids need more food to grow. Raspberry hesitated for a moment, then took a gentle bite. After chewing a few times, she suddenly lowered her head, her small body trembling slightly. What's wrong? It's delicious. Her voice choked up as she took the skewer and started eating heartily. I smiled, ruffling her black hair. Muskgrass came over. Raspberry is a very good kid, so good it tugs at your heartstrings. After the caravan was attacked, she didn't cry or fuss, didn't complain when hungry, and only ate a little so she wouldn't trouble us. Curious, I asked, is it normal for mice your age to travel with the caravan? Unlike your intelligent humans, we mice have 3 or 4 kids per litter and many mouths to feed. Food is scarce. Many kids have to work early. Even ones smaller than Raspberry go out to earn their keep. A thought struck me. That meant many mice in the colony didn't get enough to eat. The colony probably welcomed anyone leaving. Perhaps the bottleneck in my colony's productivity could be solved from the mouse side? If there was enough food to shout, all you can eat, over there, it would surely attract a flood. But what if bandits got wind of it and came to steal the food? Looks like I needed to become stronger first. After lunch, Almond and company immediately went to fetch stones to build the house. Even Raspberry joined, moving swiftly. Almond carried a marble block and placed it on the empty ground, wiping sweat from her brow. Marble is strong and looks nice for building. I said nothing, pressed my hand against the stone. Break it down. A flash of white light, and the irregular marble instantly turned into neatly stacked stone bricks on the ground. Almond's mouth hung open in stunned silence for a while, then excitedly looked at me. What is that? So amazing. A little function from our technology. From now on, bring me all stone to handle. This is not a little function. With this, we don't even need to cut stone anymore. Your home planet's infrastructure must be incredible. Home planet. Though more than 3,000 years have passed, I didn't know the current situation, but I nodded according to memory. Very advanced. Almond was already convinced my technology was made for infrastructure. With abilities like this, building a big stronghold on the frontier would be easy. Judging from how modest my base was, she probably thought I only arrived recently. By the way, is Clover your wife? Almond suddenly asked. Huh? Why do you ask? This base only has one livable room, and there's a double bed inside. Me. True. Anyone seeing that setup would think the same. I organized my words. Clover and I support each other. Without her, I would have died when I landed. I see, Almond nodded. But Clover looks very close to you. That surprised me. What's so surprising? We just met a day ago, and we get along well. Almond shook her head. Clover is special. She's different from typical mice. Mice like her have a hard time getting close to others. It seemed that Clover was hiding something from me, so Almond didn't say more. This is rather unusual. Actually, I didn't need her to say it. I could sense it myself. Why was Clover here? Why was she spending the winter alone? Where had that high level of combat and shooting skills come from? But since she didn't want to say it, I wouldn't ask. I was waiting for her to confess on her own. With my help, the mice were twice as efficient. By sunset, a marble house was completed. Looking at the smooth walls, I felt a bit envious. It was far better than my wooden cabin. Almond said, we purposely built it sturdy so that after we leave, you all can live here too. That was thoughtful. Want me to help renovate your wooden cabin as well? She proactively offered. She didn't want me to think they were freeloading. Leave the renovation for later. Tomorrow I have other important tasks for you all. Okay. Almond nodded vigorously. She wasn't afraid of hard work, only afraid her efforts wouldn't show value. Right now Walnut's life still depended on me and Clover. After the stone house was finished, the unconscious Walnut was carried over. Otherwise, he would have dominated the beds that Clover and I needed. After dark, once I confirmed the mice were all resting, I took some food and went to the small ramshackle hut to feed Lucia. As soon as I pushed the door open, I met those ice blue eyes. This time she didn't avoid me, but asked proactively, did guests come today? Yes. I sat beside her. A mouse caravan was attacked by fire demons. They want to rest for a few days, then leave. Leave? You're just going to let them go? Lucia looked at me like she saw right through me. Didn't you consider making them stay? I did. We even tried today. But their leader was determined to return to the base. Lucia said calmly, "It's fine. Make more use of your specialty. Surely some will want to stay." My specialty? What specialty do I have? I'm just a native of the 21st century. There's really nothing remarkable I can offer in this future world. Lucia, forget it. Never mind what I said. Just treat them your own way. Also, don't reveal my existence to them. Don't worry, I haven't mentioned you. They won't come near this place. Here, have some food. Rivers of blood flowed. Walls lay in ruins. Burned houses revealed the prosperity this place had once known, but the stench of blood and iron filled the air, announcing that this was hell on earth. A figure stepped forward under the moonlight and sighed at the sight. The third colony. She wore a black long robe, draped in a crane-feathered cloak, a long sword hanging at her waist, a straw hat shadowing her face, with faint pink hair tips visible. If I saw someone dressed in traditional attire like that, I might have approached to exchange a secret sign. But the thick, pinkish-white, translucent tail fin peeking out from under the cloak showed she was not from my hometown. From the wreckage, this had been a colony of the Chilliwaw tribe, a rare peace-loving race on the frontier world, characterized by cat ears and tail and backward technology. Because of this, since the Interstellar War began, many outsiders flooded into the frontier, and the Chilliwaw suffered first. Among the 3 destroyed outposts, 2 belonged to the Chilliwaw. Alive, a rough voice sounded. Several robust fire demons emerged from behind the debris, holding spears and machetes. Their skin was orange-red, and twin horns sprouted from their heads. Seeing the slender figure in black, greed filled their eyes. The woman said indifferently, "Only 4 of you? Alone? You're really unlucky." The 4 fire demons surged forward. Clang, the sword unsheathed. The woman stepped forward, her sword movements like a dance. Sha! The first fire demon fell, blood spurting from his throat. Drawing her sword, spinning, slicing horizontally, the second and third fell one after another. In just a few breaths, 3 bodies lay dead. The last fire demon, terrified, stumbled backward and inhaled deeply, spewing flames to engulf her. But amidst the flames, an invisible shield protected her, not a scratch on her. When the fire died down, the fire demon turned to flee. Sha! The sword pierced his heart. She flicked the sword to remove the blood, then sheathed it. The fire demons are still heading north. She pushed down her straw hat. Since I'm passing through, I'll notify the colonies along the way before they arrive. In the year 5500 AD, day 12 of Emerald Elephant, morning. When I woke up, everyone including Almond was still sound asleep. After the long journey, it was only fair to rest well. Not wanting to wake Clover, I tiptoed out and took a deep breath of the early morning air. Went to check on the corn. According to the system, the first batch should be ripe today. At the field, sure enough, golden yellow was peeking beneath the green leaves. I picked an ear and peeled it open, bright yellow and plump kernels. The quality was surprisingly good, and the crop could be harvested repeatedly. Such a plant in the frontier world might trigger wars and bloodshed. I picked a few more ears to prepare breakfast. Let's steam it and try the taste. As I set up the stove, Clover woke up. Seeing the corn on the ground, her ears twitched. "The corn is ripe?" I nodded. I broke off some to try the taste. The Clover's tail perked up, and she quickly stepped forward to pick up an ear, then took a bite right off the raw corn. Me? After one bite, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she hugged the corn, devouring it at lightning speed. I snapped back to reality and hurriedly snatched it away, looking at her puffed-up cheeks. Corn can't be eaten raw. It has to be cooked. She finally swallowed, her eyes still fixed on the corn in my hand. Raw tastes good too. Even better than beef. Better than meat? Curious. I picked up a kernel of raw corn and chewed it. Just the taste of raw corn, nothing special. You can't eat it raw. We'll cook it first. I used one hand to lift her aside as she tried to lunge again. Be good and sit properly. Clover swallowed and sat obediently, but her tail kept wagging. I used the decomposition function to make a simple steamer, put the corn inside, and started steaming. Before long, the aroma filled the entire base. Clover's tail wagged even faster. Then, Almond opened the door of her stone hut, rubbing her eyes. "What are you doing so early? It smells so good." Steaming corn. It'll be ready soon. Corn. Artificial corn. She had eaten artificial corn before. Corn kernels coated in lime powder and insect glue, dry and flavorless, making one thirsty. The taste was basically nothing, just high nutrition and filling. But how could this smell so fragrant? She leaned in, staring at the steamer. I asked, "How's Walnut doing?" "Much better, thank you." "No need to thank me. This is a trade you earned with your labor." Almond glanced at me, always wearing a faint smile. She could make such a clearly uneven trade sound so reasonable. A truly strange person. Muskgrass and Raspberry also woke up one after another. "Good morning, Brother Jiang." Muskgrass had lost her stubbornness from yesterday. "Big brother, good morning." Raspberry was still timid. After spending the day together, I had gained the recognition of these mice. The corn was done steaming, fragrant, and enticing. The mice all swallowed hard. 2 ears each. If that's not enough, use berries to fill up. Clover immediately grabbed 2 ears and ran off to gnaw on them. Almond was so hot she kept blowing on the corn. Looking at the plump kernels and the pervasive aroma, she felt suspicious. This was different from the artificial corn she remembered. She took a bite. Sweet juice exploded in her mouth. Almond froze instantly. Muskgrass's reaction was exactly the same. "This is corn?" Raspberry was less shocked, just thought it was tasty and kept munching quickly. Artificial vegetables were important colony resources, and a small mouse like her barely ever got to eat them. After a few bites, I felt strangely touched to finally eat some vegetables. If only there was rice. "System, can you bring some rice seeds?" Of course, no response. Although the system's corn was good, I still thought it couldn't beat beef in flavor. Clover had already finished her 2 ears and was lying on the grass to rest. Raspberry kept munching fast, while Almond and Muskgrass just stared blankly at the bitten corn. "Why aren't you eating? Doesn't suit your taste." Almond snapped out of it and pointed at the corn. "This is corn. If not, Almond." She was certain this was definitely not artificial corn. But the soil in the frontier world simply couldn't grow real corn. Only the wealthy upper class would pay high prices to buy natural vegetables from other planets through interstellar merchant ships. All the words she wanted to say she swallowed, quietly focusing on nibbling the corn. Whatever happened in this colony wasn't surprising. Guessing wildly would only cause me trouble. After breakfast, I let them rest. I took the steamed corn and walked into the shabby hut. Artificial corn. Lucia glanced once then looked away. "Put it away, I won't eat it. Feed me berries instead." Her tone was full of disgust. To her, artificial vegetables and nutritional paste were equally awful, just unpleasant to taste. I never said this was artificial corn. I smiled as I leaned close, bringing the corn to her mouth. She also smelled the aroma that wasn't from artificial corn. Raising her eyes to look at my smug face, she tried a small bite. She chewed and swallowed, then opened her eyes again, icy blue eyes showing some surprise. "Natural corn? Where did you get it?" "I planted it." "Impossible." Lucia dismissed it without a second thought. The soil in the frontier world doesn't support any crops. Otherwise, it would have been developed intensively by the cosmic powers. The consensus among all colonists was that natural crops couldn't be grown. Just like Almond. Even knowing I had a cornfield, she wouldn't have guessed the corn she ate this morning was picked straight from the field. Unplantable crops, remote geography, unpredictable climate. These factors together created this chaotic frontier world. Maybe the seeds from my hometown are special? Anyway, I planted them myself. I didn't mention the system. Lucia didn't press further. "Can it be replanted? How many days until harvest?" "It can be replanted and harvested every 12 days. And it required no irrigation or fertilization. It grew naturally. Natural vegetables, repeatable planting, harvested every 12 days. These words in the edge world sounded like a fairy tale. Even Lucia's heart raced. "Jiang Ling, what's wrong?" Seeing her suddenly serious expression, I straightened up as well. "What do you plan to do with these corn seeds?" At first, Lucia thought my colony was just a drop in the ocean. But the emergence of this crop completely overturned her perception of me. "Stockpile food, recruit more colonists, improve productivity," I answered truthfully. "Don't you understand what a repeatable, natural crop means in the edge world?" Her eyes actually burned with passion. "As long as you accumulate strength and control this crop, unifying the surface won't be a problem." Judging by her look, she actually seemed quite supportive of me unifying the edge world. "I know. I remained calm. But that's not something I should think about right now. Right now, I want to figure out how to survive in the Edge world. You have to survive first to think about other things. Uniting a planet sounds wonderful, but it's definitely not something a single seed can accomplish. Lucia didn't say more and nibbled the corn gracefully. As expected of a sky elf, even being fed corn could be so elegant. After feeding Lucia, I took Almond and the others, who had just rested, to the geothermal spring on the east side of the base. Are we going to build a geothermal generator? Almond, sharp-minded, quickly caught on. I nodded. Yes, this is a big project. I can't handle it alone. I've prepared the raw materials and parts. Almond, connect to the terminal, and I'll send you the blueprints. Blueprints aren't particularly precious, so sending them directly to her is fine. No problem. Almond patted her flat little chest confidently. For them, with blueprints and materials, nothing's hard to build. After exchanging terminal codes and confirming the blueprint, Almond and her team immediately got busy. I stayed in place wanting to help, but after watching for a while, I realized there wasn't really anywhere that needed me. The materials that needed to be broken down and processed were already prepared by me. They just had to hand them over to Almond and the others. With these three mice, having the materials felt like having an entire engineering crew. As Honeysuckle busily looked up and said to me, "Brother Jiang, leave this here to us. You go back and take care of Walnut." I thought about it. There wasn't much for me to do either, and nodded, heading back. Back at the base, Clover was pacing back and forth outside the stone house, looking a bit anxious. When she saw me return, she paused for a moment before coming over. "You're back." "They don't need me there. I'll just harvest the mature corn and replant it." "I'll harvest it." Clover immediately cut in with golden eyes full of anticipation. "You take care of Walnut. Leave the corn to me." I remembered her love for planting was 2 stars, which seemed about right. I smiled and patted her head. "All right, I'm counting on you." Actually, I wasn't entirely wrong. Besides farming and killing, Clover didn't have much else she was good at. Helping me with the corn was one of the few things she could contribute. After sending her off, I walked into the stone house. On the bed in the corner, Walnut with short blonde hair lay quietly like a delicate figurine. The various bandages all over her body made her look pitiful. I sat down and opened her panel. Bellflower Walnut, Snow Mouse Race, Shooting Level 17, Fighting Level 2. Level 17 Shooting, 1 level higher than Clover. But her specialization was quite uneven. Only Level 2 in Fighting, which was still lower than mine. Ugh! Walnut suddenly let out a groan. I quickly closed the panel. Her eyes slightly opened, gaze blurry, but her body struggled to sit up, murmuring, "Blaze Demon Seed. Run, quickly." Was she stressed out from being scared by the Blaze Demon Seed? I held her down with one hand and gently stroked her forehead, running my fingers from her hair to her ears. "It's okay. There are no Blaze Demon Seeds here. You're safe." Whether she understood or was calmed by it, she slowly settled down, looked at me drowsily, then closed her eyes and fell asleep again. Any reaction was a good sign. I stroked her short hair once more, then got up and left the house. Right? I hadn't taken a close look at the weapons Almond brought out yesterday. I pulled out a crossbow from the system storage. This crossbow was particularly small, the trigger awkward no matter how I held it, like a child's toy. But the bolt gleamed coldly. It was custom-made for the mouse race. Then I took out another one that was a bit bigger. It was made for humans and not as finely crafted as the mouse one. I found a piece of wood, whittled a humanoid target, and placed it beside the base. I stepped back, clumsily loaded, aimed, and fired. Whoosh! The bolt hit the chest dead center. The target wobbled. I stepped forward, pulled the arrow out, and it was unscathed. It was quite suitable for practice, just couldn't compare to guns. After that, I practiced shooting targets in the colony and even found some time to craft a set of table and chairs for the small wooden house. I couldn't stand eating on the ground every day, but hadn't had time until now. Glancing at the map, I saw that Almond and the others worked incredibly efficiently. The prototype of the geothermal generator was already taking shape and would be completed by tomorrow. Just as I was about to pull the arrow, the system alarm sounded. Warning, Wolven Clan caravan passing by. Wolven Clan. I immediately opened the map. To the north, a 4-person caravan was heading south, all armed, with goods loaded on the horses. Each of the 4 tiny figures had a pair of ears and a fluffy tail hanging down. wolf ears and wolf tails. I clicked open the leaders panel. Sonia Mona, Wolven Clan, Shooting 9, Melee 11. I promptly went to find Clover, and at the same time sent a message to Lucia. There's a Wolven Clan caravan passing by. I plan to make contact. Lucia quickly replied, no problem. The Wolven Clan is a military enterprise. Their caravans usually sell weapons. If you see something you like, just buy it. Weapons for sale? I felt a spark of anticipation. But I only had 500 silver coins on me, unsure if it would be enough. Calling Clover, who was busy harvesting corn, we headed toward the caravan. The caravan also spotted our settlement. A brown-haired girl muttered, such a shabby base. Sister Sonia, should we check it out? Sonia was a voluptuous older sister type, with dark green long hair and wolf ears, wearing a black eye patch over her right eye. Her loose jacket couldn't hide her ample chest, and one thigh was exposed beneath her tight shorts, covered only by a black stocking. Her tail was also dark green, fluffy, and well-groomed. She grinned, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Let's go. Colonies like this need weapons the most. Just as she finished speaking, she saw us approaching and smiled even brighter. See? They come knocking on our door themselves. As we got closer, she opened her arms wide to welcome us. Hey there, are you new to the frontier world? A faint smile appeared on my face. Just arrived. I heard the Wolven military industry is top-notch, so I came to take a look. Her silver-gray eyes lit up, and she threw me a big hug. Haha, you found the right people. Clover's tail instantly stiffened, and her hand moved toward the revolver. The Wolven behind Sonia twitched in the corners of their mouths, whispering, big sister's at it again, this time with a guy. Maybe because humans look clean. I was pinned under those 2 soft mounds on my chest, my smile frozen. Sonia finally let go, and I forced a laugh. You guys are really enthusiastic. Enthusiasm sells goods. She introduced herself. I'm Sonia Mona. I'm Zhang Ling. Lovely name. She patted my shoulder hard enough to hurt. What do you want to buy? Cold weapons or hot ones? Did she really not remember my name at all? Let me see the firearms, something with long range. That's sniper rifles. Dylan. The brown-haired girl immediately pulled a sniper rifle out of the saddlebag and handed it over. Sonia took it and passed it to me. Standard sniper rifle, 38% armor penetration rating, 530 silver. Comes with scope, maintenance kit, and 2 magazines. The gun body glistened with silver light. I quite wanted it, but I only had 500 silver, over budget. I pretended to inspect it closely. Do you have assault rifles too? Dylan quickly handed me another. Sonia swapped the rifle. Standard assault rifle, 16% armor penetration, for 180 silver. Same freebies. 480 silver was within budget, but it still hurt a bit to spend. Sonia saw through me instantly. Besides silver, we also accept meat as payment. My eyes lit up. My colony lacked everything except for meat. Beef was still piled up in my storage. You accept beef? Fresh is 12 silver per pound, non-negotiable, and we only accept 10 pounds. We're heading south and can't carry more. 10 pounds for 120 silver. That was enough to buy both guns. I turned to Clover. Sniper rifle or assault rifle? You decide. You choose. Then, sniper rifle. Concealed, efficient, a one-shot kill, totally her style. Sonia clapped her hands. Your Mouse Clan wife has great taste. Wife? The word stiffened Clover's whole body, and her face flushed instantly. I cleared my throat twice and pulled out a big chunk of beef from storage. Sonia took it, weighed it in hand without a scale. Fresh, just over 10 pounds. That'll be 130 silver. You still owe 400. She rounded down the price, and since it was our first meeting, I didn't haggle, just handed over 400 silver. You're quick to pay, little brother. Add a terminal, and I'll send you messages when we pass by. Sure. After adding the code, I asked, you really plan to keep heading south? There's a bunch of crazy fire demon tribes causing trouble down there. I wouldn't recommend it. Fire demons? Sonia's eyes flickered with disdain. That backward race can't hurt us at all. If we meet them, it'll be their bad luck. Her 3 subordinates nodded confidently behind her. Since that was the case, I didn't argue. If they could actually deal damage to those fire demons, it would be good for me. But I kept feeling that this caravan was a little off. After sending off the caravan, we returned to the colony. Clover didn't even try out the new gun first. She went straight to the cornfield. It seems she loves food more than weapons. Busy until the afternoon, Clover came running to report. The corn has been harvested and piled up. I was still playing with the crossbow. Good job. Were the seeds planted as well? She tilted her head in confusion. There are no seeds left. Right? She didn't know corn could be replanted repeatedly. Artificial seeds can only be planted once, and most locals in the fringe world had never seen natural crops. She couldn't possibly think the corn she was eating was artificial, could she? I led her to the cornfield, which she had already cleaned up thoroughly, with the cornstalks stacked neatly. I stored the corn in the system's space, then demonstrated in the field, tilling the soil, picking corn kernels directly off the cobs to plant, covering with soil, done. After finishing, I was silent myself, feeling like farming back home wasn't done this way. Clover stared at me picking corn kernels as seeds, her eyes wide with a shocked expression as if her worldview had collapsed. Got it. The rest is up to you. She nodded repeatedly and began planting. At that moment, I noticed her planting skill level had risen from 3 to 4. Right now, she could handle the small field on her own, but expansion wouldn't be possible. The planting skill trainer the dog system gave her was just the right fit. After the second round of planting, Clover wiped the sweat from her brow, then inadvertently smeared mud on her face, looking flushed and adorable. She ran up to me, golden eyes sparkling expectantly, waiting for praise. All done. Very good. I rubbed her white mouse ears. Go wash your face. I have something for you. She squinted her eyes into crescent moons. Okay. After washing her face, I took out the skill trainer. Recognize this? She tilted her head. Apparently not. Skill trainer. Using it will boost your planting ability. Sit next to me. She obediently sat down. I attached the trainer to the back of her head. Don't move around. The trainer bonded automatically. She felt a prickling sensation, but didn't move. Soon, a flood of knowledge and experience about large-scale planting poured into her mind. The panel showed her planting level jumping directly from 4 to 6. From now on, the entire field would be under her care. She sensed the change herself and looked at the trainer in amazement. So powerful. Too bad it can only be used once. I dismantled the trainer and recovered some silver parts. After trading with the Wolven tribe, I truly realized how important silver was. I needed to stockpile more. As the sun set, Almond and the others returned. I suggested having dinner in the wooden cabin. Opening the door, they saw the new furniture. Almond's eyes widened. This is the dining table? She rushed over, hugging and inspecting the chairs and table like discovering treasure. A wooden dining table, with backrests on the chairs. We don't have to eat on the floor anymore. Osmanthus and Strawberry also stared at the furniture, eyes glittering. Nobody liked eating on the floor every day. Dinner was grilled meat paired with roasted corn, both meat and vegetables covered. Though my colony was shabby, the food here was definitely top-notch in the fringe world. Almond sighed contentedly, leaning back in a chair. Eating this well every day, I kinda want to stay. Sure. I didn't hesitate. I'm short on people here. If you're willing to stay, you're very welcome. The three mice all flickered their eyes, seemingly tempted. But Almond quickly looked away. I have to go back. The fire demon tribe attacked a caravan and killed my companions. As their leader, I need to report back to their families. Osmanthus scratched her head. I'm with Sister Almond. Sorry, Brother Jiang. Strawberry shyly said. I want to stay, but my mom is waiting for me at home. Looks like I couldn't change their minds for now. I sighed. If you change your mind, you're always welcome. Strawberry's eyes brightened, somewhat hopeful. Jiangling, do you really plan to stay here forever? Almond's face was serious. The fire demons in the south keep burning, killing, and pillaging. If they come here. She didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. My outpost isn't strong enough to hold them off. At least, I have no plans to relocate right now, I stated simply. Almond didn't push further. If trouble comes, call me via terminal. My abilities are limited, but I'll do my best to help. Though she was the leader, her influence in the colony was limited. She could only help me in a personal capacity. After all, when the four of them were barely alive, the colony didn't send anyone to help. If they made it back, they were lucky. If not, it didn't matter. The cargo was more valuable than their lives. Osmanthus also nodded. If the fire demons attack, Brother Jiang, just call me. I'll come right away. I smiled but said nothing. We spent the remaining time discussing tomorrow's plans. Once the generator is finished, the cables will be laid to the outpost. Almond will handle that. Clover will continue mining iron for the cables. I still have nothing much to do except take care of Walnut in the base. Being a hands-off manager isn't bad. Besides Walnut, there's Lucia and others for me to look after. After feeding Lucia, I collapsed onto the wooden bed, waiting for the new day. Year 5500, Emerald Elephant Day, 13, morning. After breakfast, everyone busied themselves as usual, and the base was left with only me again. After giving Walnut some water, I took the corn and entered Lucia's rundown shack, feeding her while chatting. Will the generator really be finished today? Lucia sounded a bit surprised. Then you'll be able to use electricity at Hexiang first. Hexiang refers to the summer, a deadly summer in the Edge world where you must prepare cooling in advance. I have the air conditioner blueprints here. But honestly, I'm more concerned about weapons, I said, staring at her. You said you could help me resist the flame demon species. Now's the time to show me right. Don't worry, wait a moment. She closed her eyes. After a moment, a flood of information filled my mind. The dog system's voice sounded. Acquired blueprint for mechanical processing. Acquired blueprint for firearm manufacturing. Detected early unlocking of firearm technology by the host. Acquired skill trainer. Shooting, ×1. Skill trainer, melee, ×1. Lucia opened her eyes. Build the mechanical processing table first. Once you ensure its production capacity, I'll give you the next batch of blueprints. I digested the knowledge. The processing table needs electricity to function. It can be used to make guns and bullets. Raw materials for bullets are everywhere in the Edge world, and sniper rounds can be created too. The semi-automated design process is manageable. Making guns is relatively more complicated but still doable. The types I can manufacture are bolt-action rifles, pump-action shotguns, and older models, like Clover's revolver, but not the sniper rifle I just bought. Looks like those flame demons' weapons are at this level. The sniper rifle is clearly more advanced. After finishing the digestion, I smiled. Thanks a lot, Lucia. You helped me through my illness. In return, I provide you the blueprints. That's our deal, she said coldly, not looking at me but glancing aside. I didn't notice, because I was distractedly focused on her wings. Hasn't she seen sunlight in a long time? The feathers on her wings looked droopy. Closing the door to the small shack, I felt a bit uneasy. When I hugged Lucia earlier, the initial fluffiness and softness were gone. Lucia inside the hut stared at the ceiling, sighing deeply. She couldn't explain why she suddenly felt like chatting with me a bit longer. Walnut's whole body was icy cold, her mouth bitter and metallic. Agonizing pain made it hard for her to breathe. Behind her stood a group of creatures with bright red skin and two horns sprouting from their heads, the flame demon species. When the caravan headed south, it was ambushed, with most killed or wounded. She watched as her own kind was engulfed and charred by flames. It was Apricot's younger sister, with Lily, who desperately carved a bloody path out. Walnut herself took a spear meant for Apricot and ended up like this. In the darkness, she could only run, and run. Suddenly, she tripped. Footsteps drew closer. Am I going to die? But I don't want to die. At that moment, she felt something gently lift her. Warmth never before felt brushed against her forehead, instantly dispelling her fear. The flame demons are still around. You have to run fast. She bit her teeth, struggling. It's all right. There are no flame demons here. You're safe. A gentle voice whispered beside her ear. She instinctively believed it and finally relaxed completely. In the pitch black, a vague silhouette flashed by. When Walnut woke up, she saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Trying to sit up, intense pain swept through her entire body. Lifting her tattered coat, she found her wounds had already been bandaged by someone. Supporting herself against the wall, she walked to the door and pushed it open, immediately seeing me aiming a crossbow at a target. That figure, strangely familiar. But she was sure it was her first time seeing me. Your right hand's too stiff. No need to lift it so high, she spoke softly. I was startled, turning to see her curiously observing me. You're awake? Where are Apricot and the others? She asked. They're outside helping me build the generator. I'll message them soon. Your wounds aren't healed yet. Go lie down. I put away the crossbow. You haven't eaten in days since you fainted. I'll get you something to eat. She nodded and turned, taking just 2 steps before stumbling. I reacted quickly and caught her. Walking is already tough. Why push yourself? Please just carry me over, she said. I sighed and picked her up, laying her back on the bed. I fed her a few berries to ease her hunger, then headed out to steam some corn. Sitting on the bed, Walnut nibbled the berries in small bites, listening to the sounds outside, an inexplicable sense of security blossoming within. When I first held her, she hadn't resisted at all. Even she found it hard to believe. This was a strange new colony after all. 30 minutes later, I carried 2 ears of corn back inside. Be careful, it's hot. She took the corn, suddenly looking up. My name's Walnut, Clapperflower Walnut. What about you? Jiang Ling. I replied while studying her. Blonde hair, black eyes, speaking softly, like a refined lady. It was really hard to connect that image with a level 17 shooting skill. Jiang Ling. I'll remember, she nodded, taking a bite. Her eyes lit up. Not artificial corn. I smiled but didn't answer. She didn't press further, too hungry to care, and quickly devoured the 2 ears. After finishing, Walnut patted her belly contentedly. I haven't felt this full in a long time. She turned her head and looked at me, her eyes momentarily unfocused. I've messaged Xingren and the others. You should get some rest. I was about to leave, wanting to give them some space. Jiang Ling. She suddenly called softly. Is there something else? She smiled faintly. Thank you. Xingren and the others have thanked me many times already. No, this one's for me personally. Her smile looked genuinely happy. I always felt that Haida was a little odd ever since waking up. After I left, the smile on Haida's face didn't fade. She recalled that nightmare, and the voice that whispered in her ear at the end of it. Soon after, sobbing came from outside. Xingren rushed in. Haida. Boo-hoo. I thought you were dead. Haida patted her head. I'm all right. She glanced toward the doorway at Mugwa and Shanmei, her eyes dimming slightly. So it's just the 4 of us left in the caravan? Xingren wiped her tears and nodded. All the cargo was stolen. As the leader, I'm responsible. It's not your fault, Haida said immediately. But I need to give the families of our fallen comrades an explanation. Xingren took a deep breath. This colony is very safe, and the master treats us well. Stay a few more days until your injuries heal, then we'll return to Cusco. Haida stared out the window, then nodded softly after a moment. Okay. The year 5500 AD, day 14 in Jade Elephant. Because of Haida's situation, the geothermal generator got delayed and was only completed this morning. I spent the morning breaking down iron ore that Clover had dug up, then handed the iron to Xingren and the others to lay cables, while I stayed behind to build the power facilities. With the materials at hand, I could make an electric stove and a forging table, but parts for the machining table needed the forging table. Since Clover couldn't help much, she went out scavenging around the colony. Although food wasn't in short supply for now, she couldn't shake the habit. It should count as a good habit in this fringe world, right? While busy, I caught a glimpse of Haida coming out of the house, quietly sitting beside me watching me work. Is it okay for you to come out like this now? Maybe you should go back inside and rest. She shook her head. I can move now. It's nice to get some sun. Getting some sun? Huh. Maybe that sky elf holed up in the rundown house should get out and sun themselves, too. I'd wait until Xingren and the others left to say anything. Haida stood and strolled through the colony, stopping on the grass beside the marble house. Jiang Ling, wouldn't it be nice to plant some flowers here? Flowers? Sounds good. I rubbed my chin and thought for a moment. In this dump of a place, seeing flower beds every morning would definitely lift my spirits. I don't know what kinds of flowers can grow here. Do you have any recommendations? Little yellow flowers by the roadside look pretty. There's also something called Edelweiss. I like it very much, but it only grows in the Northern Territory. Edelweiss? Sounds familiar. Right. Their faction was called the Edelweiss Kingdom. She then walked to the wooden house I built. You and Clover live here? Yeah, this was the first house I built. Doesn't it leak? Well, yeah, it does. I felt a bit embarrassed. There's too much going on to fix it now. Xingren and the others said after the cables are laid. They'd help me turn it into a marble house. Oh, you and Clover, are you a couple? She asked, instinctively placing her hand over her chest. I kept focused on scrubbing the parts, unaware. No, we support each other. Clover saved my life, or I would have been dead long ago. I see. She withdrew her hand as if relieved, then walked toward the last shabby little house in the colony. This little cabin. Don't go near that place. I snapped, looking up sharply. Ah, she stepped back, startled. I realized I had lost my composure. Sorry for scaring you. There's something very important inside. Strangers shouldn't get close. Haida shook her head gently. I should apologize. That was me overstepping. She circled around and saw the cornfield. So they also grew artificial corn in this colony. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't connect the corn grown in the fringe world with what she had eaten before. Just like I couldn't connect pigs with flying creatures. After the tour, she sat back down and asked me, "Before we came here, what did you all do every day?" Clover gathered herbs and tended crops, and I researched more advanced facilities. I sighed. The geothermal generator gave me a headache. I couldn't handle it alone. Good thing you all showed up. We fled here after being attacked by demon fire plants. Without you, I would have been a cold corpse long ago. Although I sighed, Haida could sense my optimistic spirit and the life that pulsed within this small colony. She felt a tinge of envy deep in her heart. From her impression, life in Cusco was just hunting, taking commissions, and job hunting, all simply for survival. Aristocrats monopolized power, administrators were incompetent, and many snow mouse folk preferred to wander alone in blizzards rather than join colonies. What are your plans after Shinran and the others leave? Making guns to defend against the Flame Demon clan. My mind was focused entirely on the workbench. I didn't catch the meaning behind her words. Defend against the Flame Demon clan? She was stunned. You have a way? Seeing me still busy with infrastructure, she probably thought I didn't know about the Flame Demon clan moving north. Maybe, at least for now, I don't want to give up this stronghold. I chose to trust Lucia. Her life was tied to mine. If she said there was a way, then there was no problem. Besides, after all this time spent together, I was willing to believe her. Walnut paused for a moment, then gave a faint smile and nodded. If you say you can hold them off, then I trust you can block the Flame Demon clan. Thanks for your trust. I looked up, unsure. Walnut had been acting strange ever since she woke up, making her hard to read. At sunset, Almond and the others came back, their faces covered in dirt, looking even more disheveled than when I first met them, but all filled with excitement. Mealtime. Mealtime. Stop right there. I raised a finger and pointed toward the creek. Clean up first before eating. They obediently ran off to wash their faces. At that moment, Clover came out of the stone hut. The wounds have scabbed over. I've changed the dressing. In 2 or 3 days, they should be fully healed. Walnut came out as well. Thank you, Clover. Don't mention it. Clover remained her usual cool self towards outsiders. Jiangling, we've finished washing. Almond waved from the stream. I rubbed my forehead. Finish washing and come eat. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Almond didn't seem like a caravan leader at all, more like a little girl who had been playing in the mud all day. Walnut, as if seeing through my thoughts, whispered, "Don't be fooled by her appearance. Almond is actually only 17 and a very strong girl. I'm 1 year older than her." I widened my eyes and looked at Almond and then Walnut again. Mouse Clan ages were really hard to figure out. I had always thought Almond was about my age, or even older. Little Blueberry joined the caravan trade at 9, so Almond being a leader at 17 isn't strange, right? Me. True, this is the reality for the mice clans. Many have to start working at a very young age. After dinner, Almond and the others returned to the stone hut to rest. After we finish laying the electric cables tomorrow, help Jiangling renovate that wooden house. Walnut's wounds should be mostly healed by then, Almond arranged. Then we'll all return to Cusco together. Almond, Walnut spoke up. What's wrong? I'm not going back. Huh? Almond was stunned. Musk and Blueberry also looked surprised. What do you mean you're not going back? I'm not going back to Cusco, Walnut said without hesitation. I want to stay here, stay in Jiangling's colony. Ah, I see. Almond gave an awkward laugh. Well, it's also true that Jiangling is nice, and the food isn't bad. Almond, don't you want to stay? Walnut countered. Back in Cusco, I never saw you this happy these past 2 days. Almond fell silent. Indeed, she was busy from morning till night here, but felt happy. When I suggested they join, she was tempted. But you have to answer to the families of your fallen comrades. You can go to Cusco, finish your business, and come back, Walnut continued. Musk also looked towards Almond, waiting for her answer. I've thought about that too, but, Almond stammered. You think this colony is too rough? Walnut asked directly. That's part of it, and also. And Jiangling plans to stay here to fight the Flame Demon clan? Yeah. Almond was afraid to die. Survival was the only creed of the Snow Mice clan. She was willing to help me fight the Flame Demon clan when they came, but not willing to trade her life for it. Someone who couldn't even build a geothermal generator. What right did he have to hold back those crazed flame demons? But Walnut was different. I believe Ling can handle them. Walnut also wanted to survive, but she wanted her life to be meaningful. She loved flowers and small animals, not wanting to mechanically repeat the same day-by-day life like in Cusco. In this colony, she saw something different. Seeing she was determined, Almond stopped persuading. Yeah, these past few days were really happy. I'm guessing I'll never forget them for a lifetime. Walnut, if you change your mind, you can always come back. If you rebuild the caravan, you can come here to visit too. Tomorrow is the day of the green elephant. The next morning, I was alone again at the workbench, wiping sweat. Today was the 15th day of the jade elephant, the last day. Tomorrow would be the start of summer. The temperature rose noticeably, forcing me to take off the leather coat I had worn for just a few days. By the way, why hadn't Walnut come out to bask in the sun today? I put down my tools and entered the stone hut. I pushed open the door and saw Walnut lying on the bed, looking weak. She turned her head and said in a faint voice, Ling, you're here? I feel a little hot and a bit dizzy. A fever? But her wounds were healed. Could it be that the Snow Mice clan was heat intolerant and had heat stroke? I stepped forward and placed my hand on her forehead. Not hot at all? She closed her eyes, quietly feeling the warmth on her forehead. Yes, this was the exact same sensation, the very same as the hands that saved her in her nightmare. Sure enough, I'll get you some cool water to wash your face. No need. She sat up. Maybe I just didn't sleep well last night because I was thinking too much. Thinking about what? I asked casually. I was wondering. She pursed her lips and smiled. If I said I want to join your colony, would you agree? I froze in place. After a moment, a smile spread across my face. Are you serious? She nodded. I'm not good at much, but I'm confident with shooting. I can be a lot of help to you. This wasn't about helping at all. I was about to cry. Not a single one of the others, like Almond, was willing to stay, but Walnut, who had only just woken up 2 days ago, chose to remain. I thought I wouldn't be able to recruit anyone new for a while. Suppressing my emotion, I reached out my hand. Welcome to our colony, Walnut. From now on, we're family. We'll survive together. Family. Walnut's pupils trembled slightly. Then after a moment, she placed her hand in mine. Please take care of me. System detected a third colonist in the host colony. System space expanded. Real-time map, viewing range expanded. Acquired basic mousefolk technology blueprints. Skill trainer, shooting, *1. The system's voice sounded. Basic mousefolk technology blueprints? I immediately checked in my mind. Because the colony now had 2 mousefolk, that's why the system sent this. It was all very basic stuff. Mousefolk-specific forge tables, sewing tables, and some clothing and weapons. Clover and Walnut's clothes were torn. Perfect timing to make some new ones for them. I flipped through the basic mousefolk tech blueprints provided by the system. The melee weapons were about the same as what I already knew. The firearms were only 2 types, mousefolk rifles and sniper rifles, which were less useful than the rifle I bought for Clover. Looks like the blueprints from this system weren't even half as good as the ones from Rukia. Could it be that it didn't expect me to be able to get blueprints from Rukia? The last item was mousefolk candy making, including sugar cubes, filled soft candies, and strawberry fruit tea. Ingredients required were just corn and berries, made with a regular stove and the system's decomposition and processing function. Ling. Walnut's call made me open my eyes. I realized I had been stroking her hand the whole time. Her cheeks were faintly flushed. Sorry, I was daydreaming. I let go of her hand and suddenly remembered something. Do you mousefolk make sweets? Walnut nodded. Sugar cubes are part of the mousefolk warriors' military rations. Filled soft candies and strawberry fruit tea are only enjoyed by the nobles. What's the price? Sugar cubes cost 10 silver per gram. Filled soft candies and strawberry fruit tea are 15 silver per gram. 10 silver per gram. My eyes lit up. You know, in the Edge world, a pound of synthetic corn only costs 30 silver. You want to sell candy? Unfortunately, most mousefolk colonies produce their own, so even if you make them, it's hard to sell. Walnut said, hard to sell? Others use synthetic corn, but I use natural corn. I don't sell the corn itself, but I can sell the finished products. I know how to make candy. and the quality will definitely be better than any colonies. Then you can ask Almond. She has lots of experience in merchant trade. I took Walnut outside, took 2 ears of corn from system space, peeled off the kernels, and mashed them. Walnut watched intently, though her gaze wasn't on my hands, but fixed on my profile. Just then Clover came back, carrying spaceship wreckage. Jiangling, what are you doing? Making sugar cubes. Walnut just joined our colony. Clover paused, looked at Walnut, and nodded. Nice to meet you. She accepted her. Walnut breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Clover looked down at the corn on the ground. Why are you throwing this away? Saving it to start fires in winter. But other mousefolk add crushed corn cobs into their sugar cube mix. Oh no, I've been too kind. I quickly picked up the corn cobs and mashed them together. Walnut was silent beside me. Remembering that the sugar cubes she longed for were made with corn cobs, she suddenly felt how foolish she had been before. Adding water and lighting a fire, I followed the blueprint process while asking, Clover, have you ever seen the candy-making process? Occasionally, just glanced at it a few times. Clover's gaze flickered. Looks like she's still hiding something from me. No rush, she'll tell me sooner or later. After making the sugar cube base, I focused my mind, and a white light enveloped it. A trace of surprise flashed in Walnut's eyes. When the light faded, a large chunk of sugar cube appeared, white with a hint of yellow, about 100 grams, worth 1,000 silver, enough to buy 2 assault rifles. I used decomposition again to cut the sugar cube into evenly sized small pieces and handed one to Walnut. Thank you. Walnut eagerly popped it into her mouth, her eyes narrowing as her 2 ears twitched rapidly. I threw a piece to Clover and took one myself. It was very sweet. After eating, Clover's golden eyes widened. So sweet. Seeing their reactions, I was a bit puzzled. I don't react that dramatically when I eat it. Could it be that this stuff has a special effect on the mouse tribe? I picked up a piece and walked into Lucia's small shabby hut. Lucia, try this. What is it? It can't be some addictive drug, right? Lucia frowned, suddenly feeling like a lab rat. It's rock sugar, freshly made. She hesitated but opened her mouth. After the sugar dissolved, her tightly furrowed brow relaxed. Very sweet. Perfect for snacking while doing research. Her reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Clover's or Walnut's, so it really is a special treat for mice. What's your rock sugar made from? Lucia's voice was much softer than usual. Natural corn. The corn itself can't be sold directly, but processed products like this can. Nice idea. Sweets are rare in the fringe world. No matter where you sell them, they'll be popular. By the way, we've got a newcomer in the colony. I want you to meet her. It's perfect since she's a girl and can look after you. A few days ago, Lucia would have definitely agreed, but now? No, it's better if you come alone. She looked away, voice lowering. Compared to others, I trust you more. The very thought of others feeding her made her feel weirdly resistant. I squinted, staring at her. Something about her felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Why are you staring at me? Go do your own stuff. She blushed and hurried me out. Sorry, I'm going. Wait. She suddenly called after me. About that rock sugar earlier. I want to have a piece after every meal from now on. No problem. For one of us, it'll never run out. As I left, Lucia silently watched where I went. One of us. She felt a certain mental barrier inside her beginning to crack. No, I must stay restrained. I'm Malira, and I have unfinished business. But somehow, I feel something inside me shifting. Stepping outside, I saw Clover and Walnut slumped by the stove, looking blissfully content. Half the rock sugar on the cutting board was gone. I rubbed my forehead. How many did you two eat? And not many. Walnut looked guilty and averted his gaze. Walnut ate 4 pieces, I ate 3, Clover said calmly. Clover, you betrayed me, Walnut exclaimed. I put the sugar away. For insiders, there's always enough, but you two need to moderate yourselves. No more than 5 pieces a day from now. Walnut looked stunned. 5 pieces a day? Is this heaven? Mouse warriors in Cusco work for a whole month's pay just to afford 5 grams of rock sugar. In the afternoon, the cables finally reached my doorstep. The colony now had electricity. Almond and the others had been digging pits for 2 days, utterly exhausted and collapsed in the dining chairs. I walked in and tapped the table with my finger. The rock sugar in the system space spilled out onto the tabletop like magic. 2 pieces each as a reward for you. Rock sugar. Almond suddenly sat upright. She carefully picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. Ah. She seemed electrified, trembling violently before sinking back in her chair, cheeks flushed. Sweet. I've never tasted rock sugar this sweet. Even I was startled. Woodrush closed her eyes in bliss. Little Raspberry covered her mouth, tears streaming down in big drops. I think I saw my 3 dead sisters and 2 brothers. Wait, just how big is your mouse family? Almond snapped out of it and reached for a second piece. I hurriedly asked, do you think this rock sugar can be sold? Jiangling, you plan to sell it. Her eyes lit up. Your rock sugars way sweeter than any I've ever had. If I were setting the price, even at 30 silver per gram and with purchase limits, a huge crowd of mice would scramble to buy. 30 silver per gram. I was even more thrilled. Natural corn cost me nothing. Jiangling, how much do you plan to sell in your first batch? I'll help you with sales. You don't need to pay me commission. I thought for a moment. How about 1 pound? Oh, 1 pound. Almond was shocked, then excited. Great. I promise to sell it all within 2 elephants. 2 elephants? By then, the fire demons would have laid waste to my colony. Using money to stomp out fire demons clearly wouldn't work. But with rock sugar and natural corn as my trump cards, there must be colonists willing to help. By the way, Walnut. Yeah, she wants to join your colony. Almond nodded, teasing. So Walnut's in your care now. If you bully her, I'll confiscate all your goods. Behind her, Walnut's cheeks flushed deep red. Why does that sound like she just got married here? Year 5500 AD, day 1 in He Elephant. Summer arrived and the temperature rose. I took off my cowhide coat and put on my worn-out shirt. Almond and the others started renovating the wooden house early in the morning. Clover, Walnut, and I went out hunting. On one hand, we were testing Clover's new sniper rifle. On the other, I was practicing my shooting. With electricity and a properly set-up machining bench, ammo was no longer a problem. When the walnut was added, the system gave me a shooting trainer, which I used right away. Looking at the panel. Shooting, level 7. Combat, level 7. Basic self-defense was sufficient. Walnut accompanied me as I quietly approached a yellow alpaca, holding a pistol. I didn't understand why there were so many alpacas around the colony. Bang! I fired a shot and hit the alpaca's butt. Me! The alpaca bolted away. Bang! A louder gunshot rang out from afar, the bullet piercing precisely through the alpaca's head. It was Clover. I smiled and gave a thumbs up to the distance, then walked over to the alpaca. System store. This creature is not fully dead and cannot be stored. I sighed helplessly, pressed the gun against the alpaca's head, and fired again. Walnut was speechless. Even if you missed and got angry, you don't have to whip a dead horse, do you? What do you mean whip a dead horse? It still has some breath left. I'm just helping it end its pain early. I tried storing it again and succeeded. Clover put away her sniper rifle and came over to join us. Seeing her carrying the sniper rifle, I understood why the mouse race made sniper rifles specifically for themselves. The one I bought was a bit over a meter long, and Clover was only about 1.4 meters tall, so the barrel stuck out far above her head, looking rather comical. But she didn't mind at all. This gun is very easy to use. If you like it, that's good. I looked at Walnut. Do you know how to use firearms? I can get you one. Walnut was still using a mouse crossbow. When she saw Clover's sniper rifle, envy almost materialized in her eyes. But she quickly waved her hand. No need for trouble. I'm fine with the crossbow. Don't be polite. I ruffled her head. You're a sharpshooter. Having better weapons benefits the colony too. Walnut lowered her head, ears trembling slightly. Then, a regular rifle, please. Faster rate of fire, more forgiving, better suited for hunting. All right, I agreed. I didn't have much money, but I could craft a mouse rifle myself. As I petted Walnut's head, Clover suddenly felt a wave of irritation and stepped forward, interrupting lightly. Are we going to continue hunting? I looked up at the sky and said to Walnut and Clover, let's head back. This alpaca will feed us for a long time, and its hide's enough for me to sew a few pieces of clothing. Summer was coming, and I planned to sew myself some new summer clothes. Walnut and Clover each only had one set of clothes, and Walnut's was torn by a fire demon. Although Clover could take off her coat, she still had a jacket underneath, but she stubbornly refused to remove the snowy oxwool scarf around her neck. It wouldn't hold out if the weather got any hotter. Fortunately, The mouse race's basic blueprints had plenty of clothing designs, so it was a good chance to make some new clothes for both of them. Just as we were about to return, I suddenly stopped, staring intently at the live map. What's wrong? Walnut and Clover turned to look at me. There are unknown colonists straight south. Clover immediately raised her sniper rifle, aiming south. I glanced at the map. 3 people. 2 dark-skinned German types. The same clan as the 2 Clover had killed earlier. Between them was a cat-eared girl. Orange hair, cat ears and tail, wearing tattered clothes, covered in scars, looking like a refugee. The 2 German types were holding knives, escorting her forward. I opened her panel. Mita Glenna. Race, Chihuahua. Shooting, level 0. Combat, level 2. She was young, low level, but had good potential. 2 Germans, 1 Chihuahua. Shoot, Clover asked through the scope, also seeing them. What's the Chihuahua race? Walnut explained. A native species from a fringe world, peace-loving, low-tech, dislike fighting, often captured and sold as slaves or commodities. Peace-loving. I was a little surprised. More like Buddhist in nature. They like building houses in scenic spots and basking in the sun. I was silent for a moment. It was understandable why this species suffered persecution. After some thought, I smiled. Clover, don't shoot yet. Aim for the clothed German's head. I'll raise my hand, then you shoot. Walnut, take this pistol and come with me for a talk. The clothed one's shooting skill was level 4. The biggest threat, the other could be ignored. You're going to talk? Walnut took the gun. Yes, the colony needs people. If the girl is merchandise, I can pay some price to buy her. My upbringing wouldn't let me bear seeing kids suffer like this. Of course, I hope for another possibility. Another? I gave a grim smile. Clover and I have killed 2 Germans, already made enemies with that faction. If they're from that faction too, we'll take them out and seize the Chihuahua girl. Walnut silently loaded the pistol. I understand. I'll protect you well. The 2 Germans in the south were escorting the cat girl. One, shirtless, cursed loudly. Cat brat, hurry up. The little girl's face was covered in dust, her water blue eyes bloodshot, and she emitted a beast-like whimper from her throat. Ron, don't scratch her face up. What if the noble master doesn't like it? Ron licked his lips. Wouldn't it be better to take her organs and sell them? If we're selling organs, her body doesn't need to be intact, right? They exchanged a glance, their faces twisted into lecherous smiles. At that moment, the torn clothes guy suddenly stopped and looked north with alert eyes. Someone's coming. I spread my hands and walked over, smiling. Don't be nervous, we're just passing by. We saw you with a member of the Chihuahua tribe and got curious. This is our merchandise. Don't get any crooked ideas, Ron snarled fiercely. There were 3-leaf clovers behind them aiming guns, but I stood confidently. If it's merchandise, it surely has to be sold, right? How about you sell her directly to me? The cat girl's eyes, which just had a flicker of hope, instantly went dead, and her gaze turned hostile toward me. 4,000 silver, not a single coin less. Pay up now, said the one in clothes, named Haggai. 4,000 silver was far beyond what I expected, but I smiled and said, no problem. I don't have silver, but I have something of equal value. I pretended to fumble in my pocket and casually asked, by the way, have any other companions come here before? I've encountered 2 Turan people. Haggai immediately became alert. What are their names? One's called Frog. Seems like he found some treasure, very secretive about it. Haggai's face flushed red with burning rage. Those 2 bastards. How dare they embezzle the treasure? Friend, tell me where they went, and I'll give you a discount. So they really were rival factions. I breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew my hand from my pocket, smiling and pointing my index finger skyward. They're right over there. Haggai looked up confused. Bang! A loud shot rang out from afar, the bullet striking precisely between his eyes. A sound like a watermelon exploding filled the air as his head split in 2. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the skull flew in the direction I pointed, landing on the ground. Ron was splattered with blood and brain matter all over his face and hadn't even reacted yet. My walnut pistol was already out. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in Ron's forehead. He wobbled and fell to the ground. It was over. More brutal than last time, but oddly, I didn't feel as uncomfortable. Human adaptability is truly frightening. I glanced at the cat girl still standing in place and walked over. She snapped back to alertness and immediately emitted a threatening growl. In her eyes, this was just two colonial factions fighting over her, and falling into my hands wouldn't mean a better fate. I crouched down and reached out, trying to be gentle. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. Huh. Suddenly, she hissed like a little cat, fur bristling. I was taken aback. So catgirls also hiss? Looking closer, her legs trembled slightly. She was scared. I tried reaching again, and she hissed once more, but there was exhaustion and fear in her eyes. Curling into a ball to seem fierce only made her look pitiful. Come here. I killed the bad guys who were after you. I won't hurt you. I softened my voice as much as possible. Her wary gaze softened a bit. I gently stroked her cat ears. Seeing she didn't recoil, I pulled her into my arms. She immediately struggled and bit down hard on my shoulder. The pain made me grimace, but I gently patted her back, soothing her head. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I could feel this was just her extreme lack of security showing. Her bite gradually weakened. It was working. This journey must have been really hard for you, right? Now you're safe, hungry? Thirsty? Want something to eat? If you're tired, rest. I won't treat you like merchandise. She finally fell silent. Suddenly, tears poured out as she buried her little face into my shoulder, sobbing softly. I continued to stroke her and asked, "What's your name?" Mita. Mita, what about your family? She trembled harder. They're dead. Daddy was pierced with a spear right in front of me. Mom was dragged away, and I could only watch. Her crying grew louder, clutching my arm so tightly her nails dug into my skin. I looked up at the sky and gently stroked her orange hair. After crying for a long time, she finally stopped and lifted her head. Seeing the blood on my arm from her claws, she whispered, Sorry. She knew I was a good person. It's okay. I ruffled her cat ears, softer than petting a cat. Were those who killed your family the two Turin people? She shook her head. It was the flame demons. Walnut clenched his fist behind me. Flame demons again. They suddenly stormed into the village, killing and breathing fire everywhere. All my relatives, friends, tribespeople, they're all dead. I have no home. She choked back tears again. I lowered my head. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked so much. Taking a deep breath, I said, if you don't mind, would you consider my colony your home? Mita suddenly lifted her head sharply. I stood up and extended my hand. Come, take a look, Mita. See your new home. Almost instinctively, she placed her little hand into mine. Clover hurried over and saw the wound on my arm at a glance. Jiangling, how did you get hurt? Mita silently lowered her head. Clover glanced at Walnut with a faint expression. Walnut quickly shook her head. It's not that I failed to protect you. It's just a surface wound, I said with a smile. No, it needs dressing. Back at the colony, Mita looked around carefully. Although the place was simple, it felt very cozy, reminding her of when her parents took her and the tribe to build the village together. Clover ran off to find medicinal herbs. Mita stared at the wound on my arm, feeling guilty. She gently lifted my arm and then leaned in, licking the wound with her little tongue. I shuddered and quickly pulled my arm away. Mita looked up. Mom said that licking it would make it better. I smiled, rubbing her little head. Thanks, medicine will heal it even faster. By the way, Mita, do you want some sugar? Like magic, a sugar cube appeared in my palm. Sue sugar. She cautiously put it into her mouth. Whoa! Her eyes widened, and her cat ears twitched rapidly. So sweet. It seemed that the cat girl could taste sweetness. Hey, a child from the Chilliwack tribe? Where did you come from? Almond peeked out from behind me. Mita was startled and immediately backed away, for standing on end. Huh. Almond also shrank her neck. Mita, no barking at people randomly. This is Almond. She won't hurt you. I patted her head. She immediately softened, her ears and tail drooping. So, sorry, I'm just timid. I introduced Almond. Her name is Almond. I rescued Mita from the hands of two German-like creatures. Hello, I'm Almond. Hello, Sister Almond. A cat and a mouse getting along peacefully. It was quite a strange scene. Osmanthus and Little Strawberry also came over and saw the wound on my arm. Brother Jiang, you're hurt? Mita hung her head guiltily again. It's just a fingernail-sized wound. I waved my hand dismissively. Clover returned with medicinal herbs to dress the wound. Mita stood nearby like a child being punished, looking well-behaved. If it weren't for the flame demon, she wouldn't have ended up like this. I took the opportunity to tell the mice about Mita's background. They all looked at her with sympathy. I asked Almond, when will the house renovation be finished? Before lunch this afternoon. We'll help you move the furniture back. I made a pound of sugar cubes, each 5 grams. I'll give them to you later. Almond was pleased but felt a bit embarrassed thinking about how they had been freeloading for so long and were about to leave abruptly. Well, we plan to leave as soon as we get the sugar. That's fine. You can change your mind and come back anytime. Almond felt even worse inside, since they had decided to escape. Even if I drove off the flame demon, how could she face coming back? The weather grew hotter. I started to craft the air conditioner. It's a must in summer. Clover insisted I avoid sunlight to protect the wound, so I had to carry the materials indoors to work. Mita followed me everywhere, watching closely. The panel showed she had high manual talent. If well-trained, she could become a pillar of the colony's production. Unfortunately, she couldn't learn the system's decomposition and processing skills. Just as I finished the first air conditioner, the mice's renovation was completed too. Clover and I carried the air conditioner into the new nest, smooth walls, rainproof roof. I was extremely satisfied. After installing and powering the air conditioner, when the cool breeze blew, I felt like I had arrived in heaven. Clover's eyes sparkled as well. We moved the electric stove and forging table inside. I stretched my shoulders, ready to start on the mechanical processing bench. Grr. At that moment, I heard a clear rumble from my stomach. I looked back and saw Mita standing like a little tag-along behind me, blushing and looking down. Don't mind me. You just focus on your work. Sorry, I forgot you haven't eaten for a long time. I rubbed her little head. Perfect timing then. Tonight we're eating meat. Meat, Mita swallowed hard. I walked to the induction stove and turned the switch. The stove lit up, finally showing a bit of a modern kitchen vibe. Dinner was a steak and an ear of corn for each person. Osmanthus and Little Strawberry ate in small bites, as if committing the taste to memory. This was their last meal at my place. Once they returned to Cusco tomorrow, they wouldn't have such good luck. Mita, however, devoured hers greedily. So good. I've never tasted corn before. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Slow down. No one's going to steal your food. She struggled to swallow, and her eyes reddened. After the village was destroyed, I haven't had a proper dinner. I fell silent for a moment and pushed my steak toward her. Mita looked up in confusion. I smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm good with just one ear of corn." Her gaze suddenly became distant. "It's okay. Dad is full just eating these berries." Dad always pushed the meat to her, smiling as he watched her eat. How happy she was then, yet she never realized it. Flames and wails instantly shattered those warm memories. Her father died before her eyes. Her mother was dragged away by the flame demon. Tears overflowed from her water-blue eyes, and she whispered absent-mindedly, "Dad, Dad." She cried again. I knew she was fragile inside. Crying was better. It's harder to hold back negative emotions. I raised my hand to wipe her tears, ruffling her soft hair. "All right, first let's fill your stomach, okay?" Mita wiped away her tears with a smile and buried her head back into eating. Walnut barely took a few bites, quietly staring at us, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Among the rat tribe, such a scene was unheard of, a whole family barely managing to fill their bellies. She had never even seen her own parents. Little Blueberry's eyes were full of envy. Sweet Basil turned to Almond and said, "Almond sister, can I have some corn?" Almond glanced at her. "In your dreams." Sweet Basil choked on her food. I interrupted. "Sweet Basil, is the corn not enough? I'll cook you another cob." She shook her head silently. After the meal, I carried Rukia's dinner to the little rundown hut. Mita followed closely without leaving my side. At the doorway, I crouched down. "Mita, have you made your decision?" "Decision about what?" "Deciding to stay in this colony, in this new home." Mita stared at me for a moment, then nodded firmly. "Yeah, I want to stay. Wherever you are, that's where I'll be." Having lost her homeland, her people, and her family, I, who saved her life, became the closest person to her in this world. System detected a 4th colonist in the host colony. Acquired blueprints for addictive substances manufacturing and 1 combat skill trainer. The system chimed. The space expanded, and there were new blueprints. "Wait, dog system, what kind of lousy blueprints are you giving me?" I closed my eyes and took a look. It was exactly that kind of stuff. White powder, opium, 5-leaf clover cigarettes. I really wanted to erase this memory. But when I saw one in particular, I immediately felt less disgusted. Penicillin production, a medicine that could prevent most malaria and plagues. In this hellish edge world, a plague could wipe out an entire colony. This was something good. But why categorize it under addictive substances? The blueprint clearly said it wasn't addictive. I shook my head and said to Mita, "Come on, I'll introduce you to another person in the colony." I pushed open the door of the little shack, and Mita followed inside. Seeing the beautiful angel with white wings on her back, she opened her mouth wide in surprise. Rukia immediately noticed her. A new colonist? A Kyra child, beautiful eyes, not bad. I curled my lips. So narcissistic. Rukia smiled slightly. Just a fact. Have you seen a prettier colonist than me in this edge world? All right, you win. Mita came back to her senses, eyes sparkling. Sister, are you a sky elf? Of course. I am the noble Malira, Rukia Electra. What's your name? Mita. Such a lovely name. Rukia was unusually gentle with foreign colonists, leaving me puzzled. She explained, Malira once established diplomatic relations with the Kyra tribe. Even after we severed ties with most ground races, Kyra was excluded. Well, Kyra was indeed relaxed, hard to garner unilateral hatred. Rukia then said to Mita, "This guy looks unreliable, but if you're all alone, you can try to trust him." That guy obviously meant me. Though somewhat acknowledged, I couldn't quite feel happy about that. Mita clenched my shirt's hem and nodded to Rukia. I started feeding Rukia. Mita learned about her paralysis disease, and her eyes grew more sympathetic, so even the noble sky elf could fall so low. Fortunately, she also met me. Watching me care for Rukia, Mita grew envious again, recalling how her mother cared for her when she was sick. After the meal, Rukia closed her eyes and opened her mouth, waiting for the next feeding. I smiled and conjured a sugar cube, slipping it into her mouth. Her furrowed brow relaxed. This kind of treatment wasn't even available in the sky city of Kalido. I grew curious about Kalido. You used to live in the sky. Where did your food come from? Although Kalido floats in the air, it has extensive land. They raise animals, have indoor planting warehouses, and occasionally trade with interstellar merchants. You all don't like eating artificial vegetables? They process and cook them, adding seasoning, but they can't compare to your natural corn. Seasonings. I really wanted some, but this cursed place didn't even have salt. Rukia advised, don't think about it. The seasonings are bought from interstellar merchants. There are none native to the Edge world. Makes sense. I stood up. The infernal demon species attack was imminent, so first we needed to strengthen the colony's power. Come on, Mita, time to rest. Oh, okay. When it came time to sleep, deciding where Mita would sleep became a problem. I had initially planned for her to sleep with Almond and the others, so Walnut could look after her. But Mita tightly grabbed the corner of my shirt, her face slightly flushed. I want to sleep with you. I'll sleep on the floor, won't take up space. After narrowly escaping disaster, she only felt safe beside me. Looking into her watery eyes, how could I refuse? I gently touched her soft ears. Sleep with us. The bedboard is wide enough. You don't have to sleep on the floor. Although I made a double bed, both Clover and Mita were small. 3 people fit easily. Back inside, I agreed, and Clover didn't object either. That night, Mita slept between Clover and me, feeling my breath. The tragic memories of her hometown's destruction were buried deep beneath that comfort. What delicious food would we eat tomorrow? Could she help Jiangling tomorrow? She smiled with anticipation as she fell asleep. In the second half of the night, Clover instinctively hugged the warm body beside her. Something fell off, and she groggily opened her eyes, discovering she was holding a smaller Mita, curled in my arms like a kitten, taking the spot Clover had originally occupied. Clover felt displeased, glanced at Mita with a trace of jealousy, then turned over and faced away to sleep. Year 5500 AD, Hexiang, Day 2. I woke early according to my biological clock. In my arms was still a furry bundle, but this time not white, orange. Mita had snatched Clover's place. I shook my head with a smile and was about to get up when I felt a tug on my collar. Looking down, I saw Mita sleeping soundly, clutching my collar tightly, a smile on her face but tears in her eyes. Her small body trembled slightly as she murmured in her sleep, "Dad, Dad." I was silent for a moment, then slowly lay back down, reaching out to hold her. Let's sleep a bit longer today. I'll be using the electric forging table later, making noise that might wake them. Watching Mita's adorable sleeping face, I unintentionally fell asleep again. When I woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. What a refreshing nap. Clover was nowhere to be seen. Mita, blushing, sat beside me. You're awake? She clearly knew what she had done, snuggling into someone's arms and clutching their collar. Her ears drooped. She wondered if I wouldn't want to sleep with her anymore. Knowing how exhausted she must be from the escape and travel, I ruffled her head. Sorry, I overslept. Are you hungry? I'll cook right away. Mita smiled again. Yes. Almond and the others came back inside and sat at the dining table, eagerly waiting. They had planned to eat then leave, but I overslept. They waited because they had to say goodbye in person and also to snag another meal. After breakfast, I handed the sugar cubes to Almond, and they were ready to leave. Outside the base, Almond waved. I'm off now. Take good care of Walnut. Osmanthus said, Brother Jiang, I'll come back to visit when I have time. Little Strawberry said nothing but looked at me with tears in her eyes, clearly reluctant to leave. Yet beneath her tears was hope, waiting for me to take care of her mother, waiting for me to grow up and help Brother Jiangling. She vowed to return and personally declare she wanted to join our colony. She clenched her tiny fists, wiped away tears, waved goodbye, and followed Almond northward. I watched their figures disappear before returning to the colony. Walnut didn't go back immediately but silently watched the direction they had left, hands clasped in a quiet prayer. Almond, have a safe journey. She had a feeling that Almond and the others would definitely return to join us. But before that, Walnuts turned toward me as I returned to the base, a smile appearing on her face. Let me first pursue my own happiness. After they left, the colony felt much quieter, and I was unaccustomed to the sudden stillness. But now that they're gone, it's time to let the walking chicken in the house get some sun. I gathered some wood and started a new project. Clover, as usual, was scavenging around the colony. Walnut said she wanted to plant flowers and had gone off to pick some. Mita followed me silently, watching me work. With the system's ability to dismantle and process, making simple things was easy. After breaking down some wood, a wheel appeared in my hand. I tested its bearing capacity and nodded with satisfaction. Next came the chair. After a flurry of work, a wooden wheelchair took shape before Mita and me. Mita's eyes sparkled. Is this a wheelchair? You know what it is? When Dad hurt his leg before, the craftsman made him one. I seem to have underestimated the native people's knowledge. After confirming it could bear weight, I was about to head to the small dilapidated house when Walnut returned, holding a handful of small yellow flowers, excitedly saying, Jiangling, Jiangling, are these flowers pretty? Even the plainest yellow flowers, gathered together in this wasteland of the fringe world, were beautiful. Yes, very pretty. Hee, Walnut was delighted. Then I'll plant them. Good. Arrange them however you like. I then said to her, Walnut, since you're back, I want to introduce you to another member of the colony. Another member? Walnut was stunned. Isn't it just her, me, and Clover? Oh, right, and Mita. You'll find out soon. I pushed the wheelchair into the small broken house. Because I had overslept, Lucia barely ate until almost noon and was still sulking. Seeing me come in again, she snapped. What now? Aren't you using the mechanical manufacturing table anymore? Don't you know the flame demon breed is about to? All right, I'm coming right away. I interrupted her. But before that, you, homebody, need to get some sun. Me? Get some sun? Lucia looked at me like I was crazy. I said nothing more, stepped forward, and scooped her up in my arms, heading outside directly. Lucia's face flushed red instantly. Why? Why are you holding me? Are you some kind of pervert? Outside, Walnut was still puzzled about another member when she saw me carrying a beautiful white-winged, blue-haired lady out of the shabby little house. She faintly heard words like pervert and don't hold me. Could it be that I kidnapped her? But that didn't seem like something I would do. If that were the case, would I even let Xingren and the others leave? Ignoring Lucia's protests, I put her into the wheelchair. She immediately quieted down and after a while recovered. This is a wheelchair? Made especially for me. Of course. I smiled and pushed the wheelchair. You stay cooped up indoors all day, your feathers are withering. From now on, I'll try to take you out to get some sun every day. She was silent for a moment, then murmured, Really? Always doing unnecessary things. Though she said that, a smile slowly appeared on her face. Looking at the bright weather and breathing the fresh air, that suppressed mood vanished in an instant. How could she really like lying in a cramped place staring at a moldy ceiling? I pushed her over to Walnut. This is Lucia Electra, Morella, who has paralysis and needs care. Then, to Lucia, I said, this is Walnut, Campanula Walnut, a settler chosen to stay with the caravan. I could remember her name, which surprised Lucia. She greeted Walnut faintly. Hello. She clearly wasn't as friendly to the rat folk as she was to Mita, but greeting was at least giving me some face. Walnut saw her for the first time and kept observing. Hello. She was truly beautiful, more so than any woman I'd ever seen in my life. After the introductions, I pushed Lucia to a quiet spot and quietly kept her company, watching the scenery. She watched the scenery, and I watched her. I suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I just suddenly thought of a great man from my hometown. High IQ, in a wheelchair, physically immobile, all matched perfectly. Lucia shot me a dark line on her forehead. I feel like what you're thinking isn't good. All right, don't mind it. Just enjoy the view. After a long while, she took a deep breath. Jiangling, thank you. To be honest, I'm very happy you made me this wheelchair, but I'd prefer if you spent your time developing the colony. Even without the flame demon species, don't do these unnecessary things. She genuinely wanted to see how far my colony could develop, but the relaxed vibe about me made her feel frustrated at my lack of ambition. So that's how you feel. I didn't answer directly, following her gaze into the distance. Lucia, this world is a complete mess compared to where I came from. A faint smile lingered on my face. Back where I lived, you don't have to fight so desperately just to survive every day. You don't have to face unknown threats. Even if you were worthless, it would be hard to starve to death. Lucia was silent. Just by looking at me, she knew my original home was countless times better than this place. So why did I end up here? But precisely because it's such a mess, I'm even more enthusiastic about finding some things worth enjoying in this rotten world. I looked at the sun on the horizon and smiled. Coming to this world, my thoughts were the same as most others, to survive. But I want to live an exciting life. If I'm just struggling to survive by relentlessly developing the colony, what's the difference between me and a robot? I always believed that no matter how rotten or boring this world was, if you look for it with heart, you'll always find some fun. For me, the motivation to live was even more important than life itself. Building houses in the colony, researching food, making a wheelchair for Lucia. I didn't want my days to be too plain, nor did I want the people around me to become walking corpses. I liked watching clover scavenge, liked watching walnut plant flowers. This place was more than just a colony. It was my new home. I wanted to make it a paradise at the margins of the world. Sometimes, I even had unrealistic thoughts about changing this world. My words left Lucia silent for a long time. She suddenly closed her eyes. Tired? I asked. Lucia slowly opened those ice blue eyes. Yes, take me back. Pushing the wheelchair back to the little shack, I once again scooped her up. This time she didn't protest or struggle, her eyes fixed on the side of my face the entire time. I put her back on the haystack and stayed, pondering over the pile of hay. What are you thinking about now? She asked curiously. I'm thinking maybe I should make you a bedboard so you can sleep more comfortably. No need. Making a bedboard isn't troublesome. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head aside. Would bedboards get damp and are hard to manage? Me. Well, okay, I had forgotten that part. I appreciate your kindness, she said irritably. Hurry up and work on the mechanical processing bench. I don't want to see your colony trampled by the flame demon species. I'm on it. As soon as I left, Lucia looked back up at the moldy ceiling, and a faint smile unexpectedly appeared on her face. When the Herrick season arrived, things suddenly became more hectic. The marble house for Walnut needed air conditioning installed, summer clothes had to be sewn, and the mechanical processing bench had to be finished as soon as possible. I rubbed my temples, not knowing where to start. Can I help with anything? Mita asked quietly. I slapped my forehead. Almost forgot this girl was handcraft level 3. Mita, can you sew clothes? Her eyes brightened. I helped my mom sew at home before. As long as I have a blueprint, it's fine. Do you have a terminal? Yes, every child in our village is implanted with a terminal at birth. I had once again underestimated the technology of the Chilliwack tribe. After connecting her terminal and giving her the blueprint for the mouse tribe clothes, I looked at Walnut, handcraft level 8, even higher than me, yet I had completely overlooked her. Walnut, can you sew clothes? I sew my own clothes. I handed her the alpaca leather that had been drying all day. Sew summer clothes for everyone, and one for me too. Have Mita do the sewing while you guide her. Walnut saw I wanted to train Mita, nodded, and led her towards the sewing machine. With the most troublesome task handled, I threw myself fully into the mechanical processing bench. Once I got into work mode, my efficiency was amazing. By afternoon, the mechanical processing bench was assembled. Mita and Walnut were still sewing clothes, chatting and laughing. True to being a Chilliwack prodigy, in half a day Mita's handcraft skill jumped from level 3 to level 4. It was like cheating. I went out again to gather materials and returned to practice crafting, first making a mouse tribe rifle for Walnut. Without realizing it, dinner time approached. I didn't notice Mita and the others had finished sewing and were standing behind me watching me work. After fitting the last component, I wiped the sweat from my brow. Walnut. I'm here. The voice came from right behind me. When I turned around, I realized they'd been standing there all along, smiling as they handed me the rifle and a handful of bullets. Made these for you. Go try it out. Walnut's eyes lit up as she clutched the gun and ran out excitedly. Mita looked at Walnut's back, hesitating to speak. What do you want to say? I asked. I want to practice shooting too. I want to learn how to shoot. I glanced at her status panel. Shooting level 0, not a single star. Stars represented talent and passion, which meant she didn't really like shooting. I frowned. Is it because you want revenge for your family? She nodded softly. I don't want to watch important people get hurt again in the future. I squatted down to meet her eyes. If you really want to learn, I support you. But revenge doesn't necessarily mean doing it yourself. I'm also fighting the flame demons. What you fear, I can promise it won't happen a second time. Her eyes quivered slightly. Mita, do you really like shooting? No. Actually, I hate that kind of thing. But I want to become stronger. I pulled out a dagger and handed it to her. This was one I'd taken from those 2 German descent captives. 3-leaf clover's hand-to-hand combat is very strong, and you two are similar in build. If you want to get stronger, go find her. Mita had a high talent for combat. The first time she lunged at me, her hand speed was so fast it left only an afterimage. She nodded firmly. Okay, I'll go find Sister Clover. Then she added, do we need to make lots of bullets later? The more the better. I saw you making them just now. I've learned it. Her eyes were full of hope. I can help you. I was taken aback. Make a few and show me. She went to the mechanical processing bench, every movement so skilled it didn't look like her first time. In a short while, a small batch of bullets came out. I picked up the bullets and examined them carefully. The size was standard and the craftsmanship neat. Truly a handcraft genius. I smiled and ruffled her hair. So smart. If I get too busy in the future, I'll leave it to you. Saving this girl was like drawing a gold card in a gotcha pull. Her hair was all messy from being tousled, but her small face was full of smiles. Just then, Walnut came back carrying 2 fat rabbits. I hunted them. This gun is really good. I took the rabbits to prepare dinner. Walnut suddenly noticed I was still wearing tattered clothes. You haven't tried on the clothes Mita sewed yet? Mita finally realized and quickly handed over the clothes. Brother Zhongling, try them and see if they fit. Because she'd sewn them herself, I strangely felt like a daughter giving me a gift. My heart grew warm. In front of both of them, I took off my shirt and put on the new one. Mita immediately covered her eyes, but peeked through her fingers. Walnut, however, glanced over me without any embarrassment. Wearing the new alpaca leather shirt, I moved around a bit. Fits perfectly. Just like it was tailor-measured. Mita's face flushed crimson in an instant. Actually, Walnut had wanted to sew it a size larger, but Mita insisted on this size. She must have remembered what it felt like when I held her. How about yours? I asked. All sewn up. Walnut picked up hers and, without any hesitation, turned her back to me and took off her old clothes. Her pale, slender back was revealed, and the scar from a through-and-through wound on her right shoulder blade was especially eye-catching, evoking a pang of sympathy. Me. I quickly turned my head away, but my eyes involuntarily drifted back. I'm not an Alolas. Walnut was petite, but she was already an adult. Her skin was really white, just way too thin. Walnut noticed my gaze and subtly lifted the corner of her mouth. So she wasn't without charm after all. Mito wasn't as generous. She hugged her new clothes, blushing as she ran off to change in another room. Walnut finished changing and turned around. How is it? The summer outfit was tight, accentuating her figure, though she was still flat-chested. I rubbed my nose. Looks great. Hee hee. She smiled contentedly. Teach me how to use the machining station. I want to help you more. No problem. It took Mita half an hour to come back after changing clothes, peeking her little head out. Is it over? What's over? And nothing. She blushed and rushed forward. I want to help make bullets too. After Walnut learned to make bullets, I went to the stove to prepare dinner. Clover had returned too, looking downcast. Didn't find much today. She had probably plowed through almost all the land around the colony. She got the new clothes Mita sewed, but didn't get too excited. After changing, she still wore that yak hair scarf. I didn't press. It was warm enough now. She'd take it off on her own. Mita ate without gobbling down her food as usual, while Walnut took a few bites and then smiled, watching Mita eat. I just nibbled a couple of bites of corn when an alert sounded in my mind. Warning, unknown colonist entering the colony. My heart tightened. Flame demon kin couldn't arrive so soon, but Germanic kin could show up anytime. I opened the map and sighed in relief. It was a single colonist arriving from the south. Seeing their outfit, I raised an eyebrow. A straw hat, a black crane cloak, and underneath a black long garment, just like an ancient knight-errant from my homeland. A compatriot. I hurriedly opened their profile. Yuan Shao Drunken Flowers, Species, Cute Salamander Kin, Melee, Level 19, Shooting, Level 3. Their name was related to a festival poem from my homeland, but their species wasn't, probably just a similar cultural origin from another star. But a cute salamander kin dressed as a knight-errant, with level 19 melee skills. Really a knight-errant? They moved very slowly on the map, looking extremely weak. I stood up. There's an unknown colonist. Let's go check. Clover immediately grabbed her sniper rifle without a word. Walnut was eager too and lifted her rifle. I waved a hand. Don't be too alert. They look very weak and came to us voluntarily. Probably no bad intentions. Mita whispered, I want to go too. Come along, but stay behind and stay hidden. Yuan Shao gritted her teeth and took another step, hunger draining her strength, then suddenly knelt down. Master, I'm sorry. I might embarrass myself by starving to death on my wandering journey. Looking up, she saw a few figures emerging on the horizon. Her alarm bell rang loudly. She forced herself to get up and drew her long sword. Even if starving to death, she couldn't fall into the hands of strangers. But what if these strangers were friendly? Her hand holding the sword trembled even more. We walked up to her. Seeing her draw the sword, Clover and Walnut immediately raised their guns. But the sword shook wildly, and I knew she no longer had the strength to resist, so I raised my hand to signal them to lower their weapons. Yuan Shao vaguely saw me, an intelligent species, looking gentle and clean, not like a bad person. A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Her grip loosened, and the long sword clattered to the ground as she knelt again. I stepped forward 2 paces. Do you need help? Only then did I clearly see her figure. Quite graceful, about 1.6 meters tall, taller than Clover and the others. The only older sister figure in my colony was Rukia, and she could only sit in a wheelchair. If I brought Yuan Shao in too, the colony wouldn't just be a lowly hangout anymore. TSK feels a bit of a loss though. Her veil obscured her face. Only the tips of her pink hair below the straw hat were visible. Yuan Shao weakly spoke. Please spare me some food. I will surely repay the life-saving kindness with all my might. Her voice was weak but pleasantly melodious. Hunger was the issue. I stepped forward. Jiang Ling. Clover warned cautiously from behind. It's okay. I extended my hand to her. We're eating now. Come eat with us. Actually, just taking some berries from the system space was enough. But I wanted to try the sugar-coated bullet, see if natural corn and beef could make this lone colonist stay. Yuan Shao grabbed my hand and stood up, then stumbled and leaned against me, resting her head on my shoulder. Her hat fell off. A cascade of pink long hair immediately spilled down. Her face was slightly flushed. She forced a calm tone. Sorry. I was really too weak from hunger. Me. How hungry must you have been? Only after helping her stand upright did I get a clear look at her face. Exquisitely beautiful, though tinged with a faint hue of illness, her features were finely carved like jade. Her skin was pale without a hint of sickness, and a strand of pink hair hung down on each cheek, complementing a pair of delicate, pale pink eyes. From the sides of her head, near the ears, extended three soft pink antennae on each side, a peculiar beauty born of the exotic. A most salamander species, the salamander kind. Those three pairs of antennae reminded me of the salamanders from my hometown. I'll carry you back. She wanted to refuse, but glancing back at the vigilant Clover and Walnut, seeing only my goodwill, she nodded reluctantly. Thank you. I hoisted her onto my back and immediately headed back to base. Clover and Walnut picked up their long swords and straw hats, following behind. Yuan Shao was taller than Clover and the others. Her chest noticeably developed, and from my back came the soft sensation akin to a basket of little steamed buns. Upon entering the colony, she seemed to grasp the whole picture: 2 marble houses, a restroom, and a cornfield. Modest, yet cozy. Back inside, I let her sit down and handed her an ear of corn. Eat, don't rush. Seeing no trace of hostility from her the entire time, Clover and Walnut finally relaxed. Walnut shot me a resentful look, thinking dealing with such a mysterious stranger colonist was too dangerous. But I had a gut feeling this most salamander meant no harm. I offered the corn again. Yuan Shao accepted, her eyes trembling slightly. Thank you immensely. She lowered her head and took a bite, and the whole salamander seemed to freeze in place. I felt satisfied. Once again, natural corn was rarer than meat for colonists at the edge of the world. She lifted her eyes to me. This is... I put a finger to my lips, signaling her not to ask. Yuan Shao immediately understood and buried her head, eating heartily, her eyes growing moist. After finishing the ear of corn, I handed her a steak. Starving, Yuan Shao barely cared about manners and finished it in a few bites, leaning back in her chair with a long sigh of relief. Benefactor, your life-saving grace leaves me at a loss for how to repay. She clasped her fists. Once you've eaten, tell me about yourself. My name's Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling. She paused, then softly recited. At dawn, I depart from the Baidi amidst colorful clouds, 1,000 miles to Jiangling in a single day. My heart skipped a beat. Tentatively, I asked, Palace Jade liquid wine? Yuan Shao looked confused. Benefactor, are you matching couplets with me? Fine, I was overthinking. Over 3,000 years have passed. Who really knows what my hometown looks like now? What's your name? Yuan Shao, drunken flower shade. She apologized. Your name sounds very much like the naming style from my homeland. I was momentarily stunned. It's okay. Yuan Shao continued her introduction. She came from the Peony dynasty, the 11th generation direct disciple of the Flying Cloud Manor's leader. On a journey, she survived by relying on alms, but no colonies took her in. In fact, many colonists tried to attack her, all of whom she slew, which left her in this sorry state. Level 19 martial arts skills were no exaggeration. It seemed her disarray was simply due to hunger. Yuan Xiao's expression turned serious. Benefactor, there is an urgent matter. The southern region has a horde of flame demon species on a rampage, leveling several colonies many times larger than this one. Please, I implore you to leave quickly. Oh, that matter. I smiled. I know about it, but I'm not leaving. I'm staying here to deal with them. Her beautiful eyes widened. Benefactor, these flame demon species are vicious beyond measure. You must not underestimate them. I'm not underestimating them. I have a way to handle them, I said calmly. The flame demons have raised many colonies, leaving colonists homeless. I stay to shelter them. I reached out and ruffled Mita's hair beside me. She squinted contentedly, purring like a kitten. Yuan Shao stared at Mita in stunned silence. The Chilliwack clan's children usually couldn't work. Other colonies either evicted them or harvested their organs to sell to nobles. Yet I kept her here and cared for her well. In that moment, Yuan Shao saw me as towering and magnificent. Her blood boiled with admiration. She hadn't expected her benefactor to harbor such grand ambitions. Actually, my main reason for staying was to use the flame demons to develop the colony. With Rukia as backup, if things went south, I could even trade sugar cubes to hire Rat Clan mercenaries. But Yuan Shao overthought it, and I was too lazy to explain. If you don't abandon me, benefactor, I am willing to stay and assist until the flame demons are repelled. Yuan Shao cupped her fists once more. Perfect. Keeping her was just the best. Walnut paced behind Yuan Shao. Are you really a Mo salamander? Where's your tail? Ah, the tail, Yuan Shao said without blinking. I was so hungry I cut it off and ate it. We all fell into silence. But tails can regrow. It just uses a lot of nutrients, so it's only cut when life is in danger. Salamanders are salamanders, indeed. Seeing me stare, Yuan Shao said seriously. If Benefactor wants to try it, once my tail grows back, I can cut it off and let you sample. No, no. I quickly waved my hand. We only have 2 houses. You and Walnut can share, all right? The Benefactor's arrangement means I have no objection to sleeping outside. After settling Yuan Shao in, I took out a piece of rock sugar and handed it over. This is a specialty of our colony. Have a taste. Seeing me produce an item out of thin air, Yuan Xiao's eyes lit up. Benefactor, are you using a myriad treasure gourd? Myriad treasure gourd? She reached into her waist and pulled out a gourd. With a thought, a piece of clothing popped out from its mouth. This is our Minger Toad storage tool. It uses spatial compression technology and is quite precious. Spatial compression? I hadn't expected this gourd to be high-tech. Looks like I don't need to be too cautious about using system space around outsiders. My method is similar in principle. After handing over the rock sugar, I left. Time to feed Lucia. The moment Lucia saw me, she said, got a new recruit again. A Minger Toad species for now. I plan to try integrating her. Lucia's dark brows furrowed slightly. The Minger Toad's homeland was trampled by mechanical beings. They hold hostility toward us, who use high-tech machinery as weapons. If you want her to join, don't reveal my existence to her. I nodded, wearing an apologetic expression. Then I'm afraid I won't take you out for fresh air these days. Sorry, I don't mind, Lucia said calmly. The colony's development always comes first. I felt a surge of joy. This means she truly considers herself part of the colony. By the way, I've already built the mechanical processing platform, and I've tested the bolt-action rifle. No issues. Lucia looked surprised. That fast? What about production capacity? 2 rifles a day, 300 to 400 bullets daily, no problem. That's enough. She closed her eyes and began transmitting blueprints. Obtained recoil system blueprint. Obtained automated machine gun turret blueprint. Advanced unlock. Acquired skill trainer. Shooting ×1. After looking at the blueprints, I felt a bit puzzled. The recoil system was just a simple improvement to reduce kickback. The best it could make was a mini submachine gun. The automated gun turret shot autonomously via AI, but had limited accuracy, rate of fire, and range. Is that all? In the next few days, just focus on building machine gun turrets, each loaded with 300 bullets. That's enough to deal with the flame demon species. Does this thing really work? The colonized territories trampled over don't have them. Every colony has them, usually a dozen or so. Then what's the point of these things? Their gun turrets are connected to the most basic AI, but mine isn't. Lucia's face showed pride. I'll replace the AI myself and personally operate the turret. Manually controlled? Not just point and shoot. I input firing codes every moment, calculating angles and trajectories. I fell silent. That would require a human-form computer brain. But Lucia has a level 20 intellect. Maybe she can pull it off. Filled with determination, I stood up. All right, I'll build gun turrets tomorrow. Walnut and Mita handle the bullets. I feel your enthusiasm, but can you feed me first? Oh, right. Sorry. Back inside. Yuan Shao was still sitting at the dining table, dazed. Why aren't you sleeping? Ah, she hurriedly stood up. The rock sugar is so irresistible. I'm still lost in thought. I laughed. If you like it, ask me anytime. I have plenty. Suddenly, Yuan Shao hesitated and blushed. Then, could you give me 2 more pieces to take back to my master for a taste? No problem. I immediately took out 2 pieces and handed them to her. Benefactor, do you want to meet my master? I believe you'd have a lot in common. Her master is the head of Feiyun Manor, rich with martial arts flavor. Curious, I asked, what kind of person is your master? Highly respected throughout the entire Peony dynasty. Even princesses must be ceremonious when meeting her. Yuan Xiao's eyes sparkled. Is she female? An image of a stern Minger Toad old lady formed in my mind. Benefactor, don't think my master is an old lady. Yuan Xiao said seriously. Our Minger toad's appearance is fixed at maturity. We don't age. A species that doesn't grow old? I became interested and sized her up. How old are you? Yuan Xiao's cheeks suddenly flushed. She returned the gaze and looked me over. Her skin was naturally fair. The blush was especially noticeable. What's wrong? It's okay if you don't want to say. Ah. She came back to herself and lightly cleared her throat. Benefactor, when you meet other Minger toads, especially females, please don't directly ask their age. Why? Because Minger toad's appearance doesn't change with age. In our culture, asking an opposite-sex individual's age means a request for courtship. Heaven and earth bear witness, I really didn't know. I understand that benefactor meant no harm, Yuan Shao continued. But even if you must ask, say, may I inquire the young lady's age? Otherwise, it's very rude to Minger toads. These rules are quite detailed, somewhat like my hometown customs, strangely comforting. Well then, may I inquire the young lady's age? I am 21 this year. Yuan Shao answered openly. A bit younger than me, matching her appearance. But is this 21 years calculated according to the Edge World's 1 year? I honestly don't know how long a year lasts here. The sky is getting late. Benefactor, you should rest early. I'll take my leave now, Yuan Shao said, then ran out of the room as if fleeing. I sighed, thinking maybe I had been rude in my questioning. Looking back, Mita was sitting on the chair with a shy expression, occasionally stealing glances at me. Clearly still wanting to sleep with me, but afraid I might drive her away because of what happened this morning. I smiled and stroked her ear gently. Come on, let's go sleep too. Mita's cat ears twitched, her face lighting up with joy. Year 5500 AD, Hexiang, Day 3. The moment I opened my eyes, I found Mita already lying on the bedboard, staring at my face. Seeing I was awake, her little face instantly flushed red. Brother Jiangling, good morning. You can sleep a little longer. I usually wake up at this time at home. Sanyukeo was still sound asleep. I gently rubbed her white, big ears, then got out of bed with satisfaction. The temperature outside had clearly risen. It was only the third day of summer, and I dared not imagine how hot it would get next. Outside, a graceful figure was practicing swordsmanship in the morning. It was Yuan Shao. Each move was as elegant as a dance. The breeze gently stirred her pink hair and the light hems of her clothes. Beads of sweat trickled down her fair jaw, adding to her beauty. I was frozen in place. After finishing a set of sword techniques, Yuan Shao turned and caught me staring at her. Remembering last night, her cheeks reddened even more, and she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Benefactor, good morning. I snapped out of it, nodding slightly. Morning. Yuan Shao stopped practicing, glanced back at me, her pink eyes gleaming. Benefactor has been watching me practice swordsmanship? Are you interested in sword techniques? If you wish, I can teach you. My heart stirred. Who didn't have a chivalrous dream? But thinking of my current tasks, I could only wave my hand. Maybe some other day. I still need to craft weapons to fight the flame demon species. If Benefactor wants to learn, just find me anytime, Yuan Shao said curiously. Could I observe the construction process, perhaps? Sure, it's just an automated machine gun turret. Automated machine gun turret? Yuan Shao frowned. Those colonies flattened by the flame demon species each have more than a dozen machine gun turrets, but they're completely ineffective. Don't worry, I have other uses in mind. Yuan Shao didn't ask further and said, is there anything I can help with? I glanced at her status panel. Construction level 6, higher than I expected. Then go get some marble for me. I'll break it down into stone blocks, and you can help me build a marble house. The days were getting hotter. Workbenches like the forge and sewing table were still crowded in the bedroom, sometimes disturbing Sanyukeo's rest, and the smell was unpleasant. I urgently needed a workshop. No problem. I often participated in sect construction back at Feiyun Villa. Yuan Shao cupped her hands and went out immediately. Mita also took the initiative to help carry stones. I started assembling the machine gun turret. After Sanyukeo and Walnut woke up, they went to carry stones too. Once I finished the parts one could make by hand and gathered enough marble. After breakfast, I assigned tasks. Mita was in charge of bullets. Walnut and Yuan Shao built the house, while Sanyukeo followed to learn. The colony was suddenly bustling with activity. By noon, the sun was blisteringly fierce. Sanyukeo and Walnut sweated profusely but kept working hard, while Yuan Shao suddenly swayed while carrying stones and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ling. Yuan Shao fainted. I hurriedly carried her back inside and turned on the air conditioner. The first thing Yuan Shao saw after waking was me. Her eyelids drooped. Benefactor, sorry, It's okay, as long as you're fine, I interrupted her. Walnut told me your salamander species is heat intolerant. It's my fault. I asked you to do heavy work despite knowing the heat. The salamander species had a weak constitution, sensitive and prone to pain, easily heat-stroked. But Yuan Shao was level 19 in combat and capable of traveling alone. She must have some trump card. But if I hadn't pushed myself. You did it to help me, I interrupted again. The progress isn't delayed. Walnut and the others have already finished the house. Don't overexert next time. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately. I'll still need your help in the future. I knew her nature. She loved to dwell on guilt, so I had to quickly suppress it. Otherwise, what if one day she felt too ashamed to see me and slipped away quietly? Yuan Shao opened her mouth, unable to speak. Suddenly, her image merged with her master's in my mind. Thank you, benefactor, she finally smiled. Here, have a sugar cube. I popped a sugar cube into her mouth and rubbed her pink hair. The texture felt surprisingly nice. Yuan Shao didn't mind, just nodded lightly. Benefactor, you go ahead, don't worry about me. Stepping out, a wave of heat hit me. Turns out the Edgeworld summer could really be deadly. I went to the finished machine gun turret. Mita had already prepared over 100 bullets, and the electronic eye that Lucia requested was connected. I set up a bunch of straw dummies, connected to the terminal, and ordered, shoot the dummies. Rat, rat, rat. The firing rate was worrying. Effective range was 100 meters, 7 out of 10 shots missed, and the deviation angle could reach up to 30 degrees. No wonder those colonies were flattened by the flame demon species. With such accuracy and firing speed, even 100 machine gun turrets would be useless. Built it. How is it? Lucia sent a message. Very useless. Can't even tell male from female within 100 meters, humans from animals beyond that. Gun barrel accuracy is limited. This is already the best angle calculated by the AI. This AI has been around for over 3,000 years, and it's still this useless? Give me the controls. I immediately handed over the controls. The machine gun turret raised its barrel again. Rat. It was off by 60 degrees. Rat. Rat. The next 2 shots deviated to 90 degrees. I quickly ducked behind the machine gun turret. Is this your manual control? Don't argue. I'm calculating. After a moment, the barrel twitched slightly, and the muzzle flare returned. Rat. 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 Every shot hit the dummy's head precisely. I gasped, took a berry out from the system space, and threw it into the air. Rat. The berry burst open. I silently applauded. This accuracy was terrifying. Had this grounded chicken's computational ability already surpassed AI? Under my fine control, the effective range can reach 200 meters. Just build more machine gun turrets, and leave the flame demons to me. What do you want for dinner tonight? I'll reward you properly. Add a sugar cube after the meal. Not just one, I can give a whole pound. In the afternoon, I assembled another machine gun turret, and spent the remaining time installing air conditioners. Yuan Shao didn't tolerate heat well. The other room and the new workshop both needed them. With experience, the second air conditioner was done before dinner. Yuan Shao was almost fully recovered. She walked out of the room and saw me installing the air conditioner, pursing her lips. Benefactor, how's your recovery? All good now. Is there anything else you need me to do? Not for now. Get ready for dinner. She nodded silently and turned to leave. Yuan Shao, wait. I called after her. After dinner, teach me some sword techniques? Her eyes instantly lit up and she nodded eagerly. Okay. Dinner was pan-fried alpaca ribs with natural corn, surprisingly tasty. Yuan Shao was nibbling on the corn when she suddenly froze, looking utterly disbelieving. What's wrong? Sick of it? I asked. Honestly, I was already sick of it myself. When would the dog system provide some spice seeds? No. Yuan Shao hurriedly shook her head and buried herself in eating again. She thought, every meal includes meat and natural vegetables. Even nobles from the border world might not have it this good. If she dared complain about being bored, she'd probably get struck by lightning from the heavens. After feeding Lucia post-dinner, Yuan Shao enthusiastically dragged me outside to practice swordsmanship. She handed me her sword. The blade was surprisingly light, the silver surface shimmering with a faint blue in the sunlight, adorned with intricately lifelike peony engravings. This is fiberglass. Does my benefactor know how to identify materials? It's made of fiberglass and steel forging. My master gave it to me as an apprenticeship gift. She casually picked up a wooden stick by the road. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate first. Having used many skill training tools, I found it rather easy to practice. After practicing 2 moves, we were both dripping with sweat and took a break. Didn't expect you to have such a talent for martial arts. Benefactor? I rubbed my nose bashfully. You have 1/5 of my talent. Me. Seeing my silence, Yuan Shao put on a serious face. Don't underestimate me, benefactor. I was personally trained by the sect leader of Flying Cloud Manor and passed the palace exam into the court by martial strength. Even the Mingyuan species have imperial examinations? How is Flying Cloud Manor regarded in the Peony dynasty? The Mingyuan kingdom has countless clans and sects aside from the official bureaucracy. The top 8 sects are as influential as the highest aristocratic families, and Flying Cloud Manor is one of them. Full of that classic wuxia feudal flair. Yuan Shao sighed. Too bad you're not a Mingyuan. You can't cultivate Yuan Chi. Otherwise, I'd really want to recommend you to Flying Cloud Manor. What's Yuan Chi? We Mingyuan have a hidden spiritual vein inside our bodies. Once opened, physical qualities improve greatly, and it activates the unique power of the Mingyuan, the Yuan Chi. What can Yuan Chi do? At its most basic, it can form a shield around the body. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them and said, Benefactor, touch it. I reached out, but was blocked by an invisible barrier just as my hand was about to touch. Can it block bullets? A normal handgun can't break through. Heavy firepower is another matter. My master's Yuan Chi shield doesn't get scratched by cannonballs. No wonder Yuan Shao could travel alone between colonies. There's more than just shields. There's also the attacking technique, the Yuan Chi slash. She stood up, her gaze locking onto a squirrel perched on a branch in the distance. Watch closely. She raised her hand, and a cluster of white vapor gathered in her palm. Go! The white vapor shot out as a half-meter-long blade of energy, swiftly cutting the squirrel and the branch in half. See that? Yuan Shao proudly lifted her head. Her power was slightly weaker than that of Clover's sniper rifle, but the wound it created was larger, and the charge time was extremely short. This ability, it's honestly enviable. Is this ability common? Not really. Although it's innate, only a very rare few salamander-like powers can be activated. Those who are exceptionally gifted can open their meridians on their own, but most need precious luck pills. She became even prouder. As for me, I managed to open mine myself. Goodness, she even refines pills. In the cultivation world, she'd be considered a prodigy. Stop daydreaming. Keep practicing your swordplay. Yuan Shao only put down her sword at dusk, soaked in sweat. Worried that Mita and Clover might mind the smell, I headed downstream along the small creek outside the base to bathe. This was my first time bathing since arriving in the border world. The weather was getting hotter, and the stench of sweat was unavoidable. I need to create a proper shower room eventually. I stood up from the creek and bent down to grab my clothes from the bank. Then, looking up, I saw a petite figure with white hair not far away, staring blankly at me. My mind went blank instantly. I hurriedly covered my lower body with the clothes. CL Clover? What are you doing here? Clover's cheeks flushed red, and she averted her gaze. Yuan Shao went back to sleep. You didn't come back, so I came to check. At the same time, her thoughts were a chaotic mess. So this is how men are. This is necessary for reproduction. For the colony to develop, reproducing offspring was essential. But something had crossed her mind. Her eyes darkened slightly. I turned my back to her, quickly pulled on my clothes, and cleared my throat twice. I worked up a sweat practicing swordsmanship, so I came to bathe. Let's go back to sleep. Clover responded quietly. Me? Clover's mood seemed to have dropped significantly all of a sudden. Is it just my imagination? Probably because of the awkwardness earlier. No, I need to hurry and craft a shower room, at least to have a private bathing space. After returning inside, I practiced swordsmanship a bit more, bathed again, and quickly fell asleep. Mita curled up in my arms and also slept soundly. Only Clover, with her back turned to us, stayed awake all night. Year 5500 AD, Hexiang, Day 4. I groggily opened my eyes, feeling stuffy and hot. Looking up at the air conditioner, it was still cooling. So it wasn't broken? Mita, annoyed by the heat, had already shifted to the other side of the bed. Where was Clover? I turned my head, and she was standing at the door, staring blankly at it. Up so early? Clover snapped back to reality. Yes. I got out of bed and walked over, reaching to push the door. Why are you spacing out? Her ears twitched. Don't. Before she could finish, the door was already open. A wave of scorching heat hit me squarely in the face, as if my face were pressed against an electric stove. It burned painfully. I shut the door quickly. Only then did the dog system sound an alert. Warning. Heat wave incoming. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. At this temperature, standing outside a moment longer, and you'd dehydrate. This damn system is considerate enough to wait until I'm awake before warning me. I asked, so what if my colony gets attacked while I'm asleep? Won't you say anything? Host, rest assured, the system always prioritizes your safety. Since when did the system speak human language? Don't keep this up, it scares me. It was already 40 degrees Celsius outside early in the morning. No chance to go out and fix the machine gun tower. I could only gather materials from the system space to make another air conditioner, then install it in the workshop. The rest of the time I spent manually assembling parts of the gun tower. We couldn't fall behind schedule. After a while, Haida and Yuan Shao pushed the door open. Having meals could only be at my place. It was just a short walk, but both were drenched in sweat. Yuan Shao collapsed onto the floor as soon as she entered. I can't anymore. I increased the air conditioner's power, and Yuan Shao finally began to recover. She looked relieved. If she was still wandering outside, she'd probably be a dried salamander by now. At breakfast, I asked, it's so hot outside. Are the fire demon species still active down south? Haida swallowed her food. Fire demons live in the desert by nature. This temperature means nothing to them. Makes sense. Just the name alone says they're heat resistant. Yuan Shao silently glared at me. My benefactor really knows nothing about the border world. After eating, Haida and Yuan Shao didn't leave. The weather sucked everywhere outside. I quietly took a meal for myself and slipped out a crack in the door. The heat wave hit me full force, even stronger than the morning. Yuan Shao asked, are you still going out, benefactor? There's something important. She didn't ask again. I braced myself and stepped outside. The scorching sun nearly made me collapse. Sweat drenched my forehead with every step. The air itself shimmered with heat. Yuan Shao guessed right. I was indeed keeping a pet. A chicken weighing over 100 gene. Under the burning sun, I arrived at a dilapidated shack and pushed the door open. I'd already removed the glass, so the room wasn't stuffy. Lucia's expression was cold, as if she didn't feel the heat at all. Seeing me walk in, her ice blue eyes showed surprise. Why are you here? Wiping my sweat, I snapped. Did you get dumb lying around? If I didn't come, who would feed you? Lucia's eyes flickered faintly. Skipping one meal is fine. You Homo sapiens are weak. Running around in this weather is dangerous to your life. What do you mean by it's okay to skip one meal? I won't allow anyone in my colony to go hungry. I know my own body very well. Don't worry. I gave her a smile and sat down. Come on, open your mouth. Lucia was silent for a moment, then obediently opened her mouth and quietly waited for me to feed her. Sitting next to her, I felt even more stifled. Those huge wings were like a radiant heater. After a strenuous feeding session, I popped a sugar cube into her mouth and stood up, gasping for breath. I have to get going now. She softly replied, watching me leave. The paralysis is almost healed. Lately, she's been able to feel sensations in her body occasionally, and her fingers twitch too. At this rate, she'll be fully recovered in less than an elephant year. But just thinking about being able to move freely without having to be taken care of made her somewhat reluctant. She even entertained the thought, if only the illness could last a little longer. Lucia sighed. Anyway, once she's healed, she doesn't plan to leave. When that time comes, that guy will have to take full responsibility. Back inside, I collapsed to the ground like a dried corpse. Yuan Shao looked at me admiringly. As expected of my benefactor. If I were out there so long, I'd have fainted by now. That's only because you can't stand the heat. After lying there for a while, I rolled over and got up. Except for Lucia, the other girls were all sitting around the dining table, looking bored. Normally, when there's nothing to do, Clover would pick up trash, Walnut would pick flowers and plant, and Yuan Shao would practice swordsmanship. As for Mita, as long as I wasn't working, Mita would stick close to me. At this temperature, all their little hobbies were useless. I turned to Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao, have you ever played Xiangqi? What's Xiangqi? But I often play Go with my master. Isn't that similar? Looks like the cute salamanders have Go, but not Xiangqi. I sat cross-legged, pulled some wood out from system space, and began carving a Xiangqi board. The girls, bored, all crowded around. After engraving the board lines, I carved 4 characters in the middle. Chu River Han boundary. Clover and Mita tilted their heads, while Walnut bluntly asked, "What do these 4 symbols mean? Are these characters from your place?" I was stunned. Right, these colonists wouldn't recognize Chinese characters. Wait, then why is the language understandable even though the writing isn't? Arriving in the Edge world hit me. I just realized. This system has a built-in translation module. The host language has been automatically translated into the universal language of the universe. The dog system popped up to explain. Me, how much has this dog system been hiding from me? Yuan Shao stared at the 4 characters for a long time, pronouncing slowly. Chu, river, Han, boundary. I suddenly looked up sharply. You can understand? Yuan Shao nodded. I learned someone reading my master's books. Didn't expect my benefactor to understand ancient salamander script as well. Ancient salamander script? I was dumbfounded. It's the script created by our salamander ancestors. Later, the whole people migrated to the Edge world, where cosmic language replaced it. But during the imperial exams in the Peony dynasty, ancient salamander script is still mandatory. Noticing something amiss, Yuan Shao asked, "Could it be the characters you wrote aren't ancient salamander script?" I hesitated, then slowly said, "You can just think of it that way." The more I understood the cute salamanders, the more I felt their culture wasn't just similar to ours. Yuan Shao, judging by my benefactor's expression, could it be another script closely related to ancient salamander script? I continued carving chess pieces. Without red and black paint, I used 2 different types of wood and engraved characters on them. Yuan Shao stared intently, murmuring, "Pawn, soldier, elephant, commander." Her eyes grew increasingly incredulous. This is ancient salamander script. Exactly the same. On planets so similar, even transmitted scripts usually have variations. Yet the characters my benefactor carved were exact to the tiniest detail. She almost asked several times which planet I was from, but swallowed it each time. After all, there was no going back, and asking only made her more melancholic. The masterpiece is complete. The very first set of Xiangqi in the Edge world was born. I picked up the pieces and smiled. "Everyone sit down. I'm going to teach you how to play Xiangqi." The girls sat down bewildered. I arranged the pieces and began teaching them to recognize the characters. This is the commander, this is the chariot, this is the horse. They weren't slow learners and quickly caught on. After explaining the rules, I even played a game with Clover. The rules of Xiangqi are simple. You only need one look to understand. Yuan Xiao's eyes shone brighter as she watched. Pawns, rooks, elephants, cannons, battlefield simulation. The rules are simple, but each move has countless possible variations, interconnected step by step. It's easier to grasp than Go and so innovative. Truly worthy of my benefactor. I felt a little embarrassed by the praise. It's just entertainment from my hometown to keep you all amused. You play while I get back to work. I ran to a corner to tinker with parts for the machine gun turret and air conditioner. The girls eagerly gathered around the chessboard to start playing. The first game was Clover versus Walnut, with Mita watching. Yuan Shao also observed, but was anything but quiet. "Oh no, you can't make that move. You're sacrificing your pawn. That piece can't be captured. Next move, she'll trap your cannon. Capture the opponent's bishop, and their commander will have nowhere to go." The game's decided. Mitsuba remained expressionless and blocked the comment outright. Walnut's forehead twitched, hesitating for a moment before quietly saying, "Yuan Shao, don't Euromorphs have a saying, observe chess in silence?" Yuan Shao was taken aback, then stunned as if struck by lightning, stepping back 2 paces. "Sorry, my bad habit has struck again." After that, she fell silent but paced anxiously in front of the chessboard. When the game ended, it was finally Yuan Xiao's and Mita's turn. Yuan Xiao looked at Mita, who was more than 10 years younger, and said seriously, "I won't go easy on you." Mita nodded lightly. "Sister Yuan Xiao, let's start." A piece was placed. 10 minutes later, Yuan Xiao's brows were tightly furrowed as she looked at her losing position, starting to doubt the honor among amorphs. No, it was just one miscalculated move. How could I lose? She gave Mita a pleading look. Play another round with me. Mita blinked. But it's Sister Mitsuba's and Sister Walnut's turn. Please. Yuan Xiao bowed deeply. Mitsuba was deep in thought. Walnut shrugged. If they didn't play, Yuan Xiao wouldn't give up. With no choice, Mita accompanied her for another round. 10 minutes later, having lost twice, Yuan Xiao slumped in a corner, drawing circles on the ground. Although this is my first time encountering this game, why am I losing so miserably? I looked up at her. I hadn't expected the usually straightforward and earnest Yuan Xiao to reveal this side during chess. She reminded me of that old grumpy chess player downstairs at my place. Was Yuan Xiao just that inept, or was Mita incredibly smart? I walked over and patted Yuan Xiao on the shoulder. Benefactor? She looked up. I had meant to comfort her, but upon opening my mouth, I hesitated, not knowing what to say. Honestly, I wanted to say, get better by practicing more. After holding it in for a while, I said, if you have time, can you teach me how to play Go? Yuan Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Yeah, I'm quite curious. Curious about how your Go differs from ours. I'll take care of it. Yuan Xiao jumped up at once, patting her small steamed bun-shaped head. When I was at Feiyun Manor, except for my master, all the disciples avoided playing Go with me when they heard about it. Seeing her confident smile and recalling her previous performance, my first thought was, none of her sect disciples were willing to play with her. I couldn't say that out loud, so I forced a laugh. Then I'll be counting on you. Regaining her confidence, Yuan Xiao ran back to the chessboard to challenge Mita again. I turned around to get back to work. Just then, the dog system alert sounded. Warning, other colonists entering colony territory. Me? Who dares come to my turf in this weather? They must be crazy. Could it be the fire demon tribe? According to Rukia's intel, the fire demons shouldn't have arrived this soon. I opened the real-time map, 3 figures to the south. I was dumbstruck. 3 dogs. No, 3 wolven with wolf ears and tails. They were the mercenary caravan that sold me the sniper rifles. But all 3 women were injured, supporting each other, on the verge of collapsing. Their pack horse was gone too. 4 came, but only 3 remain now. Then another message arrived. Brother, we're barely holding on. Please help us. The sender was the wolven caravan leader, the spirited big sister Sonia. I sprang up, smiling. Visitors to the colony. The women immediately stopped their game. Yuan Xiao drew her sword. Walnut and Mitsuba loaded their guns. Mitsuba asked, who are they? We've met them once before. I shrugged. Those wolven who sold us the weapons. Looks like they took a beating and lost their cargo. I led the way outside, the girls following. Outside, the temperature was nearing 50 degrees, and I had no idea how those furry wolven were holding up. As soon as we stepped out, Yuan Xiao stumbled and nearly fell. I said, Yuan Xiao, are you staying behind? She shook her head immediately. No, I'll protect my benefactor. This temperature is bearable. Seeing her determined not to stay, I didn't press further and headed south with the 3 girls. Meanwhile, Sonia, with long dark green hair, had her once fierce expression replaced by exhaustion, but still encouraged her comrades. Hang in there. The colony is just ahead. The brown-haired Dailin was pessimistic. Big sister, we only met Jiangling once. Why would he save us? If we don't get help, we die. Sonia bit her lip. If Brother Jiangling holds the same grudge as other colonists toward us, then we'll hold our bullets ourselves. Before she finished speaking, 4 figures appeared on the horizon. It was us. As we neared, Mitsuba and Walnut raised their guns instantly. Yuan Xiao stepped forward, opening an amorph shield in front of me. Sonia saw the sniper rifle in Mitsuba's hands and twitched her cheek. Being pointed at by the weapons you sold, it really sucks. I observed them from afar. Their wounds weren't severe, mostly just sunburn. Brother, Sonia called out. You saw our message, right? I saw it. I smiled. Hand over the weapons, and I'll help you. This was no time for bargaining under the blazing sun. Without a word, Sonia unshouldered her rifle and tossed it over. The other 2 obediently handed over their weapons as well. It seemed they had no way out. I opened my arms wide. Welcome to my colony. Together, we brought the 3 wolfens back inside. As soon as we stepped through the door, The cool air from the air conditioner washed over us, and all three wolfins collapsed on the floor, panting heavily. Alive, we're alive. Dylene's brown wolf tail wagged weakly. Their ears and tails were all damp and bedraggled, hardly like wolves, more like three stray dogs caught in the rain. After a long while, Sonia sat up, solemnly saying, "Little brother, you saved us. Whatever orders you have, just say them." I sized up the three women. With the advance of the flame demons, my colony had basically become a mysterious rotating wild point, a refuge for refugees almost every few days. Looks like Lucia was right. Crises often come with opportunities. I spoke. "First, tell me about your situation. There were 4 of you when you came." Sonia's expression darkened. "The other one was killed by the flame demons." "Sure enough, flame demons." She clenched her fists. "It's all my fault. If only I had listened to you and not gone south, she wouldn't have died." Dylan opened her mouth but couldn't find words. "My condolences," I said simply. "Can you describe those flame demons in detail?" Sonia and Dylan struggled for a long while but couldn't get a word out. It seemed their memories of those flame demons left a heavy shadow. "I'll tell you." The third wolven, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. I looked over. Deep blue short hair, square glasses, wearing a white shirt with a blue coat, her red tie pushed high like a corporate white-collar worker. Even in the face of life or death danger, her face showed little expression, purely rational. I quietly opened her status panel. Stina Feeble, Wolven Tribe, Shooting Level 6, Melee Level 4, Intelligence Level 12. Sure enough, she was a clerk. Stina said calmly, "We were attacked by flame demons while heading south through a forest. There were no less than 80 of them, totally fearless, throwing themselves at us relentlessly. Even with 10 times the firepower, we couldn't hold. It was only because one companion held the rear that we managed to escape. Fearless of death, just hearing it was disheartening." Stina adjusted her glasses. "After we escaped, we headed north, seeking help at way station colonies, but all failed. We almost walked into a trap." Yuan Shao let out a cold laugh. She clearly knew the nature of the southern colonies. Not only would they refuse to give aid, they wanted to detain those seeking help, at best turning them into organ livestock, at worst locking them in basements as playthings. In despair, we encountered the heat wave. We thought we were dead for sure. Luckily, you came to save us. Thank you." Stina cast a grateful glance. I frowned, remembering a more serious question. "What about your cargo? Did it fall into the hands of the flame demons?" "Those were all high-end firearms. If they got into the enemy's hands, my resistance would become several times harder. Anything we couldn't take, I destroyed," Stina said. "If those advanced guns fell into flame demons' hands and they caught up with us, we'd be doomed. So I risked everything to destroy the cargo." I heaved a sigh of relief. Dylan hugged her knees, wailing, "But all the cargo is gone, and we—" "Dylan," Sonia interrupted her and turned to me. "Little brother, since you know flame demons are to the south, why didn't you leave?" "I plan to stay and fight them," I answered briskly. Sonia's tail lifted eagerly. "Those guys are terrifying. You can never win, little brother. You need to move." Dylan nodded as well. "They aren't afraid of death at all. We can't stop them." No one believed me. Understandable. Who'd trust this shabby colony of mine? I was too lazy to explain further. "Don't worry, I have my methods." Sonia stared at me for a moment, then suddenly stood. "Fine, we'll stay and help you. It's the perfect way to avenge our fallen companion." Her single visible green eye was bloodshot. With barely a word wasted, I had the 3 wolfens stay, just as I wanted. Judging by their skills, poor at construction and crafting, but decent at shooting, medical, and social, and some low-level cooking, they wouldn't contribute much to production. "Little brother, just tell us what to do." Sonia was enthusiastic. "It's too hot outside to do anything. Rest now. When the heat wave ends, I'll assign work." I pulled out a piece of alpaca meat from system space and handed it to Sonia. "You can cook, right? There's a stove inside. Don't eat too much now. There will be more food tonight." The 3 wolfens' eyes instantly brightened, and even Stina swallowed hard. Traveling north only on berries left them starving. "Thanks so much, little brother." The 3 women moved over to the stove to cook while I retreated to the corner to continue assembling the machine gun turret. Before long, the meat was ready. Each grabbed a large chunk and sat on the floor, gnawing eagerly. Walnut couldn't stand it. There's room at the table. Come eat at the table. Really? Dylan murmured uncertainly. I turned my head. Eat at the table. Otherwise, why did I build a table? The three Wofen were touched and got up to sit at the table. Me. Nowadays, eating at a table is considered a luxury? Watching them eat the bloody meat they cooked with such relish, even the few seasoned Clover girls couldn't help but frown. After eating, the three Wofen gathered around the chess table to watch the game, their tails swaying left and right. What's this? Chinese chess. Yuan Xiao immediately started explaining. It's entertainment from our benefactor's hometown. Benefactor. Sonia paused, quickly catching on to the word master. In the entire colony, I was the only male, so the reference was obviously to me. I'll teach you. Yuan Xiao's teacherly streak flared up again, pulling the three of them into a lesson on the rules. 7 women fighting fiercely. Dylan was the first out, then Clover and Sonia followed. After 3 rounds, the Wofen lost twice. Dylan and Sonia pinned their hopes on Sedina, which made her ears ache from all the arguing. After Yuan Xiao defeated Walnut, she was easily beaten by Sedina. In the end, only Sedina and the youngest, Mita, remained on the board. Such a young Chilua clan member? Sedina clasped her chin with crossed fingers, the lenses of her glasses reflecting a cold light. How did you come to this colony? Mita was a bit nervous. Brother Zhongling saved me and took me in. It wasn't surprising that the Wofen had taken in her, a child utterly incapable of working. What Sedina didn't know was that Mita's handicraft level was now higher than the 3 of them combined. Handicraft, level 7, almost catching up to Walnut. In the afternoon, I assembled 2 more machine gun turret mounts, stretched my muscles, and casually picked up Sonia's rifle for a look. An assault rifle with a sleek black body decorated with red lines. It screamed high-tech. This is our Wofen special assault rifle, Sonia said. Penetration is 18%. Both range and accuracy are significantly better than ordinary rifles. How much does it sell for? Our trading caravan's price is 925 silver. 925 silver, almost the cost of 2 regular assault rifles. Truly a military industry giant. I put the rifle down, glanced at the time, and headed to the stove to prepare dinner. Sedina and Mita were still playing chess. Sedina had long since won, and now the game had turned into a one-sided coaching session. Sedina's casual moves quickly led Mita into a checkmate. You're good at adaptation, but focus too much on defense with no desire to attack. Mita's ears twitched, as if a realization had dawned on her. Sedina moved the pieces back to their original spots. Let's go again. While they coached on chess, I got a bit flustered on my side. Cooking for 9 people, the 3 Wofen, Lucia in the broken house, and myself, was no small task. I needed help. I looked at Dylan sitting by the chess table. Cooking, level 3. Her level was low, but with 2 stars, maybe with some training, she could even become head chef. Dylan, come help me. Dylan's brown wolf tail shot up sharply as she dashed over. Coming. You'll be my assistant and watch how I cook. She instantly realized I was going to teach her, and her eyes lit up. Okay, as expected, despite the low cooking level, having 2 stars meant she definitely liked cooking. First, cut the meat into roughly equal-sized steaks, 9 portions. Dylan raised her cleaver. Aren't there only 8 people? Why 9 portions? 1 extra serving for the chicken. Dylan, is my colony really that rich? Even the chickens eat this well? There was only 1 stove, and she stood right next to me as she cut the meat. She concentrated fully, humming softly while her large tail swayed from side to side, occasionally brushing against my arm. Soft and fluffy, it made my heart tingle. I really wanted to give a Wofen tail a good stroke. I shifted my attention. Do you really like cooking? Dylan nodded without hesitation. I put down logistics chef as my job preference, but because my cooking skills weren't good enough, I was passed over. Luckily, the interviewer thought my social skills were good, so they put me in the trading caravan. What happens if you don't have a job? This Wofen megacorporation felt less like a colony and more like a tightly managed company. Fear flickered in Dylene's eyes. It's terrible. No job means no tax exemption, and you have to pay a terrifying tax just to breathe each month. It's basically losing your pack and being scorned by family and friends. Your whole life is ruined. Me. Isn't this just a heartless capitalist corporation? Then why not run away from the megacorporation? If you escape secretly, They will hunt you down permanently and unconditionally. Leaving openly requires a ransom payment. In other words, every Wofen is firmly controlled by the megacorp from birth, their value determining their whole life. A thoroughly heartless corporation. Meat is cut. I turn to see every piece of meat neatly sized. Looks good, not like someone with poor cooking skills. Dylan scratched her head. I've practiced cutting, but have trouble controlling the heat. I'll teach you. I placed the steaks onto the frying pan and explained the key techniques while cooking. Dylan listened attentively, nodding occasionally. In Dylene's eyes, little stars practically twinkled. I think I understand. Ling, you're amazing. My mentor never managed to teach me this. You've got quite the talent, huh? You get it right away. Maybe my mentor was just careless? Young mentors at big corporations nowadays are like that, just collecting their paychecks and living comfortably, hardly responsible. Because the mentors are increasingly irresponsible, most young Wofen can't really learn the skills, so more and more end up unemployed. Despite the strict control, Dylan saw things quite clearly. But she said it with a smile, carrying a sense of resignation. The managers don't care. The higher-ups are too lazy to deal with trivial matters. Making money and growing the big corporation is what truly matters. Training the younger generation isn't important. The leadership's vision is short-sighted enough. Listening to Dylene's description, I'd already labeled this huge corporation as a capital enterprise that masters high technology but is rotten to the core. You try frying a piece. Great. Dylan took the spatula enthusiastically and began frying carefully. Moments later, she presented a steak, looking at me expectantly. How is it? I poked it with the back of my knife, slightly tough, but edible. Seeing her eyes full of anticipation, I smiled and reached out to ruffle her brown hair along with her wolf ears. Not bad. Woo-woo. Dylan immediately squinted her eyes, her wolf tail wagging rapidly, emitting the comfortable whimper only a happy puppy makes. She really looked like a big dog. Just as I was getting addicted to ruffling, Dylan suddenly froze, widened her eyes, her face flushed red, and she quickly backed away to put some distance between us, her gaze tinged with fear. What? What just happened? What did you do to me? That's so scary. Me. Too bad she's basically a wolf at heart. Sorry. That behavior is how we show liking where I'm from, I said off the cuff. Ruffling heads is indeed a way of showing affection. A liking. Dylene's ears twitched, then drooped. She lowered her head and said softly, I don't hate it. A wolf that can be tamed. Mitsu Clover, who had just checked the dinner progress, froze in place. Ling ruffled heads, means expressing liking? So he's been really fond of ruffling my head all along. Originally, Mitsu only thought my hands were restless. In her understanding, ruffling heads was the behavior of a superior towards a subordinate, so she considered it rude. I turned to her. Mitsu? Something wrong. Mitsu snapped out of it, shook her head, and turned back to the chessboard. Lately, Mitsu had seemed weird. Back at the chess table, the ladies had already put down their chess pieces and were chatting while waiting for dinner. Mitsu looked at Mita. Mita, does your Chilliwack clan have a habit of ruffling heads? Apart from her, I like to ruffle Mita's head the most in this entire colony. Mita's ears twitched, and she smiled. Yes, my mom loves ruffling my head the most. What do you think that means? Probably liking? Mita tilted her little head. When mom ruffles my head, I can feel her affection, just like brother Ling. Yuan Chao nodded. Master also likes ruffling my head when comforting me. Master might be the most caring amphibian at Feiyun Villa. Affection, huh? Sonia blinked the one visible eye. Isn't ruffling head something a master only does to a submissive pet? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Haida and Yuan Chao both looked toward Sonia. Satina pushed up her glasses and reached out to tug Sonia's wolf tail. Ugh. Sonia straightened up, her face stiffening. Mita timidly said, Sonia, don't you have a mother? Sonia remained silent. Mita, realizing she spoke out of turn, quickly added, I didn't mean anything. Don't worry about it. You're basically right. Sonia shook her head. In Wofen military corporations, all children are placed in incubation pods right after birth. When they wake, they're subjected to corporate education and control. I know I have parents, but for all of us Wofen, parents are more like ordinary colleagues than family. The textbooks all say, parents are just machines that give birth to Wofen. The corporation is the real caregiver. Clearly, a military corporation's brainwashing tactic. Most Wofen believe these common truths. Sonia traveled a lot on trade missions and saw more of the world, so she managed to break free from it. No, rather than brainwashing, it's the Wofen military corporation's culture, a culture that strips all Wofen of familial affection, compelling them to dedicate themselves fully to the corporation. Sonia, Mita's eyes filled with sympathy. Don't pity me. Sonia laughed heartily. All Wofen are the same. Instead of caring about family affection, it's better to just consider parents non-existent from the start. Nearby, Satina quietly turned her head and sighed deeply. Only Mitsu remained silent. Mother, family, concepts she had no clear understanding of either. Only her father, in her mind, was a pure devil. After chatting for a while, dinner was finally served. The ladies immediately sat properly. Each had a piece of steak and an ear of corn. Sonia and Stina were a bit surprised. A whole steak and an entire ear of corn for dinner? At the military enterprise, every employee meal consisted of a bite of artificial vegetables, a small piece of meat, and a bowl of nutritional paste, already considered a luxury in the fringes of the world. I said, tonight's steaks were all cooked by Dylan. Dylan stood next to me, her tail wagging back and forth, smiling shyly. Sonia immediately took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Dylan, how did your cooking suddenly get so good? Better than the military enterprise chefs. I casually dropped a hint, yet could surpass chefs who cook every day? There was only one possibility. The military enterprise chefs were equally slackers. Dylan chuckled. Jiang Ling teaches well. Sonia paused mid-chew, her gaze flickering between Dylan and me, then quietly gave a thumbs up. Not bad, bro. Me? What did you misunderstand? The three clovers took a few bites. Though Dylan's cooking wasn't as good as mine, they weren't picky. At least it wasn't hard to eat. Not bad. Yuan Shao encouraged honestly. They hadn't helped all day, while Dylan at least helped me cook. Yuan Shao was a bit envious, hoping today would end soon so she could continue helping her benefactor tomorrow. Dylan just gave a silly smile. I patted her on the back. Don't just laugh, eat. Oh, okay. Stina quietly ate 2 bites of the steak, nodded gently, then took a small nibble of the corn. The next moment, she froze in place. Sonia was still chewing heartily, mumbling, Stina, what's wrong? Stina said nothing, took another bite of the corn to confirm the taste, then looked at Sonia and said, try the corn. Oh. Sonia picked up the corn and bit off a chunk, swallowing without much chewing. Seems a bit more fragrant than regular artificial corn. What's up? Stina massaged her forehead. Tried chewing it a couple of times. Wofen hated vegetables. The veggies in employee meals were just fillers, so most Wofen, like Sonia, swallowed without chewing. They disliked the mouthfeel of artificial vegetables. Sonia bit again, puzzled, frowned, and began to chew. The flavor of natural corn burst in her mouth. Her frown relaxed, eyes brightened. Bro, this is natural. This is artificial corn, I interrupted with a smile. Just added some tech and tricks in the seeds. Sonia. Yeah, right. Even if a celestial dog came today, this would still be natural corn. Seeing I wasn't going to say more, she didn't question it further and focused on eating. This was probably the first time in her life she felt vegetables could be more flavorful than meat. After feeding Lucia, I asked the 3 Wofen where they wanted to sleep. Here, or sharing with Walnut and Yuan Shao. We're not squeezing with you guys, Sonia said decisively. Just pitch a tent outside. She was realistic. Any room would feel cramped with 3 more people. But I wasn't about to let guests sleep outside. The workshop was just finished yesterday and hasn't been used yet. You can sleep there. Sure. This time she agreed enthusiastically. After settling them in, Yuan Shao and Walnut also went back inside. Seeing Clover distracted, I said to Mita, want to sleep with Walnut and Yuan Shao tonight? Mita paused, looked at me, then at Clover, her face suddenly flushing. Okay, I'm going now. She dashed out as if afraid of disturbing us. This kid was considerate. Clover and I lay down, the room finally quiet with just the 2 of us. But instead of cuddling as before, she turned her back and pulled away. Clover, what's wrong? She replied softly. Usually, she fell asleep quickly once lying down, but today was clearly different. Turn around and look at me, okay? She shrank a little, slowly rolled over, but her eyes were distant. You've been troubled lately, can you tell me? She opened her mouth, then after a long pause muttered, I don't have any troubles. Broken into 3 pauses, smaller with each word. She really wasn't good at lying. Is it because of your past? Silence. That settled it. I shifted closer, pulled her into my arms. She didn't resist. Her stiff body slowly relaxed. I know it's selfish to say, I have things I'm hiding from you too. But Clover, I want to understand you better, your past. I gently patted her back. Whether happy or painful, you can tell me. We promised to live through this together, right? She clutched my shirt tightly, burying her face against my chest, still unwilling to speak. It's okay if you don't want to say now. I'll wait. I continued. No matter what, Clover, ever since we met, I've trusted you. Trusted that you wouldn't hurt me. She finally spoke, voice choked. I absolutely won't hurt you. Sleep now. The night grew quiet. Only occasional faint sobbing came from in my arms. In the workshop, the 3 Wofen lay close together, none able to sleep. Big sister, Dylan said with a smile, today was really fun. Playing chess with the colonists, learning to cook, receiving compliments. She had never experienced days like this before. Sonia responded with a muffled sound. I wish we could stay forever, Dylan murmured. Sonia immediately tugged on her ear. What are you thinking? Do you know how much trouble we'd cause for our little brother if we stayed? The cargo is lost, comrades dead, and together our assets can't cover the losses. If we stay, what if the military corporation takes it out on little brother? Little brother saved us. We have to help him finish off the flame demon species and then leave. We can't drag him down with us. Dylan shrank her neck. I know, but can we even go back to the military corporation? If we return, we'll definitely be dishonorably discharged. Stina, who had been pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. We'll join the resistance. Dylan and Sonia were both startled at once. Stina, are you serious? The Wolfen resistance, composed of Wolfen who escaped oppression by the military corporation, is locked in mortal combat with them. Compared to the military corporation, they're like ants trying to shake a tree, but once you join, there's no way back. Things can't get any worse anyway, Stina said earnestly. Compared to being dishonorably discharged and isolated until death, at least the resistance offers a place to belong. The Wolfen naturally value their kin. Being isolated is worse than death. This is why, despite being weak, the resistance has never been wiped out. Sonia considered for a moment. Then her gaze became resolute. All right, we'll join the resistance. Damn the military corporation, screw them. The next morning, when I woke up, Clover was sleeping even more soundly than usual. I hadn't rested much last night, and I didn't bother to rub her ears either. I just got up and went outside. The heat wave only lasts for a day. Although it was still muggy today, it was much better than yesterday. Yuan Shao was outside practicing swordsmanship, while Mita sat nearby watching intently. Want to learn swordsmanship? I smiled and asked. Good morning, Brother Zhongling, Mita replied. Mom said that the heroes of the Chilo tribe use long swords. Fairy tales, huh? I said. When you have time, ask Yuan Shao to teach you. That way, Mita would have 2 mentors, Clover and Yuan Shao. Her 2-star combat talent wouldn't go to waste. How did you sleep last night? Very well. Sister Yuan Shao even told me a story. What story? The history of the adorable salamander called Tsuyin's River Sacrifice. They have a yearly festival to commemorate it. I was speechless. Which Chu Yuan is this? A hint of nostalgia appeared in Mita's eyes. Our Chilliwaw tribe also has an origami festival every year, where everyone folds paper and gives it to someone they like. I fold the best, and my parents always boast about it. Mentioning the village this time, her eyes held less sorrow. Origami. I don't have paper-making technology yet, but everyone in this era uses terminals, so paper isn't really necessary. After Yuan Shao finished practicing, she sheathed her sword and came over. Benefactor. I told her about teaching Mita, and without hesitation, she agreed and seemed quite happy. She ran to the creek to wash her face. Practicing swordsmanship in this weather leaves you drenched in sweat. Looks like we'll need to build a shower room in the colony, but defeating the flame demon species comes first. The workshop door opened, and Stina came out. She froze when she saw the 3 of us standing outside, glanced at her terminal, 5:30 a.m. Stina, up so early? Military corporation employees start work at 6. I'm used to it. Dylan and Sonia also stumbled out sleepily. 6 o'clock shift? I asked, how do you schedule your day? Stina wiped her glasses and said, a 6 o'clock start, breakfast for half an hour at 8, lunch and rest for an hour at 12, dinner for half an hour at 6, and then working straight until 10 at night. 1 day off every week. There's still a day off? I was shocked. 14 hours of work a day excluding meals? Don't think the military corporation suddenly grew a conscience. Stina put on her glasses. They have to pay wages, after all, so they give the Wolfen time to spend that money back. Enough about the military corporation, Sonia interrupted. Do we have any work assigned today? Eat breakfast first, then we'll see. Since they woke up early and the workshop was empty, I went in to assemble machine gun turrets. The more, the better. Sonia and Dylan maintained the guns, while Stina wandered around the outpost observing. Walnut and Clover were also awake by breakfast time. Mita glanced stealthily at Clover. Not as listless as yesterday. Her face was flushed with vitality. Mom is sometimes like that too. Mita's little face turned red again. Clover noticed the gaze and turned her head. What's wrong? And nothing. Mita's tail twitched as she shook her head hurriedly. Breakfast was still meat patties and natural corn. The three Wolfen ate in silence. Does the colony eat like this every day? Although 2 meals a day, each meal is equivalent to what others eat in a whole day. Stina wiped her mouth. I have some suggestions for your colony. Please go ahead. You could build a watchtower in the center open field. Miss Clover should use a sniper rifle there. A high vantage point would help her a lot. I nodded in realization. I had forgotten this since we have a real-time map. Yuan Xiao volunteered. Benefactor, leave the watchtower to me. Good. Clover, help her out. Satina continued. The southern side of the base, where the Inferno demons are attacking from, is suitable for setting traps. Although it won't be very effective against the large numbers of Inferno demons, it can help delay and wear them down. I can help set them up and will mark them to avoid injuring our own people. I can help too, Hatao said. I used to be a hunter. Good, you two work together. Also, the machine gun tower itself is fragile. We should pile a ring of stone bricks around it as a simple fortress. But don't pile too many, so it can be moved easily. I looked at Dylan. This task is for you. I'll prepare the stone bricks. No problem. Dylan patted her chest, which bounced noticeably. She was young but already quite well endowed, a stark contrast to the Mouse clan's 2 extremes. Sonia and Satina were each more impressive than the last, especially Satina, whose shirt buttons looked like they might burst at any moment. Isn't that uncomfortable? What about me? What about me, little brother? Sonia asked anxiously. You go hunt around. The colony needs hides and pelts. What if there are so many prey animals we can't eat all the meat and it rots? Don't worry, I have a way to store it. Okay, leave it to me. She eagerly stood up. Before everyone dispersed, I said to Satina, thank you for your suggestion. It's mutual aid, just part of our duty, she replied indifferently. This person would be quite suitable for human resource management. I carried Lucia's breakfast into the shabby room to feed the chickens. After she finished her sugar cube, she asked, those 3 Wolfen still don't want to stay? I had already told her about it last night. Dylan really wants to stay, but the other 2 clearly want to leave as soon as possible. Lucia thought for a moment. They probably don't want to involve you. Losing so many expensive guns, they'll face severe punishment when they return. If you take them in, it's like opposing the military corporation. I suddenly realized something. Is there a way to keep them without provoking the military corporation? The military corporation is the top power in the fringe worlds. Avoiding conflict when possible is best. Simple, Lucia said with a smile. Just buy them. Buy them. They get punished because they can't pay their debts. Returning means becoming debt-ridden, stateless Wolfen who have to pay breathing taxes, with debts growing endlessly. You help them pay off their debts and redeem them. I suddenly grasped the idea. Lucia explained. The military corporation supports other colonies redeeming Wolfen, which is effectively human trafficking, but they can't be slaves or used for organ trade, or else it's seen as hostile to the corporation. Although the corporation operates like a slave system, actually trading their own kind as goods would trigger a Wolfen uprising. So very few colonies do this. There are plenty of refugees in the fringe worlds who would spend that kind of money. But I don't have money right now. There are many Wolfen outside the corporation, and the resistance army is busy, so they don't have time for you now. Lucia reassured me. You said the Mouse Clan's caravan can sell the sugar cube within 2 elephants' time, right? Plenty of time. I breathed a little easier. Are you really going to buy them? Lucia asked seriously. Those high-end guns are valuable, enough to buy a large batch of quality slaves. They stayed to help me fight the Inferno demons to repay the favor and want to leave so as not to drag me down. Because of that, they're worth it, I said. Besides, they were originally merchants. Buying them might let me form my own trade caravan. With sugar cubes and no shortage of silver, forming a caravan would be very worthwhile. Besides, there are so many stateless wolfen under the corporation's control. Others don't dare redeem them because they don't know their abilities. But I can see their skill panels. Isn't this basically a recruitment fair? You're not thinking of buying more from the corporation, are you? Lucia narrowed her eyes. If you want that, better buy slaves from the Mouse Clan or the cute newts. They're cheaper. The spark in my heart was doused with cold water. Buying slaves. I kept her words in mind and stood up. I've got work to do. Going out, I headed straight to the workshop to continue assembling the machine gun tower. By the way, I wonder how Almond and the others are doing. Did they manage to return to Cusco before the heatwave? Almond's group got lucky and moved fast, arriving at Cusco the night before the heatwave started. Cusco was one of the earliest colonial bases of the Edelweiss Kingdom. Its size was several times that of my colony, enough to qualify as a town. But it had none of the vitality. Upon entering through the city gate, there were narrow, dirty streets, old low houses on both sides. The whole city was lifeless. After staying in my colony for a while, returning home with such a stark contrast instantly extinguished the enthusiasm in the 3 girls' hearts. I should go back, little Raspberry said. I need to find Mom. She must be worried. Though her father was concerned, he still let his daughter go with Almond. Almond gave him a sugar cube as payment. With that promise, Almond recruited a team for 1.5 sugar cubes plus 50 silver, and the caravan was ready to depart in search of the wealthiest Mouse Clan for business. The timeline jumped to the year 5500 AD. Progress in the colony on my side was rapid. 6 machine gun towers had already been built. Stina suggested surrounding the fortress with marble, and the watchtowers were completed as well. The southern side was filled with traps, and Sonia's territory had so many game animals that the system's storage space was almost full. But what surprised me the most was that Lucia's body had begun to recover. Her head could move, and her fingers could slightly lift. Although her torso was still unresponsive, this was already a very positive sign. I was excited and happy for her, but she teased me, asking if I was relieved that she no longer needed to be fed. I quickly denied it, and even pulled out one of her feathers to test her feeling. It seemed her nerves still required time to heal. Suddenly, the system warned that the colony was under attack. The enemies were the German tribe, about 20 of them, presumably accomplices seeking revenge for the 4 neo-human tribes I had killed earlier. I immediately informed Lucia of the situation. She, however, was in high spirits and said she wanted to showcase some firepower, instructing me to move the machine gun towers to the west. I rushed out of the house and gathered the women in the stronghold. Everyone immediately went into battle mode and began transporting defensive facilities. Clover climbed onto a watchtower, ready to snipe, and asked if she should open fire directly. But I wanted to observe the machine gun tower's actual combat performance first. Sonia was a bit worried that the old machine gun towers were ineffective, but I had great confidence in the ones I had improved. Meanwhile, the German tribe's leader was observing my colony through a telescope. A green-haired sapien walked over to confirm that this was indeed the place where they had lost their comrades. The German leader saw us setting up the machine gun towers and mocked our shabby equipment, thinking such a weak colony daring to provoke the Corson faction was courting death. He ordered an all-out charge, and the Germans cheerfully shouted as they surged forward. I stood behind the machine gun towers, with Yuan Shao pulling me back a few steps. I silently counted the distance. When the Germans charged within 200 meters, I ordered to fire. 4 machine gun towers simultaneously opened fire, but the first volley entirely missed. The Germans became even more frenzied as they advanced, mocking our weapons. Sonia gripped her combat rifle tightly upon seeing the inaccuracy, preparing for the second volley. The second and third volleys were precise headshots, instantly knocking down a quarter of the more than 20 Germans. But they completely ignored their fallen comrades, stepping over the bodies as they continued to charge. I felt no sense of danger. At this rate, we could win even without the machine gun towers. I commanded Lucia through the terminal to change tactics. Shoot their legs to capture live targets. The female soldiers behind me were stunned into silence by the sudden precision, utterly disbelieving that this was the same machine gun tower that had been so inaccurate from 100 meters away. Lucia immediately adjusted the gun barrels. Batch after batch of Germans fell, struck in the legs. When casualties exceeded half, the remaining enemies realized something was wrong and began to flee. Some even tried to scatter laterally to avoid the fire. But Lucia had already seen through their intentions. She ordered 2 machine gun towers to cease fire and cool down while the other 2 performed targeted suppressive fire on the retreating enemies. Soon, all the Germans lay on the ground, clutching their legs and wailing in pain. I turned to Yuan Shao, preparing to have her take people to deal with these captives. The German commander, seeing his forces utterly destroyed, panicked and fled, but Clover's dagger flew from the bushes and punctured his thigh with precision, causing him to collapse to his knees. Clover slipped in front of him, pressing the dagger against his neck, warning coldly that any resistance would cost him his life. Snake, seeing the situation was grim, immediately surrendered, claiming he was a slave forcibly brought here. Yuan Shao and her team counted the spoils, confiscated weapons, executed several uncooperative ones, and gathered 13 Germans together. These Germans stared at me with hateful eyes. After all, in their colony, sapiens had only ever been slaves, never given a chance to rise up. I ignored their looks and waved my hand. All 6 machine gun towers instantly turned toward them, sending the Germans into immediate panic. I decided to spare their lives, planning to incorporate them into the productivity system. But this group, who ate human flesh, sold organs, and dared to attack my colony, could never join as colonists. They would be nothing but slaves. Lucia sent a message asking how to control them. After I shared my thoughts, she sent over a blueprint for a remote-controlled collar that could be detonated by thought, a powerful deterrent. Now I looked over the squat group of Germans. Clover was bringing back 2 people, one of whom was a burly fellow in bulletproof armor, clearly their leader, Crocodile Sidos. His shooting and melee skills weren't low, but his stats looked weak. He recognized me instantly as the leader, immediately dropping to his knees to beg for mercy, claiming he was acting under orders from the administrators. But Clover struck the back of his neck with the butt of her dagger, slamming his face to the ground. I gave them a choice: either live as slaves or head to the machine gun towers. The Germans scrambled to the left, with the crocodile running fastest, nose bleeding. Snake wanted to run too, but I stopped him and asked how a Homo sapiens ended up mixed with the Germans. He said he was captured as a slave and used as a human shield. I checked his profile and saw his medical skill was level 12 and intellect at 10. He seemed to have been a doctor before. I told him to dress the Germans' wounds, then assigned Yuan Shao and Sonia to watch over the group, while I went to the workshop to make slave collars according to the blueprint. Using iron and leather as the main materials, with a mini bomb embedded in the center, I spent over 2 hours making 15 of them. When I came out, Snake was under the scorching sun, manually extracting bullets embedded in the German's flesh. Amon's side went smoothly. After returning to Cusco, she bribed the administrator with the sugar cubes I gave her, avoiding heavy punishment, and lied that a galactic trader had commissioned them to sell sugar cubes. When the administrator heard it was interstellar goods, he actually supported them strongly. The deceased families didn't blame them much either. Going out and not coming back was common in Cusco. Back home, the 2 sisters gnawed on artificial corn. Osmanthus bit and grimaced. "Almond, are we eating crap?" Almond glared at her. "Be grateful to have something to eat." Though she said that, she put her corn aside untouched. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Almond quickly went out recruiting, first calling on Little Raspberry. Little Raspberry's home was cramped, with several poorly clothed younger siblings. Her father, Silver Shield, was once the leader of hunters but had both legs crushed and amputated while hunting giant groundhogs. Seeing Almond, he was wary. The last time his daughter almost died out there. But Little Raspberry agreed at once. "Brother Zhongling saved me. I want to help him." Silver Shield struggled and finally said, "Be safe on the road." Almond handed him a sugar cube as payment. "They can sell for 150 silver." Silver Shield shook his head and slipped the sugar back into Little Raspberry's clothes. Eat on the road. Get home early. Little Raspberry's eyes fluttered. With my sugar cubes as the base, Almond promised 1.5 grams of sugar plus 50 silver as reward, and the Rat clan scrambled to join. The caravan set out grandly. At the city gate, Osmanthus asked, "Who do we sell to first?" Almond chuckled. "The biggest and richest rat lord on the frontier world, the Iris Empire colony." The year 5500 AD, day 6 of the Hashang cycle, on my side. After breakfast, I went as usual to the shabby house to feed Lucia. After giving her the sugar cube, she asked, "How many machine gun towers now?" 6. Stina suggested surrounding each with marble circles as fortresses. Progress was fast yesterday, for machine gun towers completed, the watchtower built, and lots of traps set on the south side. Sonia's side had so many prey that her system space couldn't even hold it all. She said wild animals here were several times more abundant than in other colonies, probably because no competitors lived nearby. Lucia nodded. Suddenly I froze. Her head moved. "Your head can move?" She was stunned too, trying to tilt it left and right. "Seems like it really can move?" She tested again, but still had no control except a slight finger lift. But that was huge good news. I excitedly stood up. "Being able to move your finger and head is a great sign." Lucia sneered. "What? Are you happy because you realize you won't have to feed me anymore?" No. Even if you recover, I wouldn't mind feeding you. Do you treat me like a child?" I plucked a feather from her. "Feel anything?" "No. Looks like we still have to wait." I stored the feather in system space and was just about to leave. Warning: unknown colonists attacking the colony. The system even said the word attack. I opened the map. Enemies were to the west, about 20 Germans. Most likely accomplices of the 4 Neanderthals I killed earlier. "What's going on?" Lucia asked. "The colony is under attack. Germans, 20 of them, west side." Perfect timing. Lucia smiled. "Move the machine gun towers over. I'll show you some firepower." I felt reassured and shouted to rally. "Enemy attack west. Move the machine gun towers over." The women immediately perked up. 3 Wolfens moved machine gun towers. The 3 Clovers swiftly climbed the 3-meter-high watchtower and raised sniper rifles. About 20 enemies. "Open fire." "Not yet. Move more towers out. I want to test them in real combat first." "Bro," Sonia tried to persuade me. She knew the accuracy of these broken machine gun towers. Even 6 combined couldn't beat the 3 of them Wolfens. I waved her off. "Don't worry, mine are different." At the colony's west side, the German leader aimed his telescope. The green-haired Homo sapiens approached. "Boss, are you sure it was this colony that killed Chong and the others?" There was only one around, so it had to be this one. The German leader grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "So weak, yet daring enough to provoke our Korsang faction, looking for death." He glanced at the green-haired Homo sapiens. "Snake, keep watch beside me." Snake breathed a sigh of relief. Originally a slave captured as a human shield, his life was spared for the moment. The German leader sneered and shouted fiercely, "Charge! Flatten it! Share the loot however you like." "Oh!" The Germans went mad, rushing forward. I stood behind the machine gun turret. Yuan Shao grabbed me by the arm, pulling me back a few steps and positioning herself in front. "Patron, please take cover behind me." I shrugged. With Yuan Xiao's salamander energy shield, the Nelian's broken guns couldn't harm me. I stared at the map and counted down. 300 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. 4 machine gun turrets fired simultaneously. 2 others were still malfunctioning. Controlling 4 turrets at once was already Lucia's limit. The first volley missed entirely. The Germans laughed. "This piece of junk thinks it can stop us," and charged even more crazily. Sonia's heart tightened as she gripped her battle rifle. The second volley synchronized. 4 bullets, 2 Germans dropped, all precise headshots. The third volley took down 3 more. But the Germans only had one thought in their heads: to flatten us. They didn't even notice their comrades falling and stepped over bodies as they surged forward. In the blink of an eye, a quarter had gone down. I felt no sense of danger. At this pace, we could crush them even without the turrets. Suddenly, I communicated through the terminal to Lucia. "Shoot their legs. Capture survivors alive." The women behind me thought I was talking to the turrets and were stunned by the precision. This was the same junk guns they had at over 100 meters range? Sonia swallowed hard. This accuracy was higher than the light machine gun turrets used in their military enterprise. Lucia adjusted the gun barrels downward. The Germans began dropping swiftly, bleeding from their legs. By the time more than half were down, the rest finally sensed something was wrong. Why had the turrets suddenly become so accurate? A chill surged up from their feet to the crown of their heads. Retreat. They turned tail and ran, wisely splitting to the sides to avoid the cone of fire. But this little cunning didn't escape Lucia's eyes. She let 2 turrets cool down and used the other 2 malfunctioning ones to snipe the fleeing enemies with point fire. Soon, all the Germans were on the ground clutching their legs, groaning. I looked at Yuan Shao. Gather Sonia and the others. Round up the survivors and disarm them. Kill anyone who resists. Understood. Behind us, the German leader saw all his men fallen. It felt like falling into an ice pit. Damn, there's something strange about this colony. We need to get out of here. Before he finished, a dagger sliced through the air from the bushes at his side, piercing his thigh precisely. Ah! He dropped to his knees. A shadow flickered. The dagger was pulled out and pressed against his neck. It was Clover, whom I had sent to capture any stragglers. Don't resist, or your head and body will separate. The German leader could only emit a strangled, duck-like croak, nearly wetting himself. Clover coldly turned to Snake. Snake immediately raised his hands, shaking his head frantically. I'm a captured slave. Surrendering. Unarmed. Clover nodded, disarmed the leader, and said, Come with me. Yuan Shao finished counting and had executed a few unruly ones. 13 Germans were herded together. They stared at me with hateful eyes. On their colony, the Sapiens were either livestock or slaves. When had we ever stepped on their heads? I waved my hand. 6 machine gun turrets simultaneously turned to aim at them. The Germans panicked instantly, ignoring their leg wounds. They squatted down and raised their hands. Weapon intimidation was the most effective. I spared their lives to use them as productive labor. But these cannibalistic, organ-trafficking bastards who dared attack my colony could never be accepted as colonists. They were slaves. The question was how to control them. Wondering how to keep them obedient, Lucia sent a message. Exactly. She sent a blueprint. Slave collar blueprint. Remote control, linked to your terminal. A thought can blow their heads to bits. Able to literally blow off heads. The deterrent was sufficient. Oddly, the system gave no rewards for this. Clover returned with 2 captives. The hulking German wore body armor and clearly was a leader. Alligator Sidos, German ethnicity, shooting level 7, combat level 8. His stats were weak. Unclear how he became the boss. Alligator immediately recognized I was the leader and dropped to his knees, wailing, Spare me. I act under orders from the administrators. Before he finished, Clover struck the back of his neck with the hilt, shoving his face into the ground, as if he were kowtowing to me. I crossed my arms. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be like the bodies out front. I'm short-handed, stay as slaves. Hope flashed in the German's eyes. Those who want to live, stand to the left. Those who don't, stand by the machine guns. The Germans scrambled and rolled toward the left side. Alligator was fastest, a trail of blood dripping from his nose. Snake tried to run also, but I grabbed him. Wait. Big brother, I want to live. How did a sapient like you end up mixing with Germans? I was a captured slave, brought here as a human shield. I opened his profile. Snake. Homo sapiens, shooting level 9, melee level 4, medical level 12, intelligence 10. Were you a doctor before? Sneak hurriedly nodded. Yes. My medical skills aren't bad. Keeping me is definitely useful. I pointed at the Germans. Go bandage them. Got it. Then I turned to Yuan Shao and Sonia. Help me keep an eye on them. I'm going to do something. I've got it covered. No problem, benefactor. I entered the workshop and started making slave collars according to the blueprint. The materials were iron and leather, both sufficient. After just over 2 hours, 15 collars were ready, wrapped with iron and leather, with a miniature bomb at the center. When I stepped outside, Sneak was under the blazing sun bandaging the Germans. Bullets lodged in the flesh without anesthetic meant he had to dig them out by hand, causing the Germans to howl in agony. But their thick skin and flesh meant stopping the bleeding was enough. Seeing those Germans, Yuan Shao couldn't help but shrink her neck. Isn't this almost like Lingqi? I raised one of the slave collars in my hand and coldly said, if your wounds are properly bandaged, come over and wear this. Me. Me. The alligator was the first to roll and crawl over. That pitiful, desperate look made me shudder. Yet it wasn't surprising he'd risen to be a leader. The moment I put the collar on the alligator, the dog system beeped. Detected the first slave born in the host colony. Awarded cottonseed *1. Skill trainer, farming *1. A twitch appeared at the corner of my mouth. I'm running a slave system, and you give me cotton seeds? Are you doing this on purpose, dog system? But cotton is indeed useful. Also, there are rewards for making slaves. The second slave was Sneak, the only Homo sapiens among the Germans, and the dog system didn't sound. The third, fourth, still no alert. Until the 10th. Detected the 10th slave born in the host colony. Awarded nutrient paste synthesizer blueprint, skill trainer, cooking *1. The nutrient paste synthesizer. This was truly a godsend. Nutrient paste is a mush made from processed organic matter, tasting worse than synthetic vegetables, only enough to keep one alive. Known on the outskirts as the cheapest food. With 15 more mouths to feed, I couldn't afford much. This blueprint came at the perfect time. After putting collars on all the Germans, I had 15 new slaves. Looking into their blank eyes, I said coldly, there are miniature bombs on your necks. Whenever I want, your heads can go flying. Work honestly, and I won't waste time blowing you up. The Germans turned pale. I began assigning tasks. Sonia, Stina, take them west to find some empty land and build a new base. Stina, you're in charge of setting up the work facilities. Stina nodded. Understood. I shoved the cotton seeds into Sonia's hand. Pick some slaves to clear the land and plant these seeds. Artificial corn. Don't ask, just have them planted. All slaves are under your management. Anyone slacking off gets whipped. Sonia's eyes immediately lit up. No problem. She smiled dangerously and glanced at the slaves, making their scalps tingle. Sneak. I turned to him again. I'm giving you a privilege. No slave work for you. Set up a clinic at the western base and tend to the slaves' injuries daily. Sneak was ecstatic. Order received. After arranging everything, I looked at the alligator. Tell me about your colony. That group of Germans lost over 20 people and might attack. Dumping this group to the west serves as a shield and for gathering intel. The alligator nodded eagerly. Boss, we're from a Quelsang faction base, with around 140 people left. What about their combat strength? We're the elite. The rest are mainly managers' trusted men, equipped the same as us. That shouldn't be hard to deal with. What's the background of the Quelsang faction? Mostly Germans, spread across the outer world, numerous, one of the largest factions. Stina added, their technology is extremely backward, only able to bully small colonies. Against the level of the Wofen military enterprise, they're as insignificant as a roadside dog. I waved my hand and told Sonia and Stina to take the slaves away. Before they left, I said, I'll send messages during meals, remember to come back. Both women felt warmed and nodded. With so many new slaves, the machine gun towers had to wait. The nutrient paste synthesizer needed to be built first. After burying the German corpses, I returned to the base to start work. Clover and the dexterous Mita helped me. Walnut made bullets. Yuan Shao and Dylan carefully brought the machine gun towers back to the south, both cautious, as if afraid to drop them. After witnessing the firepower, they finally believed I had the strength to deal with the flame demons. By the afternoon, the nutrient paste synthesizer was completed, about the size of Lucia's toilet. Organic matter went into the feeding slot at the front, pulled the trigger at the back, and paste came out. What raw materials? My first thought was the pile of corpses outside, but I immediately shook my head. I'm not that desperate yet. I pulled out 2 half-eaten ears of corn from my space storage, originally saved for winter fires, but they made perfect raw material. I stuffed them in, hit the switch, and it hummed for a moment. I pulled the trigger, and a lump of milky white paste oozed out, piling up into the shape of ice cream. I dipped my finger in and tasted a bit. There was a faint sweetness of corn, but it was mostly bland. One bite was enough. I had corn and meat, and only a sick mind would eat this. Better leave it to my German bro. Nutritional paste? Clover came over. Why is it white? Most nutritional pastes are green. Want to try? I scraped some onto my finger and offered it. But the taste is average. Just as I realized no one feeds others with their fingers and was about to pull back, Clover suddenly cupped my hand, parted her cherry lips, and sucked on my finger. A warm, soft sensation traveled from my fingertip, and I was instantly stunned. She released my finger, still savoring it. So sweet, much sweeter than any nutritional paste I've had. Jiangling, what's wrong with you? My mind was still filled with that touch, combined with her white hair and petite figure. Some kind of fantasy was rapidly gaining ground. Jiangling. I snapped back, shaking off the distraction. That was close. I almost became a lolicon. Nothing, what did you say? I said the nutritional paste you made is sweet. What did you use? Half-eaten corn cobs. Clover didn't mind. No wonder. Ratfolk are sensitive to sweetness, so it's no surprise she likes it. I messaged Sonia. Come back for dinner. Bring a few slaves to move the nutritional paste synthesizer. Sonia replied instantly. 1. I think I've seen through her work attitude. Turning back, Clover was already squatting by the trigger, nibbling the paste on the tray, and she finished half in no time, white paste still clinging to the corner of her mouth. I sighed and patted her head. This is for the slaves. Why are you fighting them for it? Dinner's about to start. What will you do if you eat like this now? Mmm. It's fine. I can still eat more. Her eyes sparkled. Just then, Darren came bounding over, wagging her big tail. Jiangling, Jiangling. Isn't it time to cook? She stopped abruptly mid-run, her face instantly deep red. Why you? Why you all? I turned to her. Darren, want to try some? Try. No way. Darren turned bright red, stepping back twice. I'm not going to indulge in you guys' daylight debauchery. Daylight debauchery? I looked at the corner of Clover's mouth, then at the milky paste on the tray. My expression darkened. I strode over and gave Darren's head a hearty thwack. What's on your mind all day? This is nutritional paste. Look carefully. Darren clutched her head, tears at the corners of her eyes. Who's nutritional paste white? Coming at me calling me a pervert. That's so mean. All you think about is dirty stuff. If not a pervert, then what? Seeing her tear-like pearls, I still reached out to rub where I'd hit her moments ago. Enough. Get ready for dinner. Darren pouted in dissatisfaction, but her tail wagged unwillingly. At this rate, she might really get tamed. Meanwhile, Sedina found an empty space and began assigning tasks to the slaves. The first order of business was building 2 large dormitories for the slaves and a clinic for Snake. Sonia pulled out a whip from who knows where, wearing a dangerous smile as she took on the foreman role. Naturally imposing and with an eye patch, holding the whip, she exuded the aura of a master. One slave tried to slack off while moving stones. Sonia raised an eyebrow and cracked the whip. Wow! Huh! The slaves screamed and redoubled their effort. Sonia was more than satisfied. That single crack felt unbelievably satisfying. These people had attacked the colony. Sonia saw no reason to go easy on them. Just then, she received my message. Habitually, she replied with a 1, then realized maybe that wasn't the best idea, but oh well, already sent it. Sonia called to Sedina. Time for dinner. Sedina looked at Crocodile. When we're gone, you supervise. Don't let me come back and see no progress. Don't worry. Crocodile patted his biceps. Anyone slacking, I'll whip the hell out of him. Sonia casually picked out some burly slaves. You lot, help me move stuff. The chosen slaves shuddered, but hearing it was work and not whipping, hurried to follow. As the 2 women left, the slaves who had been working energetically immediately stopped, cautiously squatting down to slack off. Crocodile took a step forward and kicked one over. What are you standing around for? Get to work. As a former ringleader, his authority still lingered. The slaves scrambled to get back to work, and Crocodile didn't slack off either, helping build the house himself. He knew clearly, slaves too had their own hierarchy. As long as he worked hard and gained favor with the overseers, his status would be restored eventually. His brethren? Just don't die. That's enough. Moreover, those Homo sapiens administrators were probably watching them secretly. Just then, Snake passed by with a basket on his back. Countless jealous and hateful eyes shot at him, making him shrink his neck in fright. Crocodile strode forward, and Snake cautiously said, I'm just passing through. But Crocodile showed a flattering smile. Brother Snake, where are you headed? Brother Snake? Snake was dumbfounded. Gathering herbs. Snake stiffly nodded. Your leg wounds aren't healed. You need to change the dressing tonight. Crocodile suddenly whipped his head around and shouted, Are you blind? Can't you see Brother Snake is going out to gather herbs? Why isn't anyone assigned to protect Brother Snake? If something happens to Brother Snake, you all can expect to do the hard work with a limp. The administrators were Homo sapiens, and so was Snake. Anyone with eyes could see that the administrators valued Snake. In the past, Snake was a slave and was bullied at will, but now everyone was slaves. Plus, they all relied on Snake for their injuries. If Snake secretly tampered with the medicine, who could they complain to? Just as Crocodile predicted, once the two women left, I kept an eye on the slaves in real time on the map. Anyone slacking off, I immediately informed Sonia to come and whip them. Crocodile's behavior pleased me. Difficult people are hard to handle, but difficult people who understand the situation are quite different. Not long after, Sonia and Stina returned to the colony. Sonia laughed loudly. Jiang Ling, I really love managing slaves. Leave this task to me from now on. I was planning to give it to you anyway. Those from the Black Enterprise knew how to exploit people. I pointed at the nutrient paste synthesizer and told several slaves, Move this back. This will be your staple food. If you break it, go pick berries yourselves. Got it, boss? The slaves nodded repeatedly. After being whipped by Sonia all afternoon, seeing me, the real manager, felt like meeting their true father at least. After all, I didn't hit anyone. The slaves struggled to lift the synthesizer and carry it away. I had already stuffed plenty of corn cobs inside, enough to last them for a while. Back inside the house, dinner was ready, and everyone waited for the two women. Stina felt touched inside. The Wofen tribe valued the collective as well, but the atmosphere in the giant enterprise was nothing like this small colony. After witnessing the firepower of my machine gun towers, Yuan Shao and the others were completely reassured, enjoying the meal all the more. The technology of the Flame Demon race was similar to the German race. With enough machine gun towers, they were easy to handle, right? After the meal, Yuan Shao leaned back in the chair, rubbing her little belly. It was clear this benefactor could handle the flame demons. Thinking about this, her eyes darkened slightly. Since the benefactor was capable, maybe she didn't need to stay anymore? Originally, she left her sect to roam the world. But after staying at this colony for a while, she genuinely didn't want to leave. Everyone here treated her well, even better than the flying cloud manor she grew up in. It felt more like home. Yuan Xiao's heart began to struggle with conflict. I didn't notice her struggle and continued discussing slave management with Stina after dinner. Slaves can't eat nutrient paste every day. The paste only met basic nutrition. Long-term high-intensity labor would reduce efficiency. So what should they eat? Corn, meat, both, but it can't be free. Stina, you're responsible for calculating slave work efficiency. Whoever works hard gets points. Save enough points to exchange for some meat and vegetables, no upper limit. Stina's eyes lit up. This is performance points? Yes, performance points, exclusively for slaves. When the colony develops more, they can exchange for more things. You have more experience than me in acquisition and exchange standards, so it's all yours. Just make sure it motivates them. The three Wofen listened more and more suspiciously. Isn't this the exact system their management used at the giant enterprise? Applied to slaves, it surprisingly felt natural. There's one more step, I continued. Besides the weapons workshop, I also want a group of slaves mining minerals, especially fiberglass. The more the better. Rukia asked me to stockpile fiberglass. I hadn't forgotten. The outer world's mining spots were mostly meteors, and with some luck, we could dig some out. Out of 15 slaves, subtract the doctor, and after making machine gun towers and farming, there were still some leftovers, perfect for mining. After hearing this, Stina memorized all the arrangements and quickly formulated a plan. When she finished, she rubbed her temples involuntarily. Concerned, I asked, is the workload too heavy? Wanting to help. No, maybe it's because I haven't done personnel management for a long time. My brain's a little tired. A good night's sleep will fix it. Thinking for a moment, I took out a sugar cube from the space and handed it over. If your brain is tired, have a piece of this. Stina frowned. Addictive substances relieve fatigue, but I never touch them. Using them for too long can cause mental disorders. Addictive substances? I was stunned for a moment, then understood. These three Wofen must have seen walnut or clover get addicted after eating sugar cubes and thought this was the same. They hadn't tried any since arriving at the colony. I immediately explained, "This isn't addictive, it's just a sugar cube, very sweet, no addiction. Try it." Sugar. Stina stared intently at the sugar cubes in my hand, so I took out 2 more and handed them to Sonia and Dylan. "Try these, good stuff." Sugar. Dylan's eyes lit up as she shoved a cube into her mouth, her wolf ears twitching wildly. "So sweet." Sonia bit into her sugar cube, her eyes brightening. "One more, please." "I want one too." Dylan raised her hand eagerly. I generously took out 2 more and passed them over. Seeing the 2 women enjoying the sugar cubes so much, Stina popped one into her mouth as well. As the sweetness spread, her blue tail started wagging involuntarily. The more someone used their brain, the harder it was for them to resist sweets. After savoring it carefully, Stina finally opened her eyes. "Jiangling, how much can these sugar cubes fetch?" I replied, "A mouse merchant said they can go for 30 silver per gram. The one you just ate weighs about 5 grams. Sonia and Dylan immediately coughed, as if about to spit it out. 300 silver for a single cube? Stina nodded thoughtfully. Reasonable. She was already calculating in her mind. If the giant corporation mixed this into their nutrient paste, staff efficiency could easily double. "How many of these sugar cubes do you have in your colony?" she asked again. "As many as you want," I answered with a smile. Sonia interrupted. "Then why don't you just sell them?" I shrugged. "I already commissioned a mouse trading caravan to sell them. The silver takes 2 days to arrive. My pockets are still empty." The 3 wolfen fell silent simultaneously. I didn't say more, picking up Lucia's dinner. "I've got work to do. Get some rest early." While feeding Lucia, I explained my plans to her. She watched me with great interest. "You don't strike me as someone who'd be so kind to slaves who've trampled over your colony." Showing them visible rewards keeps them focused, I smiled. "A carrot in front of a donkey helps it keep going, doesn't it? Besides, that expensive corn you guys value is nothing to me. I can get as much as I want." Lucia pondered. "I have no experience managing slaves your way." "Curious," I asked. "No slaves in Calido?" "Our labor force in Marira is all mechanical bodies. No emotions. Only obey orders. Just need charging." "Mechanical bodies, huh? Much more convenient than slaves." Lucia said softly, "With your current production capacity, don't think about mechanical bodies yet. Hurry up and build more machine gun turrets. Deal with the flame demon race first." I fed her another sugar cube. Watching her happily finish it, I left the shabby hut. While I fed Lucia, Sonia and Stina returned to the slave base to check on things. From afar, they saw the slaves circling the nutrient paste synthesizer, cheering wildly like some cult ritual. Closer up, they heard clearly. "This isn't nutrient paste. It's sugar. The synthesizer is flowing sugar." Am I dreaming? Sonia wiped sweat from her brow. If a corn-based nutrient paste made this group react like this, who even needs meat or corn? Stina cleared her throat. "Stand at attention." The slaves shivered and quickly lined up in 2 rows. She glanced over the half-built house and nodded. "You'll have this kind of nutrient paste with every meal from now on, portioned out fairly. Anyone who finishes theirs at once will starve the next few days while working. Anyone who overeats and pukes must eat it back on the ground." The slaves nodded eagerly. "Also, the manager Jiang Ling has set up a new performance point system." Stina gave me a subtle boost. "Do your job well and earn points, with no cap. 30 points can be exchanged for a pound of meat, 50 for a pound of corn." The slaves instantly perked up at the mention of food. Stina pulled out her notebook, writing as she announced, "Crocodile, for effective supervision, reward 1 point." Crocodile nearly jumped. "See, being a good subordinate pays off." Snake, assisted in slave medical treatment, reward 1 point. Thank you. You should thank the manager." After distributing the performance points, Stina assigned the tasks. Sewing station, forging station, and mechanical assembly station must all be set up by tonight or no sleep. She was already planning to have slaves help build machine gun turrets tomorrow. If there weren't enough turrets, the slaves would be sent as cannon fodder. The slaves worked even harder than during the day. Sonia pinched her chin. "Jiang Ling's methods are clever." Stina glanced at her. "We work at a giant corporation too. Isn't it the same?" Sonia was stumped. The 2 returned to the workroom, but none of the 3 women slept that night. Dylan whispered, "Jiang Ling's machine gun turrets are so powerful, they'll definitely hold off the flame demon race, right?" Definitely. Sonia turned over. They fell silent again. But this wasn't really what they wanted to talk about. After a while, Stina spoke first. Are you thinking about whether Jiangling, making so much money from sugar cubes, would be willing to buy your freedom? Sonia and Dylan stiffened. The truth hit them hard. They really didn't want to join the resistance. Jiangling had shown them enough sweetness here. This place was the best in the entire fringe world. But Stina poured cold water on the idea. Do you really think you're worth that much silver? The two women fell silent once more. Dai Lin whispered, we can help Jiangling run the trade routes and earn the money back. That silver is enough to form a stronger trade caravan and still have a surplus. Besides trading, what other skills do we have? Sonia said, I can fight. Can you beat Yuan Shao? Sonia was silenced. She couldn't even win against that salamander-like shield, struggling just to hold a gun. Dai Lin said, I can cook. Is it that hard to find a better chef than you? Dai Lin thought about it. If it weren't for Jiangling, she wouldn't even know how to fry a meat patty. Stina closed her eyes. Jiangling is a good person. If we really want to thank him, we shouldn't let him know about our situation. After dealing with the flame demon breed, we'll just say goodbye directly and not trouble him. The workshop fell completely silent. The three women stayed awake all night. The year 5500 AD, the 7th day of Hashiam. Feeling refreshed, I walked out of the house and saw Yuan Shao practicing swordsmanship, with Mita watching nearby. Since that day when Yuan Shao and Hetaluo slept together, Mita had been sleeping with them these past 2 days, leaving plenty of private space for me and Clover. Good morning, Brother Jiangling. Mita greeted me with a smile. I rubbed her orange cat ears and sat down. This morning, Lucia sent a message. The rampaging flame demon breed from the south had destroyed another colony and was heading north, expected to arrive at the latest in 2 days. Yesterday, I might have been nervous, but today it wasn't a big deal. 6 automated machine gun towers plus a dozen disposable slaves, I could handle it easily. Besides, the slaves could help build machine gun towers today. Yuan Shao finished practicing swordsmanship and eagerly pulled Mita to teach her. Only then did I notice a thick, pale pink tail with a translucent fin extending from beneath Yuan Xiao's dark crane cloak, slippery and smooth. I got up and walked over. Yuan Shao, your tail has grown. She looked over her shoulder. I've been eating really well with Master recently. It's all thanks to Master. That tail looked so soft. I couldn't help but ask, can I touch it? Yuan Xiao's cheeks flushed red. If it's Master, then of course. She wagged her tail over on her own. I held it and began to touch. It wasn't as slippery as I imagined, but incredibly soft, like a girl's skin. As I kept touching, Yuan Xiao's delicate body quivered slightly, and the flush spread all the way to her neck. Only after I'd touched long enough did I notice her strange reaction. Embarrassed, I put her tail down. Sorry, are your tails very sensitive? Mita gave me a helpless look. Any species with a tail are sensitive there. Yuan Xiao's blush deepened, almost like she'd bleed. Our tails are quite thick, with many pain nerves. Salamanders are sensitive to pain, so, she quickly added, but compared to saving my life, Master can touch it as much as he wants. If Master wants, I can even cut off my tail and give it to Master to eat. Still thinking about feeding her tail? I hurriedly stepped back. Never mention eating tails again, okay? Yuan Shao nodded vigorously but felt warmth inside. Master still made the salamander feel warm, as always. After a whole night of mental struggle, Yuan Shao realized she truly wanted to stay here. Not just for the colony, but to stay by Master's side to repay the kindness. Yet whenever faced with me, she tried to speak several times but couldn't. Even though it was just one sentence, her heart tangled as if she had to muster all her courage. Why was that? She continued guiding Mita but kept zoning out. Soon, the 3 wolfen girls also woke up, all sporting dark circles under their eyes. I said, sleeping in the workshop must be uncomfortable, right? Let the slaves build a house for you. The 3 women shook their heads quickly. Once we handled the flame demons, they would leave. No need for any fuss. Stina made an excuse. After seeing the machine gun tower's power yesterday, I was too excited to sleep. The other 2 nodded in agreement. I stared at them. My instincts told me their excitement wasn't the real reason. It was about the redemption talk last night, wasn't it? They thought they could ask me to redeem them, but also felt unworthy of that silver and didn't want to be a burden, so they kept silent. After just a few days of contact, I thought I understood their personalities well. Caught staring, Stina looked like she'd been seen through and quickly changed the topic. I'll go check on the slaves first. I shook my head. After breakfast. Even if they didn't mention the redemption, I would initiate the topic after dealing with the flame demons. Just in time, Clover and Hetalia woke up as well. The colony had too many early risers. Their internal clocks had been shifted as well. I grabbed Lin to prepare breakfast. Though she seemed down this morning, once cooking, she was enthusiastic. While cutting meat, she wore a satisfied smile, her big tail wagging. I checked her level. Cooking, level 6. When I first saw it, it was only level 3, just a few days, and she'd advanced 3 levels. Her talent was truly quite high. After breakfast, Sonia and Stina returned to the slave base on the west side to arrange tasks. The workbenches were all built, and Stina assigned people to produce tools. Once the first batch of farming tools was ready, Sonia took a whip and led the Germans to clear land and plant cotton. In mid-October, the morning was already unbearably hot. Even the thick-skinned, tough Germans couldn't handle working shirtless in the fields. Before long, several of them were panting heavily, about to collapse. Snap! Sonia cracked her whip with precise force. Red welts appeared, but no blood. The Germans screamed painfully and scrambled back up, even more vigorously than before. Despite the blazing sun overhead, Sonia felt a cool chill run through her whole body. Keep your spirits up. Once you finish clearing, everyone gets 1 performance point. The Germans swung their hoes frantically. Elsewhere, Stina picked out a batch of slaves with mechanical experience to build machine gun towers. These were common in all the colonies, and it wasn't unusual for Germans to make them. Today, build 10 machine gun towers, 1 performance point per person. At most, I could manage 2 in a day, so 10 was no small number. But the mention of performance points sent these Germans into a frenzy. The workbenches seemed to be smoking from overuse. Another group was sent by Stina to mine. The entire slave camp operated like a production line, and every so often a machine gun tower arrived at my place. After installing another machine gun tower, I tapped the barrel and laughed out loud. These Germans really arrived at the right time. I almost looked forward to another wave of German raids. With most of the labor taken by the slaves, the colony felt much more at ease. I gave Dylan some alpaca meat and corn to practice slicing, dicing, and cooking. Mita, accompanied by Walnut, crafted guns by hand, while Clover continued scavenging around the outskirts as usual. In the afternoon, Mita finished assembling an automatic pistol and ran excitedly to show Yuan Shao. Sister Yuan Shao, look. Yuan Shao smiled and praised. You made that yourself? Amazing. Honestly, she truly envied Mita's craftsmanship talent deep down. It's for you. Yuan Shao paused. I don't use guns. It's okay. It's a gift for becoming your apprentice. Walnut said a salamander has to give a gift to apprentice formally. Yuan Shao couldn't refuse. This was indeed the etiquette for salamanders taking on a master. When she apprenticed, she had gifted her master a wooden statue she carved, a terribly ugly one. But her master liked to display it prominently in the main hall, proudly showing friends, which made Yuan Shao want to crawl into a hole in embarrassment. As a martial arts master, Yuan Shao detested firearms deeply. But seeing Mita's watery blue eyes, she could only grit her teeth and accept, stuffing the pistol into her treasure gourd. Mita breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Sister Yuan Shao, you seem deep in thought today. Is something bothering you? Yuan Shao wanted to say no, but looking at Mita, she suddenly thought it might be nice to ask. Clearing her throat, she said, As your master, I have a friend. Since accepting the apprenticeship gift, she couldn't refer to herself humbly anymore. Does Sister Yuan Shao have a friend? Mita tilted her head. Yuan Shao felt as if a knife stabbed her chest. Scowling, she snapped, Don't ask. Also, once you're apprenticed, you call me master. Yes, master. Mita immediately stood straight. Yuan Shao nodded in satisfaction. My friend was recently saved by a colony and wants to stay to repay the kindness but doesn't know how to talk to the overseer. Mita said, Master, why not just talk to Brother Jiangling directly? I'm sure he'd be willing to let your friend stay. I know, but I just can't bring myself to say it. Suddenly, Yuan Shao realized, Say friend? No, I'm the master. Mita had no idea Yuan Shao was concerned about saving face. If master's too shy, I'll go tell Brother Jiangling for you. Saying that, she turned to leave. Yuan Xiao grabbed her. No, don't tell our benefactor. Looking at Yuan Xiao's flushed face, Mita immediately understood. So Sister Yuan Xiao also? Mita asked again. Master, is your desire to stay really just about repaying kindness? Without hesitation, Yuan Xiao nodded. Of course. Life-saving kindness must be repaid 1,000-fold. It seemed even Yuan Xiao wasn't fully conscious of this, explaining her being so caught up in it. Mita shrugged like me. Well, I have no advice either, sorry. It's fine. Talking about it already makes me feel better. Yuan Xiao shook her head. By the way, what is our benefactor doing now? Brother Zhang Ling's by the creek. He said he wants to build a place to bathe. A bath. Yuan Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement. Ignoring the heat, she dashed out of the house quickly. I squatted by the creek planning a bathing area when Yuan Xiao and Mita ran out. Benefactor, building a bathhouse. Let me help. Yuan Xiao's eyes were shining. I got up and smiled. Not exactly a bathhouse, just a small hut by the creek with a wash bucket. You just scoop water directly to bathe. Perfect, perfect. I'll help too. Yuan Xiao couldn't contain her excitement. It was hot, and she hated the heat, sweating from daily sword practice, nearly suffocating. All right then, let's do it together. Don't let yourself get heat stroke again. Halfway through, Walnut, returning from picking flowers, joined us. The three of us worked busily until before dinner, and a simple bathhouse was completed. Yuan Xiao insisted on having 3 wash buckets, and I relented. Once finished, Yuan Xiao and Walnut stared eagerly at me. I waved my hand. This is for everyone. If you want to soak, just go ahead. The 3 girls cheered and dragged Mita over to scoop water for a bath. I heard Yuan Xiao sigh with comfort in the tub, even dunking her entire head underwater. When she came out, her pink hair was soaking wet, making Walnut grit her teeth in frustration. She vowed never to bathe with that hexagonal dinosaur again. I wasn't in a hurry. I went back to base first to cut freshly cleaned snow ox hair into towels, then headed out to find Clover. Since meeting Clover, I hadn't seen her take a bath. Although she always smelled like herbs, in this scorching heat, scavenging everywhere with that scarf still on, she really needed a wash. By following the map, I found her squatting in front of some bushes, observing something. When she heard footsteps, her ears twitched and her hand reached for the gun at her waist. She relaxed only after seeing it was me. Ready to eat? She asked. Not yet. The colonies built a bathroom. I'm going back to soak. A bath. Clover wasn't as excited as Yuan Xiao, just nodded lightly. Then I'll head back too, but look at this first. She pointed at a lock of white fur hanging on the bush. I picked it up and examined it. The fur was soft with some streaks of golden yellow, pleasant to the touch, but very tough. Clover had to use her dagger to cut it twice before it finally snapped. Take this back and let Walnut see it. She hunts a lot and might recognize it. Back at the base, the 3 girls had just finished bathing, their faces radiant. Walnut smiled and said she had prepared hot water for Clover too and invited her to soak with Dylan. Clover hesitated but muttered a dry thanks. I handed the fur to Walnut. Can you tell what animal this is from? The more Walnut looked, the more her brow furrowed. Maybe a pummeling beast, the only white animal with such tough fur on the fringe world. About 8 or 9 meters tall, blue skin with white fur, a single horn on its head, bulletproof even against heavy sniper rounds. But it's docile and herbivorous. I was startled. Wow. Walnut shook her head again. But the pummeling beast's cub fur isn't this short, and their fur is pure white, not streaked with gold. I've never seen fur like this before. Sorry, that's okay. We had enough pelts for winter, and chasing an unknown creature was too dangerous. Meanwhile, Clover and Dylan soaked in the bath together. Clover kept silent until Dylan broke the ice. Clover, want me to wash your hair? Before waiting for a reply, she began. Dylan pressed Clover's shoulders, and Clover muttered, Your chest is resting on my head. Dylan blushed and quickly moved away. After chatting for a while, Dylan realized Clover only showed expression when mentioning me. Clover said she lacked the talents others had and only knew how to scavenge, but Zhang Ling said what I find is very helpful to the colony. It's good to be able to help him. Dylan smiled. Clover, you really like Zhang Ling, huh? Li like. Clover's ears twitched. I like Zhang Ling too, not that kind of romantic liking. Clover buried half her face in the water. Aside from her father, she'd never been close to another male. If not for this feeling, Why else would she always be so reserved around me? Deep down she knew this was romantic liking. But how long could she hide this feeling? As dusk approached, Sonia and Stina returned, followed by two slaves carrying heavy bundles. "Here's the fiberglass you wanted," Stina said flatly. When they set the bundles down, several gleaming sheets of fiberglass rolled out. Stina explained the slaves had found meteorites rich in fiberglass nearby, and she gave each of them a performance point as a bonus. I patted her shoulder. "Nice work." She didn't show any expression, but her blue tail wagged subtly. Sonia put her hands on her hips laughing. "The seed fields are ready too. I spent all day out with those slaves in the sun, hot as hell." I could see her skin had darkened, so I offered to make a sunshade hat for her. She waved it off, explaining Stina had already had the slaves build a shaded area for her. Then she touched the whip at her waist, making the two nearby slaves shrink back nervously. During dinner, Sonia saw a pile of finger-length strips of meat and corn chips exactly sized to fit one bite on the table and asked what they were. "For the slaves," I said, looking at Stina. "Do all the slaves have performance points now?" She nodded. "One performance point can be exchanged for a strip of meat, another for a chip of corn." Sonia swallowed. "So little. Will they actually trade?" Stina spoke first. "The Germans are greedy and short-sighted. Plus, they could be replaced anytime. They might not live long enough to save many performance points. Once they taste it once, they'll trade again." I nodded. "Right, they can't hoard performance points." The three wolfen went quiet. This method was exactly like how military corporations withheld wages. Big companies, when you think about it, are just massive slave societies. Sure enough, once the meat strips arrived at the slave base, they were snatched up immediately. Some weren't satisfied with just meat and gritted their teeth to trade for a corn chip. Upon tasting it, one exclaimed, "Damn, this is natural corn." The German who was savoring the meat strip was so startled that he swallowed it down immediately and angrily kicked the person. But those who regained their senses all ran to get some corn, each one shouting excitedly, "I've never tasted natural corn in my life. It's even more fragrant than meat." Only those with a single performance point could only watch longingly. I stuffed the remaining corn chips into the system storage. They wouldn't spoil anyway. After returning, I fed Lucia her sugar cubes. She was somewhat surprised to hear that I truly found fiberglass. Would around 100 gene be enough? Enough. Keep 50 gene and use the rest to forge weapons. "How many machine gun towers did you build today?" 11. Once the slaves heard about performance points, they worked even harder than what Stina arranged. Lucia was pleased. "That should be enough to deal with the flame demon species. Are you planning to break their legs and enslave them as well?" "No, kill them all." She was surprised. "Aren't you short on labor?" I smiled. "The labor I want is behind the flame demon species. There are people in my colony whose hometowns were destroyed by them. I stay here to shelter refugees. If they knew I enslaved the flame demon species, who would dare come? On the contrary, I kill all the enemies who destroyed their homes. What do you think they would think?" Lucia raised an eyebrow. She hadn't thought of that logic before, and a slight sense of frustration welled up within her. Compared to me, she thought she seemed adorably foolish. No wonder Marira from Colito had to survey the surface for 10 years before officially starting work. They were knowledgeable but lacked understanding of human nature, which was exactly how the ground races had schemed against them back then. After we finished talking, I got up. "I'm going to sleep now." "Okay, good night." Tonight, Mita slept with Walnut from the Lantern Festival, and the small cabin was still for me and Clover. Clover snuggled into my arms and quickly fell asleep. I stroked her white hair, softened by the bath she had taken, more delicate than usual, the herbal scent more distinct. Tomorrow is the 8th day of He Elephant, and the day after is the 9th, the day Lucia calculated the flame demon species would attack, which also happened to be the day natural corn matures. The cornfields needed to be expanded, and the reclamation would be left to the slaves. The cotton planted today couldn't be grown in the edge world, and the fabric could be sold at a good price. Thinking about this, I drifted off to sleep. Year 5500 AD, He Elephant, the 8th day. West of Cusco, in front of a magnificent city. The almond-led rat tribe caravan gazed up at the shimmering silver-white city walls made entirely of alloy. Above the city gate hung a huge golden wreath, the Gold Iris Rat Tribe, one of the most technologically advanced factions in the Edge world, had long mastered interstellar travel. Their headquarters was not here. The Edgeworld outpost was mainly used for mineral exploration, but still held substantial wealth, making it the prime choice for Almond's candied sugar sales. As the caravan arrived at the gate, a row of laser turrets atop the city walls turned sharply toward them, their silver tubes gleaming coldly. Most of the rats drew back their necks timidly. Almond stepped forward loudly. "This is the Cusco outpost caravan under the Snow Edelweiss Kingdom, here to pay a visit." The city gate opened, and a group of blonde rats clad in silver armor came out to inspect the goods. After checking, they allowed passage. Passing through 2 layers of city walls to enter the outpost revealed a different scene. 4-barreled machine gun turrets stood densely, and on both sides of the streets were silver houses, each topped with small laser towers, also serving as satellites. Lavender Town streets were paved with silver-white alloy. Sweeping robotic units cleaned automatically, while drones flew overhead. It was a completely different century from Cusco. This was how the era was meant to look. Cusco had fallen behind ridiculously. Occasionally, blonde local colonists could be seen on the streets, along with blue-haired and green-haired individuals, almost all wearing scientific white lab coats. The Gold Iris faction was highly advanced. All labor was replaced by robots. The rats were either in research or maintenance. Lab coats were their casual wear. Almond and his entourage entered the town. The rat tribe merchants were like rustic villagers entering the city, timid and unsure. Almond and Wood Sage were more confident and even took the initiative to greet people. The Gold Iris rats were very friendly, nodding and returning salutations in kind. They walked all the way to the town's core, in front of a magnificent laboratory where a blonde rat wearing a monocle was waiting. Her name was Gold Mallow, the manager here. "Almond, what have you brought this time?" "Little Mallow," Almond waved. "This time, it's definitely good stuff." Gold Mallow showed an expression of helplessness. Almond was always so familiar, greeting her like that after only a few meetings. "What is it?" "Candy cubes." Gold Mallow shook her head. "We have a dedicated supplier for candy cubes here, but for your sake, I can buy 100 grams in my personal capacity." Almond smiled mysteriously and pulled out the custom candy cubes I made. "This is different, 30 silver per gram, but this piece is 150 silver." Gold Mallow's hand trembled, almost dropping it. "Made of gold." "Something like that." Gold Mallow gritted her teeth and bought it, popping it into her mouth. The sweet flavor unfolded in layers on her tongue. Her ears twitched, her eyes glazed, and her face flushed. "This is made from natural corn." "You guessed it." Gold Mallow fell silent. Natural corn candy cubes were worth as much as gold in the Edge world. This price was even somewhat cheap. She invited Almond into the office. "How much is there?" 500 grams. "Is it from Cusco?" "No. The interstellar trader entrusted me to sell it." "Can you give me his terminal code?" "Not convenient." Golden Hibiscus gritted her teeth. "I'll buy 200 grams. 6,000 silver, all taken from her small personal treasury." Almond's eyes lit up. This deal alone completed nearly half the quota. "If there are more sugar cubes like this in the future, contact me immediately." "No problem." Almond pocketed the silver and led the team out. Golden Hibiscus sat alone in the office, couldn't help but pop a piece into her mouth, squinting and smiling foolishly, stomping her feet on the floor. This money was truly well spent. Leaving Lavender Town, Almond felt light and relaxed. If the next few big buyers were equally generous, maybe she could return to Jiangling earlier. She also thought about how she missed me, so did muskgrass. Even the little mountain berry murmured my name before sleeping. I wonder if I can hold out against the flame demon species over there. On the 9th day at He Elephants, I finished breakfast early and told Sonia to bring all the slaves over. Nearly 30 automatic gun towers lined up in a row, barrels aimed southward. Today was the day the flame demon species would attack. The slaves gripped the captured steel spears and primitive guns, trembling behind the gun towers. Their task was to block the enemies if they broke through the firing line. "Anyone tries to run, and I'll detonate their slave collars." They didn't dare move, like statues. Clover was on the watchtower, aiming a sniper rifle at the south side. We waited all morning, no sign of the enemy. Footsteps came from behind. Yuan Shao came holding an oil paper umbrella to shield me from the sun. "Benefactor, this way you won't get sunburned." A warmth bloomed inside me. "Thank you." By afternoon, The slaves all relaxed, thinking the attack wouldn't come today. Then an alarm sounded in my mind. Warning, large number of unknown colonists attacking the colony. I opened the real-time map. The south was swarmed with enemies, deep yellow and reddish-brown skin, twin horns atop their heads, the flame demon species. They appeared in the southeast and southwest too, forming a semicircle siege. A rough count showed at least 100, far more than Stina had said. Clover, sniper on the southwest. I ordered a few slaves to move the gun towers eastward. Bang! A shot to the head. The flame demon on the southwest side fell immediately. Instead of retreating, the others howled and charged forward. Our colony was nothing but a soft target to them. The flame demons rushing straight south entered the trap zone laid by Walnut and Stina. One stepped wrong, and his head was pierced by a rock in the pit. Walnut's handiwork. Boom! An explosion followed. 3 flame demons were blown apart, legs shattered, howling in pain. Stina's improvised mines. The traps triggered chain reactions one after another, but the flame demons went berserk at the sight of blood, refusing to stop, even in death. Staring at the map, I suddenly froze. Another group appeared in the south. All Homo sapiens and Kira species, carrying big packs, moving slowly. The flame demons had brought their laborers for hauling spoils. Wasn't that a gift of free manpower? The southwest side was quickly cleared by Clover. Her shots were accurate and fierce, no more than 2 bullets per target. Then she shifted to the southeast. In the direct south, the flame demons broke through the trap area and entered the machine gun tower's firing range. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lucia calibrated her angle but didn't open fire at full power, shooting slowly and deliberately, missing a few shots. She was waiting for the enemies to come closer, to catch them all in a net. The flame demons didn't notice the absurd firing range and charged harder, their cold weapons still stained with dry blood. Once the advance was deep enough, I immediately messaged, "Lucia, fire." All the machine gun towers paused for a moment, then simultaneously opened fire, every bullet hitting forehead precisely. Over 20 towers fired in sequence. The flame demons fell like wheat being cut. Only then did the flame demons sense something was wrong. How the hell were these towers so accurate? But it was too late. Bloodlust blinded them. Some even lifted their fallen comrades' bodies as shields. One broke through the firing line, grimacing as he pulled out a grenade pin. One bullet to the head detonated it on the ground, blowing several around into shreds. 30% casualties, and they didn't break, was due to organized training. 50% was fearless. 80% was pure madness. The remaining flame demons finally panicked, desperately fleeing, but they had pushed too far. Not one escaped. A complete victory. Yuan Shao, Sonia, and others were dumbfounded. Just like that one? They seemed to have contributed nothing at all. The slaves breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the corpse-strewn ground. Their fear of me deepened again. I messaged Lucia, "Good job." Exhausted. Controlling over 20 machine gun towers at once made even the computer's CPU nearly explode. I told Sonia and the others to clear the battlefield and reload while catching their breath. Then I led Yuan Shao and Clover southward. The captured Homo sapiens and Chua species were sitting on the ground resting, their faces ashen. From their perspective, the flame demon species had surely raised another colony, and once they had enough supplies, these captives would be their next meal or tools to satisfy their bestial urges. A few beautiful Chilua species clung to each other, crying bitterly. They would rather be eaten than be violated. Gunfire ceased in the distance. The 3 of us stepped forward. Some thought the flame demons had returned and wearily stood up. A yellow-haired Chilua species' ears twitched. That isn't the flame demon species. It's Homo sapiens, the rodent tribe, and the most salamander species. I approached, and everyone turned to look at me in unison, barely daring to breathe. By rough count, their numbers exceeded those of the flame demons. I cleared my throat. The flame demon species have been wiped out by us. Silence. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Those who want to live, come with me. On the way back, Sonia and the others were reloading their guns and clearing the area. A few flame demons stubbornly tried to spray fire, but were instantly shot in the head. Upon reaching the base and seeing it unharmed amidst the corpses scattered around, these people finally believed it. Tears streamed as they embraced each other. "Sister, all those beasts are dead. I won't have to be food anymore." I had them send out a representative. A pale green-haired Chula species stepped forward, her emerald eyes shining brightly, filled with both fear and admiration. My name is Karina. Why were you with the flame demons? They seized supplies they couldn't carry away, so they captured us to be porters. Were you involved in the burning, killing, and looting? Karina shook her head. Massacring weaker colonies is their game. They never let us intervene. Only after they've raised a place do they let us into loot. Mita peeked from behind me, scanning the crowd. I quietly asked, "Do you recognize anyone?" Mita shook her head gloomily. Her hometown was among the first destroyed. At that time, the flame demons hadn't yet developed the habit of capturing slaves. Karina saw Mita, a child, wearing clean clothes, a face without a trace of illness, clearly well cared for. I told Karina to return and pulled Stina aside to discuss. Lucia was overloaded. Only she could offer advice now. "I suggest taking them all as slaves," Stina stated firmly. "We have too few core personnel. We need enough means of control. Besides, we'd be leaving soon anyway." I nodded. "But I want to separate them. Those who had eaten people and those who hadn't can't be mixed. Those with clean records could have their slave collars removed later and become formal colonists. But how to determine who's clean?" Stina saw through my thoughts and pulled a wristband from her coat. "Try this. An iron ring with a glass component." "What is this?" "A lie detector. Wear it. And if you lie, the glass glows red." She pushed up her glasses, the lenses gleaming coldly. "The military corporation often uses it interrogating guilty employees. I used to be an interrogator back then. This is leftover gear." "Me? She even served as an interrogator? No wonder she exudes an aura of authority without raising her voice." Stina really had held countless positions. But with a lie detector, my headache was solved. "We'll assign personnel based on this. Stina, come with me." I told Walnut and Mita to start forging slave collars, then walked up to the group captured by the flame demons. "I'm giving you a choice. Stay, wear slave collars, and become colony slaves. I guarantee you won't starve. If you don't want that, leave within 3 minutes. I won't stop you." 3 minutes passed. Not a single person left. Of course, these refugees had been driven for days by the flame demons. Leaving meant certain death. Better to linger alive than die gloriously, no matter how bad. It couldn't be worse than the flame demons. "Next, come into that room one by one and answer my questions. Anyone caught lying won't even be allowed to be slaves, straight out of the colony." They swallowed hard. "Karina, you're first." The room was arranged like an interrogation chamber. I sat at the long table's center, Stina to my left, Yuan Shao to my right, and a single chair opposite me. Karina's cat ears drooped as she cautiously sat down. "Wear the wristband on your arm." "First question, what was your position in the colony before?" "Craftswoman." The lie detector didn't react. "How old?" 20. After some preliminary questions, I got to the point. "Have you ever eaten human flesh?" "No." No reaction. "Have you killed anyone?" "Once. When our village was attacked by the Der species, I killed someone with a crossbow." The lie detector never went off. As expected of the Chilua, their records were spotless. Stina noted down, "Karina, clean record." Just then, Walnut brought over the first batch of collars. I personally fastened one on Karina. "Go wait outside and call the next person in." "Yes, master." "Master?" I froze on the spot instantly. Being called master by a green-haired, green-eyed cat-eared girl was such a shock. Estina said calmly, "She is a slave, and you are the manager. That is only natural. Likewise, those burly human types should also call you master." A mental image of the human types awkwardly calling me master flashed through my mind, making me shiver violently. "Estina, stop it." The first few were all from the Chilua breed, each with a spotless record. When I accepted the 20th slave, the system notified me. Received sunlight nutrient mushroom seed *1, skill trainer, martial arts *1. I read the description. It was a mushroom that could grow under the sun, harvested once a day initially, then every 3 days afterward, with decent yield. The downside was it lacked nutrition and flavor, so it wasn't suitable as a staple food. But my eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect raw material for making nutrient paste? I had been worrying about how to feed over 100 slaves. The dam system came through right on time. When it was the Homo sapiens' turn, the first few were clean, but later some cannibals appeared. My attitude immediately hardened. I put collars on them and sent them straight to the slave base in the West. I didn't intend to let them become legitimate colonists. They were just cannon fodder to be sent to their deaths. No psychological burden on me. After checking a few more Chihuahua breed slaves, Mita came in carrying dinner. 3 ears of corn and 3 meat patties stacked like acrobatics. Yet she didn't waver at all as she approached. Brother Zhongling, Sister Dylan asked me to bring this to you. Taking the meal, Mita quietly asked, "Those Chihuahua sisters, how are they?" Right. Most of the Chihuahua breed slaves abducted were female, while most of the Homo sapiens were male. The Infernals had clearly captured the Chihuahua females to satisfy their beastly desires. The Chihuahua were all very beautiful. Any one of them dragged back to my old home could be an idle star. Unfortunately, the Infernals hadn't had the chance to enjoy them before I sent them to hell. I rubbed Mita's head. Don't worry, the Chihuahua already checked are clean. Those with collars can feel safe chatting with them. Also, pass this on outside. The food the Infernals brought is their future rations. If they're hungry, they can take it themselves. I added, tell Sonia, anyone trying to steal food and run gets shot on the spot. Mita nodded vigorously and dashed out. After relaying the orders to Sonia, she started chatting with Karina. Karina squatted down. I'm Karina Alos. And you? Mita Grina. Grina? Is your village called Urkin? Yes. Sister Karina knows it. I'm from Arkaran, not far from your village. We often visit. Your mother's name is Rorlo, right? Yes. You know, Mom. Of course, but I didn't expect Sister Rorlo to have such a cute daughter. Karina rubbed her ears. How is your mother now? She immediately regretted asking. Mita was here alone. What could she say? Sure enough, Mita's expression darkened. Mom died. Dad died. The villagers all died. Only Mita is left. Karina was at a loss. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's okay. Mita shook her head, and the gloom in her eyes lifted. Luckily, I met Brother Zhongling. Zhongling. Only then did Karina realize she still didn't know Master's name. Brother Zhongling rescued me from the humans and took good care of me. He's like a real brother. Sometimes Mita really wished Zhongling was her real brother. Karina nodded. Master really is gentle. She even suspected Zhongling might be a wealthy playboy from some prosperous planet experiencing life here, which was why the Infernals posed no threat to him. Maybe if real danger hit, he'd just wave his hand and a few star fleets would jump in from the sky. Back inside, I ate while interrogating another slave. After the process, I bit into a meat patty and said, "Have you ever eaten human flesh?" The Homo sapiens' face stiffened, trembling as he shook his head. And no. The lie detector on his wrist immediately glowed a faint red. The meat patty in my mouth instantly lost its appeal. I put it down and coldly said, "You're lying to me." He trembled like a sieve. I waved my hand. Go. Get out of my colony. I want to stay.